Chapter 646. Kong Yisheng stood in the gray flames and watched as the city was torn apart by the cracks in the earth, and countless immortal sect cultivators screamed as they were pulled in. Kong Yisheng reared his head back and laughed. At the same time, he struck out at the few immortal sect cultivators that were able to break free. As he listened to their cries of despair and looked at their hateful eyes, he felt a warmth surge in his chest, incomparably comfortable. He really wanted to continue watching. He wanted to personally see the immortal sect fall into the abyss of destruction, but unfortunately, he didn't have the time. As if he had reached a natural point of emptiness, Kong Yisheng's eyes turned sour. Unfortunately, before his tears could fall, they were burned into nothing by the gray flames. Kong Yisheng, a life of emptiness. It seems reincarnation is also a skill. My surname isn't good and my name isn't good, so everything in my life is empty and I can't leave a single trace of myself in this world. But that's fine. I'll let this filthy world completely forget me, as if I never came here. Closing his eyes, Kong Yisheng stood in the gray flames. Then, his body twisted like smoke and he vanished from sight. He should have died long ago, but the only reason he had lingered on with his last breath was to take revenge on the immortal sect. Today, he had killed those that shouldn't have been killed, and he had killed many, many of them. If she knew in the underworld, she should be satisfied. From the moment he stepped into the immortal sect, Kong Yisheng never thought of leaving here alive. A woman's shrill screams echoed out from the black fog. I am not that crazy, Kong Yisheng, I haven't lived enough. She howled into the heavens. As she did so, she didn't forget to capture several immortal sect cultivators that were flying towards her. Then, there were pained cries and several corpses fell to the ground like stones. After doing such a thing today, this demonic woman never thought she would be able to continue living in peace. But this was her only chance to take revenge on the immortal sect. If she missed it, there wouldn't be a second chance. Moreover, she had already done it, so was there any use in regretting it? Immortal sect brats, you definitely know who I am. I will be waiting for you to come find me. The old man holding the clay jar heard the woman's wild laughter from afar, and his body suddenly trembled. He muttered, "What a crazy woman. I'll stay far away from her in the future. I can't be dragged down by her." As he spoke, he looked around worriedly. Those ancestors of the heaven-crippling earth-shattering sect should have returned by now. If they still didn't escape, were they going to wait for their master to return and fry them alive? Just as he was worrying about the rumbling sounds that came from all directions, the black centipede, the dark green toad, the mermaid snake, the scorpion, the ant, and the butterfly scurried over with billowing dust and smoke. He could hear their roars from afar. "Old Man Wu, open the door! You old thing, hurry up! We don't want to die. Hurry, I'm scared. I want to go home." The old man hurriedly opened the jar, and saw the group of strange things giving each other punches and kicks as they scrambled into the jar. Then they frantically urged, "Go, go, go! I know, I know!" The old man picked up the jar and soared into the sky. He really couldn't stay in the immortal sect any longer. What was there to be afraid of when there were gods around? Humph, he was too young and naive. If the gods were really fearless, why would there be twilight of the gods? The black waters of the immortal sect were far too deep. Leaving after taking advantage of them was the way of the king. Otherwise, no matter who they were, they would all be finished. Not a single one of you can leave. Not a single one of you can leave, none of you can leave. A deep and low voice constantly echoed in the endless darkness. As the syllable rose, a speck of light appeared and began to wildly expand outwards. The darkness was cut apart, torn to shreds and rapidly dissipated. Like an icicle flowing through water, it constantly shrank until it dissipated. The Buddha sovereign's figure appeared in the light. His expression was calm and gentle, forming a sharp contrast with the ruthlessness in his eyes. "All of you must stay behind." Shwa, the Buddha sovereign's figure vanished from sight. The Holy Emperor Palace shook and shattered the skies. But there was no joy on Qin Yu's face. As he looked at the darkness in the crack, his eyes were incomparably dignified. A spatial crack didn't necessarily mean an exit. It could also be an endless abyss that swallowed everything. At this time, the giant cracks that tore through the skies of the immortal sect world gave Qin Yu this feeling. Shwa, shwa, the figures that rushed forwards all came to a sudden stop. They were all at least calamity immortal realm existences with formidable sensing abilities. They could naturally sense that something was wrong with these cracks. Their complexions paled and their eyes filled with anxiety. Everyone knew that the Buddha Sovereign and Nether Domain Master had both died, and they wouldn't give up. The immortal sect world would surely become a purgatory. If they couldn't escape as soon as possible, their fates would be miserable. Everyone's eyes gathered on the Tao Arena Master and Qin Yu. In a time of crisis, no matter what life it was, they would instinctively rely on powerhouses. As for these two that had suppressed a spiritual god and seized a divine spark, killed the Buddha Sovereign's avatar, and forced the Nether Domain Master to self-destruct, they naturally became the greatest source of support in everyone's hearts. None of you can leave. A thunderous roar sounded out, echoing through the skies. The terrifying strength and monstrous killing intent contained within these syllables caused the complexions of everyone gathered in front of the crack to change. Buddha Sovereign! A speck of light appeared and immediately bloomed, sweeping out in all directions like a great sun. The Buddha Sovereign's figure stepped out, his icy cold eyes covering everyone. In the next moment, another speck of light appeared. The Nether Domain Master followed closely behind. The true bodies of two supreme beings of the world had arrived. The immortal sect has existed for 1 trillion years. When have we ever withstood such a humiliation? Everyone will be buried here to atone for our sins. Without speaking further, the two giants sat down cross-legged, instantly fusing together with the immortal sect world. Rumble, rumble, rumble rumbled out from the countless cracks in the ground. A terrifying aura spread out from within. Being covered by this aura, even the calamity immortals paled. Fear surged out from the depths of their souls, unable to be suppressed. They didn't know what was hidden beneath the cracks, but there was one thing they knew: it was enough to easily kill them. The woman's grating voice echoed out from the black fog. Tao Arena Master, you promised us that you could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. What should we do now? Solitary Westgate's blood-red eyes locked onto the true bodies of the Buddha Sovereign and Nether Domain Master. He coldly said, since their true bodies have appeared, we might as well take this chance to thoroughly eradicate the immortal sect. The Dark Knight Divine Throne sneered. Stop dreaming. You and I both know that wanting to eradicate the immortal sect today is nothing but the ravings of an idiot. Hurry up and think of a way to leave here. Otherwise none of us will be able to escape. As he spoke, his complexion became increasingly ugly. Today was a typical example of going for wool and coming home shorn. He had been used as a shield by Qin Yu, and not only had he not obtained any benefits, but he might even lose his avatar. Thinking of this, the Dark Knight Divine Throne gnashed his teeth in hatred. Solitary Westgate's aura erupted. Qin Yu said in a low voice, Westgate, don't forget what I said to you just now. The most important thing right now is to leave the immortal sect world. This isn't a retreat because of fear, but a temporary retreat in order to completely destroy the immortal sect. This world has already been imprisoned by a great strength. I can give it a try, but I don't have full confidence I can succeed. Solitary Westgate took a deep breath and coldly glared at the Dark Knight Divine Throne. Then, he turned and punched out. The Thunder Kirin beside him roared out. Its body turned into a beam of light that fused into Solitary Westgate's arm. His arm instantly expanded several times and his sleeves were torn apart. In the next moment, a dazzling bolt of lightning howled out, shooting into the dark crack like an arrow. Rumble, rumble, a deep rumbling sound spread out from within, like the galloping of a mighty army. But everyone's complexions became even uglier. This was because the sound was rapidly fading until it completely disappeared. The dark crack didn't change at all. It was like the gaping maw of a monster, swallowing up solitary Westgate's punch that he had borrowed the strength of a spiritual god. Everyone knew that solitary Westgate hadn't held back at all, but even such a terrifying punch had disappeared without a trace. If they were to enter the crack, what would the consequences be? A chill rose up from the depths of their hearts and fear filled everyone's eyes. Then, they all looked at Chinyu. He was their last hope. If he still couldn't do anything, then there was only one path left for them: to fight to the death and be buried in the immortal sect. Shen Yuanin bit her lips. But before she could speak, she was interrupted by Chinyu. "Let me try." Chinyu gently patted her hand and then let go. He faced the dark crack and slowly closed his eyes. Within his soul space, his soul opened its eyes. His consciousness had already arrived. He said, "Purple Moon, do you have a way?" A beautiful woman dressed in purple moonlight appeared. She shook her head with a cold expression. "My strength isn't enough to break through the strength that seals the world." She paused for a moment and then said, "Perhaps you should ask for help from that person that has been silent this entire time. Although I have never seen him before, if he can easily hide from my senses, then his strength is absolutely terrifying." Chinyu was silent. He knew who Purple Moon was speaking of. His thoughts raced and he made a decision. He would ask the little blue lamp for help. Time was of the essence. A disaster could descend at any moment. Since he had made his decision, Chinyu no longer hesitated. He began to send out a summon to the distant senses. Time slowly passed. Just as Chinyu thought that the little blue lamp would refuse him, the little blue lamp's calm consciousness fluctuations suddenly came back. "Chinyu, are you sure you want to use my strength? It is likely that there will be incomparably terrifying consequences." Chinyu bitterly smiled. "If I don't summon you, I fear I will die here today." The little blue lamp was silent for several breaths of time. "I will help you, but as for the consequences, you can only resign yourself to fate." In the endless land of the world of consciousness, the silver-haired divine spirit imprisoned in the golden altar suddenly opened his eyes, his body shivering. The phantom of a great sun descended, its light shining on the altar, covering the figure of the god. It actually made him feel as weak as an ant. Especially the aura of this great sun, it caused him to instinctively feel fear and tremble. He couldn't even muster the slightest bit of will to resist. He even suspected that even if the will of this great sun phantom told him to die, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Just what was it? Suddenly, an even brighter beam of sunlight shot out like an arrow. As the divine spirit watched in horror, it sank into his chest. "Protect the person who imprisoned you. If he can walk to the end, then you will achieve true eternal life." Shwa, the great sun phantom, vanished. In the next moment, at the top of the golden altar, raging golden flames ignited. The source of these flames was the imprisoned divine spirit. ######. Chapter 647. This is the indestructible God Flame. The godly spirit looked at the place where the great sun's shadow disappeared with a face full of shock. It was as if a tsunami had swept through his mind. As a godly spirit, he naturally knew what this meant. The god was transformed from a living creature and stood at the peak of the world, but there was also a strict division of rank. He didn't know what the next realm should be called, but he knew very well that only after breaking through could he have the opportunity to ignite the immortal fire. Once his soul integrated with it, he would have the ability to be reborn from the fire, and it was almost impossible to be killed. Before the great catastrophe, the god had vaguely touched this realm. Because of this, he knew the difficulty of breaking through. Even if he didn't face the catastrophe and survived until today, he was not sure that he could make a breakthrough. But what happened now? Just a ray of light forcibly raised him to a level. Although he could only temporarily control the immortal fire, it was amazing enough. The god couldn't help but think again. What was the origin of this great sun phantom? How could it have such incredible power? There was no answer to this, but it didn't prevent the god from concluding that there must be an extremely close relationship between the great sun phantom and Qin Yu. In a split second, the god had made a decision in his heart. This might be his greatest opportunity. If he could grasp it, the future would be unimaginable. At the top of the god-imprisoning altar, in the golden immortal fire, the god knelt on one knee and lowered his proud head. I, silver frost, frozen sky, a frozen god, am willing to surrender to your excellency and be loyal to your excellency for the rest of my life. True name. When all the gods in the world condensed their godhood, they would automatically generate a unique title. This title was also called a true name. Only the god himself knew it, because once he mastered the true name, he would be qualified to sign the contract and summon the god. Knowing the true name of a god was equivalent to mastering his life. Only the gods with a very high rank in the god system were qualified to obtain the allegiance of other low-rank gods. Today, Qin Yu, as a mortal, obtained the allegiance of a true god. This kind of thing was very rare in the universe. The moment the true name entered his ears, it turned into a mark and merged into his soul. Qin Yu immediately understood what it meant. He took a deep breath and suppressed the joy in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Break the imprisonment immediately." The deity on the god-imprisoning altar stood up, his tone extremely respectful. "As you wish." In front of the crack, Qin Yu's eyes were closed and he didn't release the least bit of his aura. Rather than saying that he was thinking of a solution, it was better to say that he had already given up on resisting. Everyone's hearts sank and their complexions turned ugly. Were they really going to die in the immortal sect today? The Dark Knight Divine's seat gritted his teeth. It was fine if he couldn't get any benefits, but if he lost this avatar as well, then he would really suffer a great loss. But right now, the ones who were more nervous were Qin Yu and the Darkness Divine Seat. The two of them had come with their true bodies. If they died, that would be the end of their lives. Beneath the Yama mask, her eyes were dim. Right now, she was not worried about her avatar, but rather the samsara that she had just taken back. After today's events, the immortal sect would surely know how important this treasure was to the blue sky underworld lineage. The chances of her taking it back were slim. Solitary Westgate's blood-red eyes became increasingly red. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Since he couldn't escape, then he would fight with everything he had. Even if the immortal sect was unfathomably deep and had some great and terrifying methods, so what? Wanting to kill him wasn't simple at all. It was unknown just who would live and who would die today. Only Shen Yuanin looked at Qin Yu's back with a calm expression. In such a short period of time, he had walked step by step to where he was today. She believed that nothing in this world could stop him. Taking a step back, even if she couldn't escape today's calamity, Shen Yuanin was willing to die together with him. This calm and steady expression deeply stabbed into the Buddhist sovereign and nether domain master who had fused into the world of the immortal sect. They were so angry that they began to laugh. Shen Yuanin, don't even think about taking half a step out of the immortal sect. You have failed to live up to the unsurpassed glory of being one of the immortal sect's three masters. You will have to bear the all-destroying backlash. Today you will die and the demon sovereign will also die. Since you are so reluctant to part with each other, then go to the 9 nether hells and suffer together, never to transcend for all eternity. At this time, what the two of them hated the most wasn't the people from the demonic path or the Tao arena, but her who had betrayed the immortal sect. Shen Yuanin's body trembled for a moment before she composed herself. She looked up and gently said, "Even if I face death, I will not regret it." Shuar Qin Yu opened his eyes, a gentle smile on his face. "You and I still have an endless future to protect. How can I die today? He looked at the Buddhist sovereign and nether domain master. Today ends here. No matter what methods you two have in the future, I will take them on. With a punch, a towering figure appeared between the heavens and earth. A powerful aura swept through the world. Standing behind solitary Westgate, the Thunder Kiran's eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. As Qin Yu attacked, this figure also punched out a fist. A wild strength rushed out like a flood dragon, howling into the pitch-black space crack. There was a loud cracking sound like a plate breaking apart, clearly entering everyone's ears. Impossible! The Buddhist sovereign roared. But soon after, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. When his avatar was destroyed, he had already suffered a backlash. It was only because of his terrifying cultivation that he had forcefully suppressed it that he hadn't revealed it. Now that the strength that imprisoned the immortal sex world had been broken, even though it was only a small crack, it was enough to trigger a second backlash, completely detonating his injuries. The Nether Domain Master was in an even more miserable state. The point between his eyebrows suddenly split open, revealing pale white bone. It was like he had been struck by a saber and his face was instantly dyed red with blood. And this was only a superficial injury. What was even more terrifying was his soul. It was the same as his mortal body. The point between his eyebrows had been cut open and his foundation had been shaken to a supreme being of this world. This was an extremely heavy injury. Qin Yu reached out a hand and grabbed Shen Yuanin. He shouted out, "Let's go!" Shua, he was the first to fly into the crack. Solitary Westgate, the Dark Knight Divine Throne, Yama, and the others followed close behind. All they saw was pitch black, like a thick black fog that couldn't be dissolved. Looking at it made one's entire body turn cold. Luckily, a crack had been cut open in this fog, allowing everyone to pass through. Looking at Qin Yu's back, besides the Dark Knight Divine Throne, everyone else had a trace of gratitude in their eyes. Just as he was on the verge of death, he had reversed the situation in a moment of despair. The ups and downs caused their minds to become increasingly agitated. Those whose cultivation reached the tribulation immortal level had an incomparably strong heart. If it weren't for this, it would have been impossible for them to be touched. Within the immortal sect world, the Buddhist sovereign and Nether Domain Master reared their heads back and roared, their voices filled with anger and unwillingness. They had lost their avatars and their true bodies had arrived here without any hesitation. Just as they were about to suffer a calamity, they had actually managed to escape. How could they accept this result? Don't even think about leaving. The Buddhist sovereign stood up. He lifted a hand and grasped downwards. The phantom of a great net flew up from the shattered earth, howling as it submerged into his palm. If one looked carefully, they would discover that every line of this so-called great net just happened to correspond to a crack in the earth. Now that they had escaped from the immortal sect world, it was impossible to kill everyone here. But they had to at least leave behind the main culprit to dispel the hatred in their hearts. For instance, the demonic path's holy sovereign, with his true body's cultivation to control the power of world-breaking, this wasn't difficult at all. Of course, another reason they had to kill Qin Yu was that he could control a divine spark and erupt with a strength that could shatter the imprisonment of the immortal realm. No matter what the reason was, this was far too terrifying. The Buddhist sovereign stepped into the space crack. Mi Gunyuan's every move caused the world to rumble. Every strike erupted with a strength that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Across from him, Emperor Zhou had a calm expression. He leisurely walked between the waves, breaking apart and dissolving the strength that came crashing down on him. The battle of two great emperors caused mountains and rivers to shatter and the sun and moon to lose light. But to them, this was only a warm-up. It was far from reaching the level of a fierce battle. Both sides seemed to have reached some sort of agreement to limit their strength to a certain range. Two supreme avatars of the world's avatars had perished one after another, causing the great emperors to feel a sense of dread in their hearts. They all changed their minds and decided to wait here. But at this time, after both sides collided, they both stopped. They turned to look into the distant skies. There, space was shattered from within and many figures flew out. In the next moment, Mi Gonyuan and Emperor Zhou's pupils shrank. The two of them had intentionally weakened the spatial barriers here. Once the strength of the outside world broke through, it would erupt from here. It was normal for Qin Yu to step into the world from here. The key lay in the aura that spread out from the shattered space. This vast and boundless aura made even their strength feel as small as a grain of sand. It was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Just what had happened in the immortal sect world? Just who was controlling this strength? Before the two of them could think any further, another figure appeared from the shattered space. The Buddhist sovereign had a cold and callous expression. His aura was as vast as the sea. He lifted his hand and the phantom of a great net appeared behind him. The world violently shook, making one feel awe and fear. He made the heavens and earth fear him. With their hearts pounding, everyone's eyes focused on the Buddhist sovereign. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the skies and billowing black clouds gushed out from nothingness, weaving together into a great curtain that covered the horizon. Then, the center of this black curtain suddenly shattered, revealing a long and narrow opening. Then, it opened wide like a strange eye. The eye was pale and had no pupils. There seemed to be some clouds that slowly swept over the earth. At this moment, the Buddhist sovereign who was about to kill, the Emperor Chu and Emperor Zhou who had decided to wait and see, as well as solitary Westgate, Qin Yu, Shen Yuanin, the Dark Knight Divine Throne, and Yama who had just stepped into the world froze. It was unknown what he was thinking, but the Buddhist sovereign's eyes widened. His raised hand froze in place and the cold aura around him retreated like a tide. He didn't dare to move, as if he were afraid that the eye in the heavens would lock onto him. Time slowly passed. That strange eye seemed to be searching for something. Without reason, Qin Yu's intuition told him that this was the consequence of using the little blue lamp's strength. He tried his best to maintain his composure and restrain his aura. The God-binding altar in the world of consciousness rapidly dimmed, completely isolating out the aura of divinity. Even so, the restlessness in his heart became increasingly thick, as if he could be seen through at any moment. Ah! Not too far away, a calamity immortal that solitary Westgate had invited screamed for some unknown reason and turned to flee. He had clearly used a life-saving method and his speed was like a bolt of lightning. But even a true bolt of lightning couldn't avoid the power of the world. A great hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed this person. His pitiful screams came to an abrupt end and he vanished along with the eye in the black clouds. As if a mountain had been lifted from their chests, everyone let out a long breath of relief. They felt as if they had just taken a trip to the gates of hell and survived a calamity. It had to be known that those gathered here today could be called the most formidable group of people in the world. It could be imagined just what sort of pressure they faced. Within the pitch-black space crack, the Buddhist sovereign no longer cared about killing Qin Yu. He turned and left, his figure vanishing from sight. Emperor Zhou and Emperor Chu swept their eyes over Qin Yu and the others. Without saying a word, they left together. The two great emperors felt a lingering fear in their hearts. "Let's also leave," solitary Westgate quietly said. Qin Yu glanced at him and nodded. The female cultivator in the black fog and the old man holding the jar said at the same time, "Everyone, the matters of the immortal sect have come to an end for now. We will bid our farewells first." In the current situation, it was far too dangerous to follow the group. It was safer to be alone. The Dark Knight Divine Throne's voice was ice-cold. "I will go first." Schwar his figure vanished. Yama nodded towards Qin Yu. "Saint Sovereign has helped my Yellow Springs lineage seize back a great treasure. I am deeply grateful for that. I will definitely repay you in the future." he turned and left with the Calamity Immortals under him. In the blink of an eye, only Solitary Westgate and Qin Yu's group were left. The two of them clearly still had things to say. After flying some distance away, Solitary Westgate lifted a hand. "Wait for me to the side." The four Calamity Immortals under him bowed and left. Qin Yu grabbed Shen Yuanin and waved his hand. The demonic path Calamity Immortals flew away. Solitary Westgate swept his eyes over Shen Yuanin. He said in a low voice, "Qin Yu, congratulations." Qin Yu earnestly said, "Fellow Taoist Westgate, she no longer has any relationship with the Immortal Sect. I hope you can understand this." Solitary Westgate nodded. "Don't worry. What happened in the past has nothing to do with Shen Yuanin. I understand." Qin Yu cupped his hands together to express his thanks. Then, he made a promise. "The only reason we were able to succeed was all thanks to fellow Taoist Westgate. In the future, I will do my best to help you revive your wife and child." Solitary Westgate let out a deep breath, the blood-red color in his eyes slowly fading away. "I hope you can remember these words. When I need you, I will look for you." After a moment of silence, he continued to say, "The Immortal Sect has suffered heavy losses, so they should be quiet for some time. But you took away Shen Yuanin, and this is a great enmity that will not rest until one of us is dead. The Immortal Sect will not let this matter rest, so you must be prepared for it." Qin Yu lightly said, "If they want to find me for revenge, then they can do so. If I can slaughter my way into the Immortal Sect once, then I can do it a second time, but next time, things won't end so easily." Solitary Westgate's eyes revealed a trace of appreciation. "A man should have a backbone, and a backbone. The reason you stayed behind is because of that eye, right?" As he mentioned it, his tone was filled with dread. Qin Yu nodded. Solitary Westgate took a deep breath. "The endless years have passed, and it is impossible to determine just how long this world has existed for. But, in the years that it has existed, this eye has appeared several times. But, no matter how many ancient texts are passed down in the world, there is no clear record of this. It is like there is a hidden strength that is constantly erasing all traces of its existence. News of this eye has been passed down through word of mouth, and only a small number of people know of it. Moreover, to be exact, no one knows what it is. But, there is one thing that is certain, and that is that every time this eye appears, it represents a great calamity, a calamity that targets the peak existences of the world." Qin Yu's heart chilled. He instinctively furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at Solitary Westgate, waiting for him to give a further explanation. "The eye that Arena Steward Westgate speaks of is recorded in the Immortal Sect," Shen Yuanin said in a soft voice. She met the gazes of the two people and thought for a moment. She continued to say, "It seems to represent some sort of horrifying strength from beyond the world that captures the peak powerhouses born in this world. As for the specific reason, it is unknown." Solitary Westgate had an indifferent expression. "The Immortal Sect is truly well informed, but this matter is not comprehensive. In the past, I inadvertently obtained a damaged jade slip that recorded many dust-covered secrets of the world. Among them was information about this eye." A strange expression crossed his face. He took a deep breath and said, "Are you willing to believe that the world we live in is only a medicine garden in the eyes of some people from beyond the world?" Qin Yu's frown deepened. "Medicine garden?" Solitary Westgate said, "That's right." He softly chanted, 10,000 years of waiting for a great tonic, plucking it and offering it to my family's immortal." For some unknown reason, as Qin Yu heard these words, a chill gushed out from the depths of his heart, spreading up his spine and through his entire body. He felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. Solitary Westgate lifted a hand and pointed to the world. Then, he pointed to himself, Qin Yu and Shen Yuanin. "This world is the medicine garden, and you and I are the tonic that hasn't grown up yet." His tone was firm and decisive. The thick smell of blood seeped out from his words, making it hard for one to breathe. The world fell deathly silent. Qin Yu suddenly thought back to what the guardian of the war race's inheritance had said. There was a great Tao Realm 8-seal sequencer in the sealed stone world. Could he be a mature tonic? In order to prevent himself from being captured, he had been hiding in the sealed stone world, not daring to reveal himself? But if this was really the case, then what was the explanation for the spiritual god on the god-imprisoning altar in his spiritual world? A great Tao realm was a mature standard, so there was no reason for them to let go of a spiritual god that was 10 times or 100 times stronger. Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, Shen Yuanin raised this point. How do you explain the existence of spiritual gods? They truly exist. Not only do they exist in the ancient texts, but there are also many ruins left in this world from the era of spiritual gods. Solitary Westgate lightly said, "When I first obtained that jade slip, I was just as confused as you were. But afterwards, I looked through a massive amount of information and found that the time when this eye plucked the tonic was likely after the great calamity of the Dusk of the Gods. Of course, there is no conclusive evidence for this. The truth has already been buried in the endless river of time. Perhaps only after leaving this world will we be able to unravel this mystery." Medicine garden? Tonic? Qin Yu let out a long breath. I suddenly discovered that the stronger one's cultivation is, the harder it is to see through this world. Between the layers of fog, there is far too much cold cruelty hidden. Solitary Westgate shook his head. You are still far from this boundary. There is no need to worry too much, or perhaps both our guesses are wrong. He bitterly smiled. It was clear that even he didn't believe this. All right, let's part ways here. After today's events, the Tao Arena will be withdrawing all of its strength. You should hurry back and deal with the immortal sect's retaliation. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Farewell. Solitary Westgate turned and left, bringing his 4 calamity immortals with him. Shen Yuanin gripped Qin Yu's hand. Don't worry too much. Qin Yu met her gaze and let out a long breath. I'm fine. As long as I'm with you, who cares if it's a medicine garden or a tonic? If they don't provoke me, then so be it. Otherwise, I will tear a hole through the heavens and you and I will go out to see just who is causing trouble. But from today onwards, you are no longer one of the immortal sect's 3 giants. Because you are suppressing the backlash of the sublime lost emotion code, your cultivation will be temporarily sealed. Do you feel uncomfortable? Shen Yuanin shook her head. When I'm with you, none of this is important. Qin Yu laughed. Come, let's go home. ######. Chapter 648. Demonic Path, Small World, Holy Emperor Palace. Lanterns were hung everywhere. The atmosphere of celebration soared to the heavens. The cultivators of the Holy Emperor Palace all had smiles on their faces. The reason was simple. His Majesty the Saint Sovereign was going to marry today, and both the Saint Empress and Saint Concubine were entering the palace at the same time. This could be called double happiness. The Saint Concubine becoming Yu Qi wasn't unexpected. But the Saint Empress was incomparably mysterious. They only heard that she was a heavenly beauty. It was no wonder she was able to capture the heart of His Majesty the Saint Sovereign. In the rear hall of the Holy Emperor Palace, Shen Yuanin was more beautiful than a flower. She leaned against Qin Yu's chest and whispered, "I thought we would never have this day." Qin Yu hugged her. "Many years ago I decided that I would marry you, and today I have finally done it, but in the end you have suffered some grievances." Shen Yuanin shook her head. "Yu Qi and I have talked a great deal about the little things that happened between the two of you over the years. Without her, you wouldn't be who you are today. For us to be together, I must thank her. So, I am not wronged and you do not need to feel guilty." "Thank you. There is no need to say thank you to me. Because after today there will no longer be Shen Yuanin in this world. There will only be Ningling, there will only be your wife." The grand wedding was like a dream. Under the witness of guests from all over, it came to a perfect conclusion. Immortal sect. In a broken hall, the Buddhist sovereign and nether domain master sat across from each other. They both held a jade slip in their hands, recording the losses that the immortal sect had suffered in this great calamity. They had lost 13 calamity immortals. 270 cities had been destroyed. Countless ordinary cultivators and vassals had died. Pung! The jade slip in the Buddhist sovereign's hand shattered. His face was fierce and fierce. Wedding, they actually dared to hold a wedding. Good, this is really good. The nether domain master had no expression. What do we do next? The Buddhist sovereign's voice was ice cold. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. His tone became increasingly gloomy. Wedding? Then I will give them a great gift. He stood up and flicked his sleeves. The ground split open, revealing stone steps that led underground. It was unknown where it led. The Buddhist sovereign stepped onto the stone steps, and the nether domain master followed behind him. They walked through the cracks for a long time until they arrived at a hall hidden deep underground. A grayish-white sacrificial altar sat at the center of the hall. It looked like the ashes of plants that had been burnt, and it was deathly still without a trace of vitality. As an overlord of the immortal sect, we share both glory and responsibility. Xin Yuanin has betrayed the immortal sect, so she must suffer the punishment she deserves. Just because she escaped, does she really think she can sit back and relax in the future? Too naive. The Buddhist sovereign's icy voice echoed through the hall. He bowed and said, "In the name of the ruler of the Buddhist kingdom, I ask Immortal Source to kill the traitor Xin Yuanin." The Nether Domain Master bowed. "High Clarity Nether Domain Master, I ask the Immortal Origin to curse the traitor." The altar began to tremble. Faint traces of pale white energy were emitted from it, gathering into a scale above the altar. As the scale fell, a round bead appeared on one side. Shen Yuanin's figure appeared within it. "It needs life sacrifices?" The Nether Domain Master frowned. The Buddhist head stood up and said slowly, "It seems like it's time to act on what we have been preparing for so many years. We have just enough for the sacrifice." The Nether Domain Master frowned. "Now?" The Buddhist sovereign said, "Even if the losses are disastrous, as long as you and I are still here, the immortal sect's background will still exist. They won't dare to tear up the agreement. Moreover, the sinners in the north are even more anxious about this matter than you or I are, but before we begin the plan, there is something we must make in advance." The Nether Domain Master said in a low voice, "Solitary Westgate." The Buddhist sovereign's eyes were cold. "What I regret the most is that I didn't make up my mind to kill him no matter the cost in the past, resulting in today's disaster." He took a deep breath and stood up. "I will immediately make a trip to Rodu and invite Emperor Zhou to join us." The Nether Domain Master frowned. With Emperor Zhou's personality, he might not interfere. The Buddhist sovereign stood up. "I will use half a country as a bargaining chip. I don't believe he will remain indifferent." He stood up and took a step forward, vanishing from sight. "Country of one city, Zhou." At a tea-house on a long street in Rodu, a kind-looking old monk bowed. He wasn't a kind-hearted person to begin with, but for some unknown reason, his heart was stirred with compassion. As he looked at the old monk's travel-worn appearance, he respectfully invited him into the tea-house to rest. "Thank you, benefactor. This old monk is only a bit thirsty. A cup of plain water is enough." The dazed waiter was ruthlessly glared at by the boss. He hurriedly brought up a cup of water at a suitable temperature. As he saw the boss respectfully offer it to the old monk, his complexion couldn't help but become strange. Was this still the same stingy and harsh boss he knew? His head didn't even come out from the west today. The old monk sat in a corner of the tea-house, drinking tea. A moment later, the curtain at the entrance was lifted open and a tall blue-clothed man walked in. His eyes swept over the old monk and he sat down across from him. He looked at the plain water in front of him and lightly said, "A pot of clear dragon tea." The boss looked at the old monk with worry in his eyes. But he didn't dare to say anything. He personally brought up the highest quality clear dragon tea in the storehouse and respectfully withdrew. The blue-clothed man appeared to be around 40 years old. His movements were filled with an imposing aura. He lifted the teapot and poured himself 3 cups. Then, he placed the teacup on the table with a light smacking sound. The space around the tea table instantly twisted. Although nothing seemed to change on the outside, it was actually isolated from the outside world. The old monk opposite him smiled and bowed. The azure-robed man remained expressionless. "What brings you to Rodu, great monk?" The old monk nodded. "I have something to discuss with your majesty." The corners of the green-robed man's mouth rose. "Hiding the head and showing the tail doesn't seem sincere enough?" The old monk smiled. "My true body is outside the city. If your majesty is interested, I will welcome you with open arms." The green-robed man snorted, "No need. Great monk, please speak your mind." The old monk said, "Not long from now there will be changes in the world. If your majesty is willing to help, I will be eternally grateful." The azure-clothed man's eyes flashed. "What do you want me to do?" "Block the dojo master." "Great monk, you really are impolite. Solitary Westgate isn't someone you can provoke. I have no reason to provoke a powerful enemy for myself." "Half a country." The old monk raised a hand and swiped the index finger of his other hand across the air. "I promise your majesty that no matter what the outcome is, you'll receive at least 2 million kilometers of territory around Rodu." The green-robed man's eyes suddenly brightened like thunder piercing through the void. "Great monk, you should know the consequences of deceiving me, right?" The old monk lowered his head slightly. "Rest assured, your majesty." "All right. I agree." The old monk stood up. "Thank you, your majesty. Please wait for news." He bowed and turned to leave. He arrived in front of the tea-house's owner and smiled at him. Then, he stepped out and merged into the flow of people, vanishing from sight. The Great Qin Empire was located in the far west of the land of divinity and demons. The people there were fierce and aggressive, and since ancient times, there had been many arrogant and unruly individuals. Thus, they had formed the world-famous Great Qin Cavalry, and their terrifying combat strength was renowned throughout the world. The border city of Black Horizon City wasn't too large, and was covered in ice and snow all year round. On the map, it was nothing more than an unremarkable dot, but there was a Great Qin cavalry permanently stationed here. This was because Black Horizon City was like the tip of a dagger that stabbed deep into the northern snowy land. They needed to constantly defend against the attacks of the snowy land's sinners. According to the words of the old frontier soldiers in the city, the eyes of those half-frozen and starving sinners were all green. Once they had a chance, they would desperately run to the south. If they were even a little bit careless, they would be bitten off. "This son of a bitch, the weather is getting colder and colder. Once I accomplish some meritorious deeds, I will definitely think of a way to transfer from Black Horizon City. This isn't a place where people can stay." The border soldier wrapped himself in a thick sheepskin coat, spat out a mouthful of spittle. As it fell to the ground, there was a light thud as it froze into a block of ice. Across from him was a stooped old border soldier with a mouth full of rotten yellow teeth and a face full of wrinkles. He mocked, "You brat, you started saying these words 20 years ago, and I haven't seen you accomplish a single meritorious deed." The border soldier straightened his neck and anxiously said, "Can you blame me for this? It's not like you don't know the line of defense that the Empire has set up outside Black Horizon City. It's hard for even a fly to fly in. After the sinners suffered several losses, they no longer run towards us. What can I do even if I want to accomplish something?" The old border soldier curled his lips. "You brat, just be content. Have you forgotten how I broke my arms and legs? If you want to kill sinners to accomplish something, I'm afraid you'll be captured by them and turned into food to feed your family." Just as he finished speaking, his complexion suddenly changed. He stared behind the border soldier as if he had seen a ghost. "Old you, you're at it again? How many times have you used this trick? Even if you're not annoyed, I'm tired of it." His voice came to an abrupt halt as he looked at the flames reflected in the old border soldier's eyes. The last thought in his life was that there was actually a fire outside Black Horizon City. A large head was smashed to pieces. Warm red and white matter splashed everywhere, freezing into various shapes in midair before falling to the ground with a crackling sound. The old border soldier dragged a crippled leg, but his movements were more vigorous than a hare's. The moment his companion was killed, he had already fled far away and grabbed the hemp rope on the balcony to shake it. Ding, ding! The urgent sound of a bell spread through the wind and snow, instantly spreading throughout the entire Black Horizon City. In the tents made of thick felt, pairs of eyes opened at the same time. Enemy attack! With a low shout, the sound of armor colliding resounded as a black flood rushed out. Although there weren't many people, they had the momentum to sweep through the world. They were the cavalry of the great Qin Empire. The thick snow on the ground outside Black Horizon City quickly melted, revealing the frozen earth that hadn't seen the light of day for a long time. Now, a crack had appeared in the frozen earth and orange flames were emitting from it. What was even more inconceivable was that strong sinners were continuously walking out of the flames. Their naked bodies were covered in scars and their eyes were cold and fanatical. When they came together, their expressions became endless cruelty. The knight at the very front of the great Qin cavalry had a dignified expression under his helmet. But he didn't hesitate at all. He raised his spear and shouted, "Kill!" Bang! It was like two mountain torrents colliding together. An hour later, under the horrified eyes of the old border soldier, the last great Qin cavalry fell. His opponent was a tall and sturdy sinner. He picked up a long sword that had fallen to the ground and cut off the head of the cavalry to show his respect to a powerful enemy. He walked in front of the old border soldier and looked at his crippled hands and feet. The sinner grinned and said, "We're back." He just wanted to state a fact and didn't need an audience or witness. So, the sinner raised his sword and cut the old border soldier's body in half. Chapter 649. Juyong Pass was located in the westernmost part of the Great Qin Empire. The bustling military area was now covered in blood. Orange flames soared into the sky, burning the sky red. Sinners! It's the sinners of the northern snowy region. Light the beacon and ask for help. Charge with me. Never retreat a single step. The counterattack of the great Qin border army was like a wave hitting a boulder, shattering into countless pieces. But the Empire's pride and mission made them not retreat and continued to stop the sinners. Unfortunately, they were destined not to be rescued. They all fell in a pool of blood. Their eyes that could not close even in death reflected the cold eyes of the sinners of the northern border. Jade Gate. The sun was setting in the west. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the desolate land. The people fleeing in fear formed a long line. They looked up at the surroundings, their eyes full of despair. One after another, burly figures walked over, stepping on the remnant sunlight. The blood-red light shone on them, making them look like demons choosing their prey. Their gazes locked onto the fleeing Qin people. Not even the women, children, old, and young could cause their eyes to waver. "Commander?" One of the sinners hesitated. The commander was a dark-skinned man. He wore a tattered leather coat and stood on the ground with bare feet. His eyes were full of oppression. For tens of millions of years, how many babies of my race were born and died in the bitter cold before they could open their eyes to see the world? How many elders and women walked into the snowy region to save food? Did anyone have any pity for them? The sinner looked ashamed. "I understand, Commander." He raised his head and his expression became cold. Because this war had nothing to do with identity or right or wrong. If his race wanted to survive, these people had to die. The commander waved his hand. Kill. Within the borders of the great Qin Empire, the demonic fire burned the sky. The sinners who were expelled into the snowy plains of the northern border, the demon race, launched a war to survive. War and slaughter descended on the border of the Qin Empire, which was at the border of the northern border. The flames of war reached the sky, and smoke rose into the sky. In one day, all 81 cities of the Qin Empire were destroyed. More than 300,000 border soldiers died. Civilians were killed by the demon race. No matter men or women, old or young, no one survived. The methods were cruel and bloody. The border was scorched. When the news spread out, the entire world was shocked. The sinners of the monster race, who had faded from the world's sight for tens of millions of years and had been struggling at death's door, actually possessed such terrifying power. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The capital of Qin, Xianyang, immediately responded by deploying an army to meet the enemy, but all the reinforcements were defeated in the battle against the demonic race. It was not that the Qin army was weak, but rather that the sinners of the demonic race were even more ferocious. They were like wild beasts that had gone berserk, madly destroying all enemies that stood in their way towards the south. For a time, there were many dangers within the borders of the Qin Empire. Large swathes of land fell into the hands of the monster race. The entire imperial court was shaken, and they hurriedly asked for help from the demonic path. The northern frontier was an endless snowfield that stretched as far as the eye could see. The demon warriors who walked up the altar knelt down respectfully, untied the bags on their backs, opened them with both hands, and poured the soil inside onto the altar. The great sage excitedly took a few steps forward and took a deep breath of the soil. Trembling, he knelt on the ground and picked up the soil with his 10 fingers, ignoring the blood stains on it. He put it to his mouth and kissed it. Do you see the ancestors of the demon race? The children of my clan have already entered the Qin kingdom, returning to the land that we have not seen for tens of millions of years, the homeland that should have belonged to us. Today, I swear to you that no one will be able to expel us in the future. The children of the demon race can grow up in a warm and suitable environment, and do not have to face the threat of hunger, cold, and death from birth. The messengers of the 10 major clans followed silently. Looking at the increasingly thin body of the great sage, their eyes were filled with worry. They were not sure how long the great sage could hold on. Rest assured, the children at the front line are expanding the territory for my clan. This old man will hold on until they return in triumph. This old man will not be satisfied until I see my clan leave this bitter and cold land with my own eyes. The messengers of the 10 major clans knelt down at the same time, their expressions reverent and sorrowful. Sage, everything you have done for my clan will be remembered for generations to come. The great sage smiled. It is also this old man's greatest pride to be able to contribute everything to my clan. He looked towards the south in the direction of the Qin kingdom, his bright eyes full of expectation. The message for help should have been sent out. Tell the children at the front line that the real climax of this war is coming. In recent years, the cold waves of the northern wilderness had become increasingly strong and the living environment had rapidly deteriorated. The demonic path hadn't relaxed their guard against the monster race, but the current situation of the Qin kingdom proved that they hadn't placed enough importance on it. As the supporter and guide behind the Qin kingdom, the demonic path had an unshirkable responsibility and obligation. After Xianyang's message for help was sent, the demonic path received even more detailed reports of the front line. They were incomparably shocked by the combat strength of the sinners of the monster race, and they also experienced the panic and fear of the entire Qin kingdom. The monster race was like a group of ghosts from hell, spreading through the lands of the Qin kingdom like a plague. Wherever they went, everything was destroyed. Every breath of time, countless people of the Qin kingdom died in the war. Tens of millions of years ago, The monster race was the most formidable force in the land of divinity and demons. Even though they were exiled to the snowy plains of the northern wilderness, the demonic path has never relaxed their vigilance against them. Every year, they spend a massive amount of manpower and resources to collect information on the monster race. The monster army that is fighting against the Qin kingdom clearly surpasses the level of strength they should have. The demon envoy explained as he stood in the hall. Qin Yu frowned. Have you found the reason? The demon envoy presented a jade slip with both hands. Reporting to your majesty, there is a special inheritance within the monster race. The possessor and inheritor of this inheritance are called sages. They have a powerful supernatural ability that can greatly increase the strength of monster soldiers. But there are strict limitations to this ability, and it cannot be used on too many people at the same time. As far as we know, the monster race only has 3 sages, so it is impossible to increase the strength of the entire army. Qin Yu took the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. After several breaths of time, his eyes flashed and he stood up. The Dark Night Demon region and Blue Sky Yellow Springs have arrived. He flicked his sleeves and the doors to the hall opened. He said, Divine Seat Yama, please come in. The Dark Knight Divine Seat's face was still a bit pale. The injuries he had received in the Immortal Sect hadn't healed yet. He looked at Qin Yu with an icy expression. Yama's attitude was much friendlier. She had gained a lot from her trip to the Immortal Sect. Just the 10 tribulation transcenders from the Immortal Sect that had been subdued had caused the strength of the Blue Sky Yellow Springs lineage to skyrocket. Both sides greeted each other and went straight to the point. Qin Yu said, Both of you have received the state of Qin's request for help. The demonic path cannot just stand by and watch. Let's discuss countermeasures. There is nothing to discuss. Either the demonic path directly takes action, or we mobilize other forces to help the state of Qin. That is all. The Dark Knight Divine Seat sneered. The Dark Knight Demon region suffered heavy losses during the battle with the Immortal Sect. If the Demon Emperor wants to help the state of Qin, I have no objections, but the Dark Knight Demon region will not send anyone. His words were filled with thorns. Yama hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, although the Immortal Sect is silent, the demonic path cannot act rashly. We cannot give them a chance. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. I understand what you two mean. Then send a message to Handan and have the state of Zhao assist the state of Qin. We can combine the strength of both countries to repel the monster race. The state of Zhao and the state of Qin had been on good terms for generations, and they were also dependent on the demonic path. It was reasonable for them to help the state of Qin. The demonic path's 3 venerated demonic path made their decision. The news was quickly sent to the state of Zhao, and after some debate in Handan City, they finally agreed to send reinforcements. The will of the demonic path was the main reason. The other reason was that the teeth would be cold without the lip. The state of Qin and the state of Zhao were connected. Once the monster race from the northern border spread, they would inevitably enter the state of Zhao. Defending against the enemy outside their borders, perhaps this was the only thing that the state of Zhao could comfort themselves with. At least they were much luckier than the state of Qin. And since the state of Zhao was so obedient, the demonic path had to do something. They couldn't just order people around for free. As expected, the demonic path sent experts to help. But the leader of the envoy caused the entire state of Zhao to shake. The Zhao Emperor personally came out to greet him. Welcome, Your Majesty Yama. Yama smiled. There is no need for the Zhao Emperor to be so courteous. I have recently been in need of some materials for my cultivation, and the strong monster race is just right. I will go with the army. The Zhao Emperor was reassured. He smiled. With Your Majesty Yama following us, there is no need to worry that the monster race will not be defeated. The supreme martial artists of the world rarely interfered with the affairs of the world. Their power was too terrifying, and they could easily tip the scales. but no one would stop them from dealing with the demon race and the sinners. The arrival of Yama boosted the confidence of the entire state of Zhao. The Zhao Emperor and his officials believed that the outcome of this war was already decided. Then the amount of effort that was put in would be involved. After the war, the rewards would be split. To determine the merits of a war, the process of the war was one of the factors. The number of soldiers participating in the war was another important factor. Our state of Zhao obeyed the command of the demonic path and sent millions of soldiers to aid Qin. Don't you feel embarrassed if you don't reward us well? Under this premise, the Zhao Emperor waved his brush. The number of soldiers sent by the state of Zhao into Qin increased to 3 million. The generals of the state of Zhao led the troops in 3 different directions. They entered the territory of Qin and rushed to the front line. Along the way, the panicking and uneasy Qin citizens cheered. They looked gratefully and warmly at the reinforcements sent by the state of Zhao. The reinforcements from the state of Zhao helped the state of Qin to stabilize the situation. After a few battles, they stopped the advancing demon race and controlled the area of the battlefield. The Qin emperor personally wrote a letter to Handan to express his gratitude to the state of Zhao for their help. The combined forces of the Qin and Zhao armies gradually turned the tables. The demon army sensed that something was wrong and started to withdraw their forces. They concentrated in the few big cities that they had conquered and faced off against the armies of the 2 states. The war between the 2 sides temporarily entered a period of moderation. But small skirmishes and bloodshed were still happening at every moment. The figures of the spies were moving wildly in the empty areas where the 2 sides were facing off against each other, trying to find out information about the other side. The Long Snake River. There was no deeper meaning to its name. It was just because the river was naturally twisted. It flowed through several counties in the state of Qin, like a huge snake winding its way forward on the ground. The ferry that was built on the wide and flat part of the river has now been destroyed. There were large pits on both sides of the river. There was an arrow stuck in the bottom of each pit. Because the arrow could not withstand the explosive force, the surface of the arrow was full of cracks. The combined forces of Qin and Zhao had once faced off against the demon army here. Fortunately, both sides only probed each other before retreating. Otherwise, the Long Snake River would have been razed to the ground. With this river as the boundary, the 2 armies faced off against each other from afar. The invisible and terrifying aura froze the air. It was deathly quiet on both sides of the river. Even the birds did not dare to pass by. In a certain pit near the river, only a pair of eyes could be seen under the mud and stones, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. As a cultivator of the state of Zhao's military intelligence, his mission was to monitor this area and prevent the demon race from launching a sudden attack. Even though nothing had happened for more than 10 days, but as a well-trained spy, he did not let his guard down because of this. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the eyes under the mud and stones, like an eagle in the sky that had found its prey. After a few moments, a figure flew over close to the ground. He must be carrying some kind of weapon that caused the light around him to distort. It looked like a faint shadow. If one did not pay attention, it would be hard to notice him. Just as this figure was about to fly over the river, the pit suddenly exploded, and a black arrow shot into the sky. Besides gathering information, the spy also had the identity of an assassin. Once he discovered an important member of the enemy, he could immediately kill him. As a result, the sky-piercing arrow that he was equipped with was extremely powerful. The figure flying over was almost unable to react before it was pierced through. The arrow sank into the flesh and exploded, tearing the body to pieces. Splat! 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 The Zhao spy leaped out of the pit and quickly searched the remains for anything valuable. Without any hesitation, he turned and left. His mission had been completed. After a quick search, he did not find anything particularly valuable. The spy followed the rules and handed over all the items. The items handed over by the spy would be handled by specialized personnel to avoid missing out on important information. They also had to go through 2 rounds of inspection to confirm that they were useless before they were sealed. Among the items handed over by the spy was a seal. In the second round of inspection, it was found to be inappropriate. The surface of the seal seemed to be carved with decorative patterns, but it was actually an ancient language that had almost been lost. After being translated, it became an order for the demon army in other areas. The content could be summarized as, "Capture the Qin citizens in the occupied areas and transport them to the Red Beach." The order had nothing to do with the mobilization of the army. However, the intuition of the intelligence personnel told the people of Zhao that this matter was unusual. They immediately responded and increased the investigation. After a few days, at the cost of the lives of a few excellent spies, there was finally a breakthrough in this matter. The demon race was going to use a large number of Qin citizens as sacrifices to open a portal to connect to their old nest in the snowy plains of the northern borderline, allowing the major demon tribes to enter. This was a serious matter. The military of Zhao immediately informed the state of Qin. Both sides quickly met and compared the situation. Soon, they came to a conclusion. This news was true. The only thing that puzzled the people of Zhao was why the demon race would personally send someone to deliver such important news. Moreover, the person who sent the message was not of a high level of cultivation. A general of the state of Qin laughed coldly and explained, "The demon race has finally learned to be smart. Within the territory of our state, the fate of the state is suppressed. If they dare to use other means to send messages, they will be easily intercepted. In the previous few battles, we were able to gain the upper hand because we predicted the enemy's advance. As for sending an ordinary demon to deliver the message, it should be to lower our guard. This message is so secretive that even if it is intercepted, we will miss it if we are not careful. There must be more than one such method of sending messages. Immediately order people to check the recently intercepted items. There should be something." As expected, the intelligence system of the states of Qin and Zhao found 4 hidden messages that had not been discovered before. The translated information was exactly the same, so there should be no mistake. A portion of the demon army was already terrifying enough. If the entire demon tribe was allowed to enter, the situation would be reversed in an instant. We must not let the demon race's plan succeed. Chapter 650. Qin Capital, Xianyang. In a secret hall of the imperial palace, Emperor Ing held his hands behind his back as he looked at a map unfurled in the air. There was an eye-catching red dot marked on the map, and next to it were 3 characters, Red Beach. 4 generals in heavy armor, with only a pair of eyes exposed, stood quietly behind the emperor. They did not move at all, silent and as cold as rock. The great Qin Empire has existed for over 30 million years and has been passed down for 4 generations. Today, I do not care about the lives of trillions of people and the fate of the nation. If I succeed, the great Qin Empire will welcome a new life. The arrow has been knocked. I entrust the empire to you all. I hope that you will not disappoint me and break the shackles that bind my great Qin. I promise that if I succeed, I will share glory and splendor with you all. If I fail, even though I am in Xianyang, I will live and die with you all." A deep and dignified voice sounded out in the secret hall. It was like the sound of metal striking against metal, causing the walls to tremble. The 4 generals of the Qin army bowed at the same time. The sound of armor striking against armor filled the air, and the smell of blood wafted through the air. "We will not disappoint your Majesty's trust. We will sacrifice our lives for the great Qin." Immortal sect. The Buddhist sovereign's hands were as clear as jade. His 10 fingers constantly pointed at the void. Each finger caused ripples to appear, leaving behind a point of light that was like a star in the night sky. Yama's avatar is in the great Zhao army. I need to use the art of covering heaven to temporarily conceal the yin and yang energy in order to prevent her from sensing it and destroying my plan." The Nether Domain Master frowned. "Although the art of covering heaven is invisible and traceless, if it is used against a supreme being of the world, I fear it will still be detected." The Buddhist sovereign lightly said, "Don't worry. Emperor Zhou is a wise and far-sighted old fox. Since he agreed to help, he will not allow the plan to fail. With him helping, Yama will not be able to detect it." As he spoke, he pointed a final finger and the vast star chart was completed. All the points of light lit up, releasing a misty light. They were like burning fog, possessing the power to conceal everything. As the Buddhist sovereign pressed his hand down, the star chart shined brightly and then melted into the void, disappearing. Within the borders of the Great Qin Empire, Great Zhao Army Camp, the space within Yama's tent was completely shattered. It was pitch black and seemed to be infinitely large. The samsara millstone hung above his head, rumbling as it rotated. She was currently collecting the power of 6 kinds of souls to cultivate her divine ability. The souls of the demon clan were one of the things that was lacking, and the most abundant thing on the battlefield was fresh souls. Suddenly, a trace of palpitation arose from the bottom of his heart. The eyes under the dark golden mask of the King of Hell suddenly opened, and he frowned and revealed a bewildered expression. Just now, she seemed to have sensed some kind of danger, but it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. When she tried to sense it again, everything returned to normal. Was it an illusion caused by the cultivation of the 6 paths divine arts? Yen Luo lifted his hand and took out a jade archive. He probed it with his divine sense and made contact with the devil path in the distance. After confirming that the immortal sect hadn't made any strange moves in the near future, his heart calmed down a little. "It should be a warning from sacrificing souls," Yen Luo murmured. He looked up at the samsara millstone with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Since ancient times, it was difficult for the King of Hell to have a good end. One of the main reasons for this was that he controlled souls and interfered with the samsara of the world. He accumulated too much karma on his body, and in the end he was punished by the heavens and earth. "Once I finish cultivating the 6 paths divine arts, I will have to think of a way to reduce the karma on my body." Emperor Zhou sat there without moving. The atmosphere around him was natural, giving off an oppressive feeling. His eyes flickered, and he raised his finger as fast as lightning. An invisible force exploded from his fingertip and blasted into the void, dispersing the waves that had just been born. "Two immortal sect friends, are you so sure that I will act?" Looking at the void in front of him, Emperor Zhou's lips curled up. There was no smile on his face, only an endless chill. As he spoke, he lowered his head. His eyes darkened as he looked at the people in the hall. "Ling Tian, have you ever resented me?" In the great hall, Zhang Ling Tian respectfully knelt on the ground. As he heard this, he revealed a look of struggle. His voice trembled as he said, "I don't dare to deceive Ancestor. I have." Emperor Zhou wasn't angry. Rather, he revealed a look of appreciation. "Not bad, this is the spirit that a descendant of my Zhan family should have. Even in front of me, you still dare to show your sincerity. Rest assured, since I owe you, I will naturally repay you. Soon, I will bestow upon you a great stroke of good fortune." The immortal sect used half a country's land to ask him to block solitary Westgate. Emperor Zhou would certainly agree, not just because he had enough bargaining chips, but because the monster race had already submitted to him in the Sea of Purgatory. By releasing the monster race from the snowy plains of the northern wilderness, the great Zhou Empire would be able to restore some of its strength. The one who provoked this matter was the immortal sect, but that didn't mean they could control the outcome. The world should have fallen into turmoil long ago, otherwise how could he have had this chance? Then he would push forward. In the midst of death and blood, the flag of the great Zhou Empire would soar through the world once more. The Qin and Zhao armies appeared the same on the surface, but they had already begun to mobilize on a large scale. Armies passed through space array formations and arrived at predetermined strategic points. As time passed, a giant pocket quietly took shape. Once the monster army entered, it would close in and the monster army would be completely annihilated. Xianying City, Emperor Ying's decree arrived in front of the army along with the 4 generals. The Qin army cheered and their morale soared. As the 4 strongest military gods of the Qin Empire, they had fought hundreds of battles for countless years and had never tasted defeat. They had already become the true spiritual leaders of the army. From this, one could see the Qin Empire's determination. After a short discussion in Handan, the Zhao Empire sent a group of powerhouses into the army. Now that the time had arrived to compete for merits, they naturally couldn't fall behind. An incomplete count showed that the Qin and Zhao empires had mobilized a total of nearly 10 million soldiers. They were just waiting for a single order to deliver a fatal blow to the monster race. Before the war began, no one expected that the Qin and Zhao empires, who were working closely together, would become the protagonists of this great historical event. This would cause the land of divinity and demons to fall into unprecedented chaos and turmoil. The curtains were about to open and everyone had their own plans. But what would the final result be? Would it really be as they thought? Everything would be left to time to verify. A long time ago, Red Sand Valley was a place where a great river flowed through. Afterwards, the land changed and the river changed directions. This caused the riverbank to gradually dry up, exposing the red gravel that had settled at the bottom of the river. Underneath the sun and wind, the gravel shattered and turned into red sand, becoming today's Red Sand Valley. The terrain here was low-lying. Although there were some ponds and lakes formed by falling rain, the land was incomparably barren and it was difficult for plants to grow. Beneath the sunlight, it seemed as if the earth had been dyed red with blood, giving off an ominous feeling. Thus, no one came here all year round. But now, this desolate land was particularly lively. Teams of tall and sturdy monster race warriors patrolled back and forth, their eyes as cold and sharp as an eagle's. The center of the riverbank was distorted, and one could only vaguely see the phantom of a giant altar. All aura was isolated by the distortion of space, making it impossible to sense it from the outside. Red Sand Valley was surrounded by hilly terrain. Although the mountains weren't too high, they were extremely steep. As the mountains spread out, it sank down without warning, as if someone had chopped it apart with a saber. At the bottom of a certain cliff, the space suddenly collapsed inwards without a sound. Because of the aura-isolating arrangements, there were no vibrations. 2 Qin cultivators walked out first, holding lotus lanterns. As they poured their magic power into them, the light spread outwards, covering the entire bottom of the cliff. Then, an endless stream of soldiers walked out. First was the Qin army on the left, then the Zhao army on the right. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Even though the 2 countries had an absolute advantage in terms of military strength, they had fought with the monster race several times and naturally knew how terrifying they were. They were a bunch of lunatics who would drag others down with them even if they died. They could not afford to be careless. As if sensing the gloomy atmosphere, one of the Qin cultivators holding a lotus lantern smiled and said, "Everyone can talk, as long as you don't use your cultivation." He looked in the direction of the Zhao army. "I think our comrades in Zhao will agree with this." The cultivator in charge of concealing his aura in the Zhao army nodded. "That's right." The atmosphere in the army relaxed slightly. A Qin soldier who was close to the 2 armies turned to look at the Zhao army not far away. "Brother, where are you from?" "I went to the Zhao Empire once in my early years. Perhaps I've been there before." Zhao Jun smiled. He said in a low voice, "My hometown is in the northern plains. It is a relatively remote location. Brother, you shouldn't have been there before." Qin Jun reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "This time, we have defeated the demon race. The Qin and Zhao kingdoms will be an unbreakable brotherhood. There will be plenty of opportunities for us in the military to get closer. Who knows, maybe one day I will go there. At that time, if we become brothers again, we must entertain them. Zhao Jun patted his chest. There's no need to say anything else. When the Qin brothers come, I will definitely have my wife make you some good dishes. Brother, you're married? Do you have a baby? As the Qin soldier spoke, his complexion suddenly changed. Zhao Jun thought he had spoken of something sad. He quickly comforted him. Marriage is only a matter of time. Brother, there is no need to worry. Demonic path, Holy Emperor Palace. Qin Yu suddenly put down his teacup. He stood up and looked up into the skies. His eyebrows furrowed together. Ning Ling was puzzled. What is it? Outside the pavilion, Yu Qi, who was trimming the flowers, also turned around. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He slowly said, I don't know, but I always feel that something is wrong. It's as if something is about to happen. Ning Ling's eyes flashed. Have you been too nervous recently? Qin Yu shook his head. Don't think too much about it. It has nothing to do with the immortal sect. As he spoke to her, his heart skipped a beat. That uncomfortable feeling became increasingly thick. Had the immortal sect really done something? If everything was normal with the demonic path, then where would they act? Shua Qin Yu fiercely looked up, his expression icy cold. The Qin Empire's battlefield. The Qin soldier lowered his head. His mood became gloomy. After several breaths of time, he said, Brother of the Zhao Empire, I am sorry. Puff, the Qin Empire's standard long sword pierced through Zhao Jun's chest. Strength exploded within his body, crushing his vitality to pieces. Blood gushed out from every orifice of Zhao Jun's head and his eyes widened in shock. Why? Unfortunately, this question was destined to remain unanswered. A soldier's number one rule was to obey orders. The Qin soldier that killed him also understood why he had received such an order. But this was a joint order from the four war gods, and it had been sent to the token stone in his body, so it couldn't be wrong. The area beneath the cliff instantly turned into an Azura hell. Caught off guard, the Zhao army suffered heavy casualties. At the same time, the monster army in Red Beach Valley suddenly rushed out. Like a crazy python, it crazily rushed towards the main camp of the Zhao army. The Qin Empire had rebelled and joined forces with the monster army to lay down an inescapable net. The Zhao Empire's army of 3 million had been completely lost. One of the world's most revered demonic path giants, Yama's avatar, had died, and he had used self-detonation as the price to send away the inheritance treasure Samsara. This news spread through the land of divinity and demons like a hurricane, causing an uproar throughout the world. In the great Qin capital of Xianyang, Emperor Ing ascended the crop altar and prayed to his ancestors. He announced to the world that the death of the great emperor who founded the Qin Empire was caused by the demonic path. He listed the evil deeds that the demonic path had committed over the years, making it clear that the great Qin rebellion today was justified. From this point on, there was no longer any possibility of the Qin Empire's rebellion being abetted. All of the influences in the land of divinity and demons gathered their attention. First, the demonic path joined forces with the Tao arena to slaughter their way into the immortal sect, causing the Buddhist sovereign and nether domain master's avatars to die, and causing the immortal sect to suffer heavy casualties. Now, the Qin Empire had made a comeback and swallowed up the Zhao Empire's army of 3 million, becoming irreconcilable enemies with the demonic path. Countless people couldn't help but sigh. These were truly troubled times. No one was an idiot. If there wasn't enough support, no matter how tyrannical the Qin Empire was, they wouldn't dare to break off relations with the demonic path. Although they hadn't seen any traces of the immortal sect's actions, it would be a joke to say that this matter had nothing to do with them. It was impossible for things to end like this. The demonic path had always been overbearing and didn't want to suffer the slightest loss. How could they possibly endure this matter? The true storm was yet to come. Cheening brat. In the blue sky's Yellow Springs main palace area, Yama's angry screams echoed through the air. Her luck wasn't too good. Not only had her avatar been killed, but her main body had suffered a tremendous backlash. Moreover, the 6 supernatural powers she had just cultivated were destroyed. If she wanted to cultivate them again, the difficulty would increase by more than 10 times. It would be nearly impossible to reach large success. How could she not hate this? But no matter how angry she was, Yama hadn't lost her reason. She was well aware that the Qin Empire had laid down an inescapable net. If her true body went there, it would be hard to say whether or not she would be able to take revenge. If she wasn't careful, there was a high chance she would be killed and all her cultivation would go down the drain. At this time, Yama received a message from the Holy Emperor Palace. She stood up and vanished from sight. In the next moment, Yama walked out from space. As everyone knelt to the ground and bowed, she stepped into the grand hall. The Dark Knight Divine Seat had already arrived. As Yama entered, 9 stone doors fell down, isolating the outside world. Qin Yu went straight to the point. He said, "Yama, tell us everything you know." Yama nodded. Her icy voice flowed out from beneath her mask. Everything happened too suddenly. By the time I realized something was wrong, I had already messed up my plan. 3 god-slaying crossbows shot towards me at the same time. I was suppressed by the power of the rules and was unable to dodge. My avatar immediately fell into a desperate situation. In the final moment, I had no choice but to blow up my avatar and send the Samsara treasure back to the demonic path's small world. The Dark Knight Divine Seat frowned. In other words, you didn't even see your true opponent before your avatar was killed? Yama fiercely turned around. The Divine Seat can try being targeted by 3 god-slaying crossbows and then being ambushed. Let's see if you can avoid it. Humph! The Dark Knight Divine Seat's complexion was ugly. Qin Yu said, "You too, now is not the time to argue." The Zhao Empire respected the will of the demonic path and sent 3 million troops to reinforce the Great Qin. Now, the demonic path must give an explanation. Moreover, the matter of the Qin Empire betraying the demonic path must be dealt with as soon as possible. He had no expression. Although Yama didn't see the enemy, you and I both know that the Qin Empire's betrayal is related to the Immortal Sect. The fact that the Zhao Empire's 3 million troops weren't immediately killed is a bait that forces us to take action. The Dark Knight Divine Seat sneered. If we know it's a trap, do we still want to jump in? Qin Yu lightly said, "At this time, the demonic path has no place to retreat. No matter what scruples you two have, we must take a trip to the Qin Empire and bring this matter to an end, otherwise, how can the demonic path gain a foothold in the land of divinity and demons? What face do you and I have to continue to wield the authority of the demonic path?" The Darkness Divine Priest's face darkened, but he had no choice but to admit that this was the truth. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only keep his mouth shut. Chapter 651. Holy Emperor Palestine Yu smiled at Ning Ling and Yu Qi. "Don't worry. I will go to the great Qin Empire with the Dark Knight Divine Throne and the Yellow Springs Yama. The Dao Arena Master will follow in secret. Even if this is a trap laid down by the Immortal Sect, it is impossible for it to pose a threat to us." He stood up and swept his eyes over the 2 women. "I'm leaving. Just wait for me to return." He turned and quickly left. The warmth in his eyes faded away like a tide, turning into an icy chill. At this time, he suddenly realized that if he didn't eliminate the Immortal Sect, he feared he wouldn't be able to have peace in the future. Whether the Nether Domain Master and Yellow Springs Yama were willing or not, they had no choice in the matter of the Qin Empire's rebellion. Just as Qin Yu had said, the demonic path had nowhere to retreat. If they couldn't settle this matter, then the demonic path would lose their deterrence to the world. This would lead to a series of unpredictable dangers. When Qin Yu arrived, The two of them were staring at each other in silence. There was a worry in their eyes that they couldn't suppress. This was because today they had come with their true bodies. He knew that the immortal sect was plotting against him, and that he would inevitably face the Buddhist nation sovereign and the Nether Domain Master when he went to the Great Qin Empire. If he sent his avatar out, that would only be sending himself to his death. The Dark Knight Divine Throne said gravely, "Sacred Emperor, should we wait a little longer? Now that the situation is unclear, if we act rashly, we will definitely be in a passive position." Qin Yu shook his head. "We can wait, but Zhao's 3 million soldiers cannot wait. Zhao's Handan cannot wait. The world cannot wait either." He looked at Yama and said, "Your clone was killed and suffered a backlash, so your main body is currently in a weakened state. After you descend to Great Qin, act according to the situation." Yama said, "Many thanks for the reminder, Holy Emperor. Let's set off." "Alright." Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. With a loud rumble, the phantom of the Holy Emperor Palace appeared in the skies. A powerful aura erupted from it, instantly opening up a space channel. Shuar, Qin Yu and Yama stepped in. The Dark Knight Divine seat paled, but he had no choice but to follow behind them. The three sects of diabolism worked together to fight against the immortal sect. If something happened to the Holy Emperor Palace and the Netherworld lineage, the Night Devil area would only be destroyed. They might even be more miserable than the Holy Emperor Palace and the Yellow Spring lineage. After all, the diabolism was cruel and domineering, and most of them were cultivators of the Dark Night Devil region. In the Qin Kingdom, with the Red Beach Valley as the center, the sky within a radius of 100,000 li was covered by clouds. Even though one could see the sun overhead, it was a miserable white without any warmth. The land was covered with a layer of paleness. Countless black pillars of smoke rose into the sky. They were not caused by the burning of fire. At the end of these pillars of smoke were groups of unconscious Zhao Kingdom warriors. They were thrown into a deep pit in the ground. Their bodies were messily stacked together, and their exposed faces were twisted and twitching, full of pain. A black mountain broke out of the earth. The mountain was steep and sharp like a spear, pointing straight into the sky. A cold and terrifying aura emanated from it. At the peak of this black mountain there was a black Taoist temple. The Buddhist nation sovereign, the Nether Domain Master, and Emperor Ing stood in front of the Taoist temple. Each of them had a different look in their eyes. "Is this the legendary Black Sky Temple? I always thought it was only a legend. I never thought I would be able to see it with my own eyes today." Emperor Ing sighed, a trace of dread in his voice. The Nether Domain Master lightly said, "All illusions in the world come from reality. Legends and myths are the same. The Black Sky Temple is infinitely powerful, but the price to activate it is far too great. It harms the harmony of the heavens. Thus, after the immortal sect obtained it, they have suppressed it until today. In the ancient era of myths and legends, a black Taoist temple descended from the heavens. In a single day, all life within a radius of 100,000 li was exterminated. All living beings had their souls drawn out and turned into walking corpses. Afterwards, several gods took action and engaged in a great battle. The battle was fierce, and in the end, the Taoist temple and the gods vanished without a trace. This was the record of the Black Sky Temple in the ancient texts. It existed in countless legends like a wonderful made-up story, but now the Black Sky Temple truly existed. Perhaps the records in the ancient texts were also true. But as for why it was obtained by the immortal sect and why it had been hidden until today, that was a secret that no one knew. To use the 3 million soldiers of the Great Zhao Empire as a source of strength to support the legendary Black Sky Temple that had the power to destroy the heavens and earth and lay down the heaven-killing earth burial array formation, this was the great gift that the immortal sect had prepared for the demonic path, or to be more precise, it was a congratulatory gift for Qin Yu's wedding. The Buddhist nation sovereign suddenly looked up. He lightly said, "They've come." Endless Buddhist light surged in the depths of his eyes. Phantoms of Buddhas appeared in his eyes, some with compassion, some with anger. The sound of chanting filled the world. The black pillars of smoke in the world suddenly condensed, and a deep rumbling sound spread out from within. Even though the great Zhao soldiers imprisoned in the crater were unconscious, they still couldn't help but howl from the depths of their throat. Their violently twitching bodies were enough to show that they were withstanding a horrifying pain. Faint traces of white aura flew out from their orifices. It was like boiling oil splashed onto a flame, causing the black pillars of smoke to rapidly expand. Space exploded without warning. A wild strength recklessly spread outwards, tearing open long cracks that stretched as far as the eye could see. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Yama and the great divine throne followed behind. The aura of a supreme being of the world was unrestrained. It was like raging waves that wildly crashed down in all directions. This was a grand scheme laid down by the immortal sect to begin with. Since they had entered on their own initiative, it was impossible for them to continue hiding their track. Since that was the case, they might as well do it openly and force the immortal sect to reveal everything. Space twisted in front of them, concealing everything. But they could clearly feel the obscure aura within, as if it were pitch-black mud that could swallow all things. Qin Yu had a calm expression. "Go in." He stepped forward. Like a stone falling into a lake, he passed through the layers of distortions in space. As far as the eye could see, the black pillars of smoke connected the heavens and earth. There was a deep rumbling sound, like the roars of demons. But at this time, what attracted his attention the most was the black mountain in the distance. Qin Yu's pupils violently shrank. He could feel an intense threat from it. "Black Sky Temple!" Yama cried out in surprise. The dark divine throne's face paled. No wonder they suppressed the great Zhao army but didn't kill them. So they wanted to use them as sacrifices. We were fooled. His icy gaze swept over Qin Yu and he continued, "Leave this place immediately. The rumors say that the Black Sky Temple has the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It is enough to pose a threat to you and me." Emperor Ying's voice resounded through the heavens and earth. "For 3 supreme beings to descend upon the Qin Empire is my empire's greatest honor. We cannot leave so easily." He stood up and faced Qin Yu and the other two. A powerful aura broke out from his body, becoming stronger and stronger until it broke through some kind of limit. Within his chest, intense fluctuations of emotions surged. Emperor Ying's eyes were bright. Did the ancestors of the Empire ever see this day? I have finally led the great Qin imperial clan to stand in front of the demonic path. All the humiliation and hatred that the Qin Empire has suffered, I will repay them all. Supreme being of the world. Emperor Ying had actually crossed the line between life and death and stood at the peak of the world. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before regaining his composure. Although this was a bit unexpected, thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable. If the Qin Empire dared to betray the demonic path and cooperate with the immortal sect, then they must have something to rely on. The Qin Emperor becoming a supreme being of this world should be their greatest source of confidence. The Dark Knight Divine Priest's expression became even more unsightly. He growled, "The demon race hasn't even made a move, but the other side already has 3 of the world's strongest experts. Moreover, Yama has suffered a backlash and is heavily injured. We have no chance of victory. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Yama took a deep breath. "Your Majesty, the Divine Throne is right. We should leave first." Qin Yu lightly said, "Do the 2 of you think we can escape?" "Ha ha ha ha." The Nether Domain Master laughed, his voice billowing outwards. "What your Majesty Saint Sovereign says is correct. It wasn't easy for us to wait for honored guests to arrive, so how could we allow the 3 of you to leave so easily? Today, the immortal sect didn't hesitate to slaughter countless people and display methods that go against the harmony of the heavens. I ask that the 3 of you be buried here. How about it?" Qin Yu shook his head. Nothing much. To kill the three of us, that will depend on your strength. The Nether Domain Master's eyes were icy cold. Is His Majesty Saint Sovereign waiting for solitary Westgate? Since that's the case, let's invite him to show himself. Bang! Space twisted between the columns of smoke. Then, it shattered from within and two figures howled out. Across from solitary Westgate was Emperor Zhou. This great emperor who had once unified the world and ruled over all had a dignified expression. He swept his eyes over Qin Yu's group of three. Since I am helping the immortal sect today, I am naturally an enemy of the demonic path. If the three of you do not die today, and want to take revenge in the future, feel free to come to Luo capital to look for me. He dared to act, was decisive, and didn't try to hide anything. He had the boldness of an emperor at a glance. Solitary Westgate sneered. Your Majesty, did you forget to count me in? In the future, I will personally make a trip to Luo capital. Emperor Zhou lightly said, I will be waiting for you at any time. The Buddhist sovereign looked at Qin Yu, a look of pity on his face. Let us begin. Bang! The black mountain violently trembled, and a terrifying aura erupted. The black columns of smoke between the heavens and earth had a single eye opening in them. They were pale white and cold, without any warmth at all. Great Chu, in capital. The Chu Emperor stood in the Grand Hall, his expression dignified. The Qin Empire has rebelled. The conflict between the immortal sect and the demonic path will soon erupt. When two tigers fight, one will surely be wounded. Last time I returned without any results. This time, I will seize a wisp of destiny for my great Chu and rule the world. In the Grand Hall, high officials of the Chu Empire fell to their knees. I wish your Majesty a smooth journey. May you open up a future for my great Chu. At this time, a shadow in a corner of the Grand Hall began to wriggle. Then, two smoke-like phantoms rushed out like lightning. The Chu Emperor coldly snorted and a tyrannical aura erupted from his body. As the great Chu Emperor, he was protected by the destiny of the nation and was even stronger within the great Chu Imperial Palace. Assassinate him? They were courting death. But as the two phantoms were still in the air, they had already blown themselves up. The destructive strength that was dyed red by the blood fog didn't spread outwards at all. Instead, it completely fused into two short swords. Lines appeared on the blades, giving them an absolute annihilation attribute. They broke through the strength around the Chu Emperor's body and sank into his flesh and blood. Although it hadn't even penetrated an inch, the poison within the blades had already seeped in. With a loud bang, the throne beneath the Chu Emperor exploded. His eyes filled with endless cruelty. Hunter God Organization, all of you deserve to die. Bang! In the skies above the Ing capital, a golden dragon of destiny appeared. It roared up and down, its voice filled with anger and unwillingness. The two Hunter God Organization had stopped the suicidal attack of a terrifying assassin, causing the Chu Emperor's plan to die before it had even begun. The war between the immortal sect and the demonic sect was imminent. Whether it was the one who planned it or the one who planned it, none of them wished to see the third party benefit from the struggle. Amidst the countless columns of black smoke, an open eye appeared, pale and icy cold. The temperature in the air crazily dropped. This chill penetrated deep into the soul, capable of freezing the consciousness of all living beings. And what was even more terrifying was that the terrifyingly low temperature caused the 100,000-mile area around the smoke column to turn into a giant block of ice, imprisoning everything within. The Buddhist nation sovereign raised his hand and grasped at the skies. His 5 fingers curled as he pulled downwards. There was a loud rumbling in the skies, like a trillion tumbling waves. A smear of blood suddenly appeared, expanding outwards at an astonishing speed. After several breaths of time, the entire sky had been dyed the color of blood. It was scarlet and viscous, as if it were a sea of blood formed from the blood of countless living beings. Every fluctuation emitted a terrifying aura that seemed capable of swallowing all things and destroying all. The heavens had its own spirit. Its anger was blood, and when the blood sank into the sea, its killing intent clear. This was the heavenly slaughter. 3 figures walked out from the blood-red skies. They had blood-red hair, blood-red eyes, and blood-red robes. Apart from that, their appearances were exactly the same as Qin Yu, the divine throne, and the Yama king. By the will of the heavens, we shall send fellow Taoist to the Yellow Springs. With a deep roar, the 3 figures stepped out at the same time. Qin Yu raised his hand and punched out. Facing the blood-red figure, Qin Yu did not hesitate and punched out as well. The 2 fists collided like comet. There was a heaven-shaking explosion. Space trembled and buzzed, as if it were an iron plate that had been struck. Qin Yu frowned. He stepped back again and again, each step causing the buzzing sound in space to become even stronger. Across from him, the blood-red Qin Yu punched out with the exact same strength. It was like he was punching himself. Without waiting for him to think any further, the blood-red Qin Yu attacked once more. He raised his hand and punched out. A vast and mighty strength erupted like a river. This was the punch that Qin Yu had just punched out. No, this punch was even stronger. Qin Yu felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows. He could actually feel an intense threat from this punch. His thoughts stirred and a deep blue light erupted. The phantom of a sea appeared, wrapping around him in layers. The blood-red Qin Yu's fist smashed into the sea phantom. It immediately set off endless waves. A wild strength crazily surged outwards, wreaking havoc and even causing the sea phantom to show signs of collapsing. At this time, an even more terrifying scene appeared. The blood-red Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and the phantom of a sea appeared around him. The pure crimson color was like a projection of the sea of blood in the skies. He lifted his hand and pressed down on the sea of blood. Then, the sea rumbled and billions of blood-red waves erupted. With a loud rumble, it was like a galloping army, releasing terrifying fluctuations of destruction. The path of water focused on defense, but the 5-element mountain was fundamentally a slaughter cultivation method. Offense was its strongest profound meaning. In the world, water was soft and hard. After cultivating it to a high level, one could transform between hard and soft with a single thought. They could defend against the bombardment of the highest heavens, and they could also destroy mountains and destroy lives. After Qin Yu reached large success in the path of water, his defense was pure. He was still trying to figure out how to erupt with slaughter. But the blood-red Qin Yu opposite him had immediately grasped the slaughter method after he used the path of water to defend. This was simply inconceivable. The blood-red Qin Yu is a projection produced by the world reflecting you. To be more precise, it is a copy of the rules. As long as you use a method, he can instantly grasp it and erupt with an even greater strength. If you want to defeat the blood-red Qin Yu, you have 2 choices. Use a method that the rules cannot copy or destroy the rules of the world. As long as a blank space appears, the blood-red Qin Yu will collapse. Purple Moon's cold voice sounded out in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. The rules couldn't be copied or destroyed. His eyes suddenly lit up like burning stars. The blood-red Qin Yu stuffily coughed as if he had suffered a heavy blow and was sent flying away. Indeed, a will couldn't be copied. Although it was solid, it was essentially illusory. It originated from Qin Yu's mind and was unique to him alone. Qin Yu took a step forwards and his robes fluttered. His aura erupted like a towering mountain, giving off an endless sense of oppression. There was a violent rumbling in the void, as if an invisible hammer was striking the air, causing the imprisoned space to tremble and hum. The blood-red Qin Yu's complexion changed. He roared and the sea of blood appeared once more, wrapping around his body as if he had fused with it. Then, the sea of blood rushed forwards, wanting to swallow him up. An aura of annihilation spread out from the sea of blood. Qin Yu didn't doubt that if he was swallowed up, the sea of blood would instantly explode. But his expression was calm. He looked at the howling sea of blood and lightly said, "It's too late." Bang! There was another explosion in the void. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the power of the rules began to collapse. There was an unwilling roar from the sea of blood. It was like a phantom, twisting and disappearing. Black Mountain Peak, in front of Black Sky Temple. Emperor Ying's eyes darkened. The Qin Empire had betrayed the demonic path, and there was no turning back. If the demonic path wasn't destroyed, how could he feel at ease? Earth burial! The deep roar was filled with an endless chill, like a cold winter wind that penetrated deep into the marrow. With the pit where the Zhao soldiers were placed as the center, cracks began to appear. They connected together, forming terrifying cracks that looked like a spider web. Every crack released a powerful swallowing strength. They fused together, seeming as if they could pull down the sun and stars. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that this devouring energy didn't target the physical body, but directly affected the soul level. It was like thousands of invisible tentacles tightly wrapped around the soul, and it constantly tightened and pulled outwards. The earth had its own spirit. It was split in anger, weaving together into a net that swallowed and extinguished the soul. This was earth burial. The soul space violently shook, as if an earthquake were occurring. An incomparably cold aura covered the soul. One could clearly feel the terror and despair in this aura. Ding ding, the cosmic Seacross bell began to ring. The sound of the bell formed visible ripples that released a formidable suppressive strength. But this was only able to slightly reduce the swallowing strength from the outside. Qin Yu's soul continued to tremble and move outwards. Shwar, his consciousness entered his soul. Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked forwards. His gaze seemed to pierce through all obstacles, falling onto the endless cracks in the ground. At almost the same time, countless howls that only the soul could hear erupted from the cracks in the ground. Men, women, young, old, all of them seemed to be enduring cruel torture. As these voices gathered together, they were like countless rusty nails piercing through the skull and into the brain. This sort of horrifying pain was enough to instantly collapse one's will. Qin Yu's soul stuffily coughed. But his back remained straight and his fingers didn't tremble at all. His dim eyes were like an ancient well without a single ripple. "You want to swallow my soul with just this little bit of skill?" As if sensing Qin Yu's ridicule and contempt, the howls from the cracks in the ground suddenly rose up. If the previous sounds were like nails piercing into the brain, then now they were forcefully stirring. At the same time, the swallowing strength also rapidly rose. Hashtag. Chapter 652. Is this all you've got? Qin Yu's soul chuckled, as if he couldn't feel the violent shaking of his soul space. Although he was smiling, his eyes were icy cold. If that's the case, then don't waste any more time. Shatter. The howls that penetrated deep into the soul suddenly turned into fear, like frost that was exposed to the scorching sun, quickly melting and dissipating. The invisible tentacles that the devouring power condensed to entangle the soul broke one after another like strings that were stretched to the limit. Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. He looked down at the countless cracks in the earth and roared out, "Get out of my way!" Rumble, rumble, billowing waves of sound reverberated through the world like thunderclap. They carried with them a vast and incomparably powerful will that could roll over the world. Ever since Qin Yu obtained the little blue lamp and officially stepped onto the road of cultivation, he had never relaxed his focus on the soul. It was only because of his achievements in the demon body that it seemed like he paid more attention to tempering his mortal body. But the truth was that his soul cultivation was absolutely incomparably powerful. The deep foundation he had accumulated over the years, as well as the 2 lucky chances of obtaining the inheritance of the ancient and materializing his will, were like 2 powerful catalysts that caused Qin Yu's soul strength to rise by leaps and bounds. He was now the human Qin Yu, a true ancient and also a strong competitor for the position of the war race's Chanyu. Materializing his will was a supreme boundary that countless people yearned for, even in the war race where powerhouses were as common as clouds in the sky. Such a Qin Yu's soul strength was in no way weaker than that of any supreme being in the world. In fact, he was even more formidable. Although earth burial was terrifying, wanting to steal away his soul was nothing but wishful thinking. The countless cracks in the earth trembled and collapsed. That chilling Yin aura that gripped one's soul rapidly dissipated. It had already been broken. The divine priest of the Dark Night and Yen Luo stared at Qin Yu with widened eyes. Not to mention the divine priest of the Dark Night, who had always been at odds with Holy Emperor Palace. Even Yen Luo had never imagined that Qin Yu would possess such great power. Even though heavenly slaughter and earth burial had found it particularly difficult to deal with them, Qin Yu had broken through them one after another. It had to be known that he hadn't broken through the boundary between life and death and become a true supreme being of the world. In the future, once he reached his cultivation, he would experience a terrifying increase in strength. Solitary Westgate's eyes brightened. Although he knew he wasn't mistaken, Qin Yu still surprised him every time. This was a demonic path, holy sovereign, that hadn't even seen through life and death. Some people found it hard to sit still. In front of the Black Temple on the peak of the Black Mountain, Emperor Ying's expression became even more ashen. He could not help but feel fear from the depths of his heart. However, he forcefully suppressed this fear the moment it appeared. No matter what, I must kill the Demon King today. Head Buddha said solemnly, Realm Lord, gather all your strength and ignore the others. The Nether Domain Master nodded. I understand. He looked at Qin Yu, his eyes deep and dignified. Suddenly, his eyes turned pitch black. It was a kind of pure darkness, ice-cold and without the slightest bit of warmth. It was like an endless black sea that could swallow and drown everything. The Nether Domain Master said. His voice was incomparably hollow, releasing an aura that left one terrified. The sky is darkening. Whether it was heavenly slaughter or earth burial, although this was the release of the terrifying strength of the Black Sky Temple, its most terrifying strength was still its name. In ancient texts, there was a time in ancient times when a black Taoist temple fell from the heavens. Strong winds rose and thunder rumbled. Finally, the vault of heaven was extinguished and the world fell into darkness. Thus, this temple was named Black Sky. This was the most terrifying strength it possessed. Head Buddha drove heavenly slaughter, Emperor Ying drove earth burial, Nether Domain Master controlled Black Sky. This wasn't because the Nether Domain Master's cultivation was the highest, but because his strength could be superimposed upon each other, causing the Black Sky Temple to erupt with an even greater killing intent. The word Nether could be translated as the Yellow Springs of Hell. To be more precise, it was a place even more terrifying than the Yellow Springs of Hell. What the Nether Domain Master possessed was this sort of annihilation and slaughter power. Thus, the skies suddenly darkened. Then, that pitch-black darkness flowed down like ink, submerging the entire world. Within the borders of the Qin Empire, within a radius of 100,000 miles, the black pillars of smoke that connected the heavens and earth fell into eternal darkness. In this pitch-black darkness, endless destruction descended. The dense forest between the mountains, after the baptism of heavenly slaying and earthly rending, was completely destroyed. The remaining ancient trees seemed to have all their water extracted. The green leaves quickly withered and turned yellow, and the bark cracked open, emitting crackling sounds. Then, they shattered in a gust of wind, turning into fine powder that filled the sky and was swept away, disappearing into the darkness. Towering mountains pointed towards the heavens. Tiny cracks appeared at the base of the mountain, rapidly spreading upwards. Then, the mountain began to break into countless pieces of stone. As it tumbled down, it continued to split apart until it turned into sand that couldn't be held in one's hand. In the broken river, the river water rapidly dried up, revealing the fresh fish and shrimp within. They violently tumbled about but soon stopped moving. Their scales lost their luster and their flesh and blood stuck to their bones. Their sunken eye sockets hid endless fear. This was black sky. Everything was covered, everything was destroyed. And now, all of its strength was concentrated on Qin Yu's body, all for the sake of killing him. The reason was just as they had seen before. The strength he used to contend with heavenly slaughter and earth burial was truly shocking. If they couldn't kill him, then they would surely suffer a backlash in the future. Thus, killing Qin Yu became their highest goal. But in truth, it wasn't just Emperor Ing and the immortal sect that felt a strong sense of danger. As Emperor Zhou blocked solitary Westgate, his eyes turned icy cold. He was already aware that Qin Yu had become a sealer of the sealed stone world, and Emperor Zhou was also a sealer. Both sides were naturally hostile towards each other, so he naturally wouldn't allow Qin Yu to grow. He would use this chance to kill him. Thus, when the Nether Domain Master attacked and Black Sky arrived, Emperor Zhou also erupted. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger at Qin Yu. As his fingertip fell, it turned a strange ash-gray, like a corpse that hadn't rotted away after being buried for many years. It gave off a horrifying feeling. Heart Demon Seed. A low and deep voice echoed out. Each syllable contained some sort of awe that caused one's mind to tremble, followed by a great fear. Everything in the world, as long as one possessed a spirit, they would all have heart demons hidden in their minds. To plant a heart demon wasn't to plant it, but to provide it with a seed to awaken it, allowing it to awaken from its slumber. Emperor Zhou had lived for nearly 1 trillion years. He had wandered between life and death to avoid the great calamity of the world, and it was only through a lucky chance that he was able to perceive this supernatural power. It was the strangest and most unfathomable of all. Qin Yu also had a heart demon. A chill rose from the depths of his heart. He realized something was wrong, but he had no way to avoid it. Shua, his consciousness was uncontrollably pulled into the world of his mind. Now its appearance had changed. Black water flowed on the ground and countless corpses floated up and down. Some were intact and some had already rotted away, even turning to bones. But as Qin Yu's consciousness appeared, the corpses floating in the black water all looked up at him and screamed out, "Give me back my life." Endless hatred and resentment surged out from these screams, instantly submerging Qin Yu. His breath caught in his throat and his eyes widened, because these corpses that were screaming at him in the black water were all the people he had killed over the years. The corpses that were intact were those that had been killed recently and had rotted away for a long time. As for the white bones, it was clear they were from even earlier. There was an uncountable number of corpses, nearly filling his entire field of vision. Qin Yu's heart trembled uncontrollably. He never imagined that he would have killed so many people. The cries of the corpses in the black water became increasingly shrill. "Give me back my life! Give me back my life! Give me back my life!" They crawled out from the black water and approached. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the chill in his heart. But when he lifted his hand and pressed down, his complexion changed. This was because he discovered that all of his strength had disappeared at some unknown time. Fear gushed out from the depths of his heart like dark clouds. He couldn't control it at all. Looking at the corpses that surrounded him from all directions, Qin Yu paled. Within his soul space, the purple moon suddenly shined with a dazzling light. The figure of Purple Moon appeared. Her eyes fell on the closed eyes of Qin Yu's soul, worry etched on her face. Heart demons. The stronger one was, the stronger their heart demons would become. Thus, no matter what cultivation or boundary one had, the eruption of a heart demon was an extremely terrifying calamity. Once one couldn't withstand the backlash of a heart demon, there was no other possibility than death. But after a heart demon erupted, the chances of suffering a backlash were over half, even reaching over 70%. And what was even more terrifying was that Qin Yu was currently in nightfall. His consciousness had fallen into his heart demon and he couldn't resist it. It was impossible for him to resist the destructive strength of nightfall. In truth, Purple Moon still had a choice. After obtaining the divine spark, she had restored some of her strength, and that was enough to escape from today's hopeless situation. But if she did this, all that awaited Qin Yu would be death. A trace of struggle flashed in her eyes before finally turning into determination. Purple Moon lifted a hand and the purple moon phantom behind her shined even brighter. When she first entered his soul space in the past, Purple Moon had remained silent. One reason for this was because she was naturally cold, but another reason was because she had observed Qin Yu. During these years, she had witnessed Qin Yu's rise and had seen through his heart. She had determined that he was someone worthy of trust. Thus, Purple Moon had chosen to make a gamble. She bet that Qin Yu could withstand the backlash of his heart demon. Then, before that happened, she had to ensure that he could live on. The moon phantom shined to the extreme. Just as it was about to erupt, a part of her soul space suddenly collapsed and a great sun phantom appeared in the darkness. Shua Purple Moon fiercely turned around. Her eyes widened as she looked at the sun phantom. As she felt the aura it emitted, she couldn't help but shiver. This is, she fell to her knees. But before she could speak, the sun phantom sent out a fluctuation of consciousness. You should be well aware that my existence cannot be spoken of. All color faded from Purple Moon's face. All that was left over was respect and awe. I greet my lord. I can sense a familiar aura. Do not interfere with what is happening outside. Remember that you have never seen me today, do you understand? I will remember. I will not divulge even the slightest bit of information. Very good. Purple Moon hesitated for a moment. Then, she respectfully said, My lord, please help Qin Yu cross this difficult time. The sun phantom lightly said, You underestimate him too much. After the skies darkened, darkness fell, covering the world. Not only was there no longer any heat in the world, but one's mind also fell into pitch black, losing all sense of the outside world. Solitary Westgate summoned the Thunder Kirin without hesitation. With the help of the god-beast's strength, he barely illuminated the surrounding world with lightning. His complexion was incomparably ugly and his eyes filled with anger. He had placed all of his hopes on Qin Yu. He couldn't allow anything to happen to him. Skies darkened. It was actually skies darkened. The immortal sect had gone mad. Emperor Wen had also gone mad. Did they not know that once skies darkened arrived, it would automatically seize the souls of all living beings in the world and destroy everything? But thinking about these things was meaningless. Solitary Westgate only knew that he had to save Qin Yu. Not even a spiritual god could resist the strength of Skies Darkened. Even if today's Skies Darkened wasn't complete, it was still more than enough to kill a calamity immortal. In front of Black Sky Temple, the Buddha sovereign had no expression. The strength of a spiritual god, Emperor Wen said, he wants to save Qin Yu. It's too late. Emperor Zhou's expression was faint. At the same time as the heart demon backlash, he will also be corroded by the destructive strength of Skies Darkened. Qin Yu will die without a doubt. But at this time, the Nether Domain Master seemed to suffer a heavy blow. His body violently trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible! He roared out loud. The Buddha sovereign's complexion changed. What happened? The Nether Domain Master didn't have time to reply. With loud cracking sounds, his chest caved in. Then, he was sent flying away. The point between his eyebrows ruptured and his face was dyed red with blood. The darkness that covered the surrounding 100,000 miles, constantly plundering the souls of all living beings, suddenly retreated like a tide. It happened so quickly and so suddenly. Before anyone could react, light had already arrived. It was unknown whether or not it was a coincidence, but at this moment, a beam of light broke through the darkness and shined upon Qin Yu's body. It was like a golden halo was inlaid around him. His figure became incomparably tall and exuded an endlessly dignified and noble aura. Emperor Zhou froze. His pupils shrank with horror. At this moment, the Qin Yu in his eyes was like a towering mountain, supporting the heavens and suppressing the highest heavens and 10th earth. This was an incomparably powerful aura, one that was difficult to resist. And he had once felt this aura in the sealed stone world. It wasn't that cowardly coward who feared death, but the master of the 9-dragon coffin hidden deep within the Fog Sea Palace. Although the feeling Qin Yu gave him wasn't as intense as it was in the past, for some unknown reason, Emperor Zhou felt it was even more terrifying. It was like everything he saw and felt was only on the surface. The Black Mountain erupted with a formidable repulsive strength, sending the Buddha sovereign, Emperor Ing, and Emperor Zhou flying away. Then, it rapidly shrank, bringing along the black sky temple as it howled into the point between Qin Yu's eyebrows. It was taken away by him? The world fell deathly silent. Even though the people fighting today were all supreme powerhouses of the world, because of the scene in front of them, they were left speechless for a long time. In the depths of the Buddha sovereign's eyes, trillions of Buddhist lights erupted. It was like a shattered fortune, brilliant and dazzling. He still hasn't woken up from the backlash of his heart demon. He took a step forward and lifted a hand. Layers upon layers of Buddha phantoms appeared in the void, each one hurtling towards Qin Yu. Soul space. The Black Mountain turned into a black dot, submerging into the shadow of the sun along with the black sky temple. I'll leave the rest to you. The shadow of the sun vanished and the darkness rapidly faded away. There wasn't the least bit of aura emitted, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Purple Moon stood up. She looked at the place where the shadow of the sun vanished, her eyes still filled with endless awe and shock. She had figured out many things, but there was also an even greater mystery to her. But she could confirm that her judgment wasn't wrong. Chapter 653. And this was the best chance. The debt of saving his life would not fade even after tens of thousands of years had passed, especially since Qin Yu was someone who placed great importance on friendship. Purple Moon bit her lips. Behind her, the shadow of the moon began to bloom with a brilliant light. All of the accumulated strength had been ignited. Not only did she want to save Qin Yu, but she also wanted to show off her own strength. The friends of the strong could only be the strong. She wanted to let Qin Yu know that she had enough strength to be his helper. Shua with a step, Purple Moon appeared in the outside world. She looked up at the Buddhist Lord's hand. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the countless giant Buddha phantoms in the world. Purple Moon lifted her hand, and a crescent moon appeared above her head. Cold moonlight covered the earth like a drizzle, shining on the Buddhist Lord, Emperor Ing, Emperor Zhou, and the severely wounded Nether Domain Master. The moonlight didn't kill them at all, but it caused the complexions of the four Supremes to change. They couldn't suppress the throbbing in their hearts. What kind of power was this? There was no answer. They didn't even have time to think about it. The pupils of the four Supremes fiercely shrank. This was because a crescent moon had appeared above each of their heads. It was exactly the same as the moon phantom above Purple Moon's head, but it was countless times smaller, like a mark. Purple Moon's expression was cold and indifferent. Her red lips parted. Under the moonlight infinite link. Before her voice fell, the moon phantom above her head burned. That's right, this was the feeling that the blazing light gave off. Then, 4 moonlight swords flew out, instantly piercing through space. They left behind countless afterimages as they stabbed at the 4 Supremes. The sharp and terrifying aura seemed to be able to easily pierce through even 1,000 mountains stacked together. The Buddhist Lord coughed and clapped his hands. The Buddha phantoms in the sky formed protective seals, and layers of Buddha light covered him like flowing water. In the next moment, the moonlight longsword whizzed over. The moment it came into contact with the Buddhist light, the Buddhist Lord's expression changed drastically. This moonlight longsword actually contained an extremely strange power. The moment the Buddhist light came into contact with it, it burst like a fragile bubble. The layers of Buddha light collapsed. The Buddhist Lord roared and space shattered. His figure vanished into the darkness as the moonlight swords pierced through. In the next moment, the Buddhist Lord's figure appeared not far away. His face was ashen and his red kasaya had been torn apart, blood seeping out. The aura of the moonlight swords wasn't too strong, but they possessed such terrifying lethality. There was only one explanation. The level of power condensed into these swords completely surpassed everyone else. Great Tao realm? That shouldn't be the case. Then, who was this woman? Similar to the Buddhist Lord, Emperor Ing and Emperor Zhou were caught off guard and suffered some losses. But the one who suffered the most was the Nether Domain Master. When the little blue lamp had seized Black Sky Temple, he had been in a state of control and had suffered a direct backlash. His injuries were far more serious than they appeared on the surface. Before he could even catch his breath, he was greeted by the Moonlight Longsword. The black netherworld force that was protecting him was instantly torn apart. He could not dodge in time, and a big hole was opened in his chest. The black netherworld energy surged rapidly around the wound, causing the flesh to grow rapidly. However, the wound would shatter again just as it closed up. The horrifying power left behind by the Moonlight Sword caused continuous damage to him. Every time it happened, blood would flow. But this is only the beginning. The Moonlight Sword that whistled past did not disappear. Instead, it instantly turned back and continued to stab at its target. The Nether Domain Master's face immediately turned green. Without caring about his injuries, he directly tore open space and rushed in. It was the same for the Buddhist Lord, Emperor Ing, and Emperor Zhou. The previous contact made it clear to them that they could not block the Moonlight Longsword head-on. After the Moonlight Sword pierced through space, it turned back a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time. Thus, a laughable scene appeared in front of everyone. Under the shadow of the burning moon, the purple moon was silent and motionless. However, the four supreme beings, who possessed boundless power that could look down on all 10 of them, were being chased around in a battered and exhausted manner. They were like wild rabbits in the winter wilderness that were being chased around in all directions. Let alone seeing this, just thinking about it was unbelievable. The Buddhist Lord, Nether Domain Master, Emperor Ing, and Emperor Zhou were naturally enraged. But no matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to stop. The four of them were well aware that everything the purple moon was doing was to delay for time for Qin Yu. Even now, he was still suffering from the backlash of his heart demon. Solitary Westgate's figure flashed and he arrived beside Qin Yu. He lifted a hand to take him away, but before he could approach he was forced back by a formidable strength. Beneath the backlash of his heart demon, Qin Yu's consciousness sank into it. All of his strength instinctively erupted, attacking all life that approached him. Taking a deep breath, Solitary Westgate turned and said, "Divine Throne Yama, come with me. Let's bring Qin Yu away from here." "Okay." Yama flew over. A strange light flashed in the Divine Throne's eyes. He nodded and flew over. Yama turned around. "Divine Throne, although our 3 sides have fought, in the end we all belong to the demonic path. I hope that you won't act rashly." The Divine Throne had no expression. "I don't need you to remind me." "Emperor Ing," the Buddhist Lord angrily roared. Any plan had a chance of failure. When they laid down today's grand scheme, they certainly had a backup plan. Today's situation had developed to this point, far surpassing their expectations. It was impossible for their plan to destroy the demonic path, but Qin Yu had to die. Bang! Emperor Ing walked out from the shattered space. As he heard the Buddhist Lord's roar, his eyebrows jumped up before he fell silent. He took a deep breath and said, "Where are the great Qin cavalry?" There was a dragon's roar in the skies. The golden national destiny dragon appeared. As it roared, it flicked its tail and space was immediately shattered, revealing a massive 6-pointed star array formation. At this time, the 6 stars simultaneously lit up, opening up a channel that connected into the distance. An endless stream of great Qin cavalry rushed out. They wore identical armor that covered their entire bodies, all the way down to their mount. The armor was black and red, and with a deep roar, the black and red colors on the armor began to burn. Every great Qin cavalry was a tiny source of strength. Like 100 rivers flowing together, they condensed into an incomparably terrifying strength. This strength shot into the heavens, turning into a blood-red spear that howled towards Solitary Westgate, the Dark Knight Divine Throne, and Yama. Humph! Solitary Westgate flicked his sleeves and the blood-red spear that approached him shattered. But it didn't completely dissipate. Rather, it condensed into a blood-red cage that covered him within. Faces kept appearing in the bloody cage. They were the cavalrymen of the great Qin Empire who had descended through the spatial tunnel. The Dark Knight Divine Throne and Yama were also facing a similar situation. Solitary Westgate sneered, "You are courting death." He lifted a hand and punched out. A wild strength smashed into the blood-red cage. The faces that appeared on the cage all revealed pained expressions. Within the endless ranks of great Qin cavalry, some people suddenly revealed pained expressions. Blood seeped out from their orifices, but they remained motionless like stones. Solitary Westgate's complexion was ugly. "I want to see just how long you can last." He lifted a hand and punched out a second time. Yama's eyes were icy cold. "I ask the Divine Throne to attack with me and defeat Great Qin's cavalry." The Dark Knight Divine Throne said, "I understand." Bang, bang, the two attacked one after another, their auras swift and fierce. But the former erupted with his full strength and the Dark Knight Divine Throne was only putting on a show. Of course, his performance was impeccable. Even Yama, who was watching him closely, didn't notice anything wrong. Resisting the attacks of the three supreme beings, more and more of Great Qin's cavalry began to be injured. They had already paid a heavy price to forcefully imprison supreme beings. Now that they had to withstand such a terrifying bombardment, the situation became even worse. Bang's space shattered once more. Emperor Ing walked out with a gloomy expression. He didn't care about the deaths of ordinary people, and he could even use millions of lives as bait to cooperate with the monster race to lure the great Zhao Empire into a trap against the demonic path. But Great Qin's cavalry was the strongest armed force of the Great Qin Empire. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were one of the cornerstones of the empire. "My cavalry has already attacked, but they can only last for a period of time." Emperor Zhou's voice was calm. "No matter who this woman is, for her to simultaneously suppress the four of us, she must have consumed a great deal of energy. She won't be able to last much longer. Emperor Ing, before the demon sovereign is killed, Great Qin's cavalry cannot retreat." The Buddhist sovereign roared out, "I guarantee you that no matter how many losses the Great Qin Empire suffers, the immortal sect will compensate you double." Suddenly, the moonlight sword chasing after the four people slowed down for a moment. Although it soon recovered, the eyes of the Buddhist sovereign and Emperor Zhou brightened. She couldn't last much longer. In truth, the four powerhouses weren't wrong, and Emperor Zhou's guess was correct. It was true that Purple Moon had recovered a bit of her strength, but it wasn't enough to maintain the infinite moonlight chain state. The fact that the moonlight sword had slowed down just now was a sign that she had consumed too much strength and was about to run out of energy. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed together as she looked at the still unconscious Qinyu. She believed that if she really couldn't hold on, that great lord would descend once more. But if that happened, her future prospects would be greatly reduced. What should she do? As Purple Moon was secretly worried, and the eyes of the Buddhist sovereign and Emperor Zhou brightened, a sweet and innocent voice sounded out in Purple Moon's ears. "This is a lucky chance to earn favors and build relationship. Big sister can't enjoy it alone. You have to give someone else a share." The cosmic sea-cross bell. Purple Moon's expression relaxed. How could she have forgotten about this little fellow? "If you want to help, hurry up." The marks on their bodies have scattered and I have no way of condensing them again. I know. Shwa, the cosmic sea-cross bell appeared, submerging into Purple Moon's body. The dim moonlight above her head suddenly brightened. The Buddhist sovereign happened to see this. His chest ached and he subconsciously coughed. Soul summoning bell. This was the soul summoning bell that he yearned for. Even in his dreams, old grudges swelled up in his heart. The Buddhist sovereign clenched his teeth. As he saw Purple Moon's aura stabilize, his complexion became increasingly ugly. Qin Yu had fallen into a backlash from his heart demons. It wouldn't be difficult for him to kill him, but once he awoke, it would be impossible. At that time, the great plan that the immortal sect had painstakingly laid down would be completely ruined. Time was of the essence. Emperor Ying's face was so dark that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. With every breath of time that passed, the great Qin cavalry would suffer more injuries. If this was delayed for too long, this famed and powerful army might even be destroyed. So what if the immortal sect could compensate them? The great Qin Empire had gone through 4 generations and gathered the strength of the entire nation to create the great Qin cavalry of today. Rebuilding it was easier said than done. Damn it. You 3 don't just blindly dodge. Although you and I cannot forcefully resist the Moonlight Sword, we can still think of a way to consume her strength. With a loud shout, Emperor Ying punched out with his fist. A vast strength surged out like a great river. Although it was instantly shattered by the Moonlight Sword, the halo of light on the sword weakened a little. The Buddhist sovereign pressed his palms together. Buddhist light erupted like a tide, sweeping through the world and covering the entire space. As long as the Moonlight Sword entered, it would be suppressed by the Buddhist light and its strength would be consumed. Emperor Zhou's methods were the strangest. At some unknown time, a massive amount of gray smoke had appeared around his body. Although it seemed thin and light, it actually contained a terrifying corrosive strength. Although the Moonlight Sword could easily tear through the fog, it was inevitably contaminated by it and corroded by the gray fog. The Nether Domain Master finally stabilized his injuries. Besides his extremely pale complexion, there were no other signs of injury. With a wave of his hand, billowing netherworld power erupted, condensing into a pitch-black fog that covered his figure. Purple Moon frowned. He was truly worthy of being a character that had stepped onto the peak of the world. He was truly difficult to deal with. Although the 4 of them were still trying to escape, the consumption of energy to maintain the infinite chain had risen by a great deal. According to this rate of consumption, even with the strength of the cosmic sea-cross bell, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Suddenly, Purple Moon's eyebrows arched up, a look of surprise on her face. The phantom of a blue sun appeared, hanging beside the moon's shadow. Both sides were yin and yang, but their auras didn't clash. Rather, they seemed to fuse together. To be more accurate, the aura of the blue sun was constantly fusing into the moon's shadow, causing its light to rise once more. Whoosh, whoosh, the Moonlight Sword's speed rose, emitting shrill sounds as it cut through the air. The Buddhist sovereign and Emperor Zhou, who were trying their best to consume Purple Moon's strength, widened their eyes. They nearly cursed out loud. After killing one, another came. This wasn't how they played around. Who knew how many more cards were hidden within this surname Qin's body? If there were another 17 or 18 of them, then let alone killing him, they would tire themselves to death. Within the dark netherworld power, the Nether Domain Master's pale face was filled with grief and indignation. He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, but unfortunately, his eyes couldn't kill. Although he didn't want to admit it, his instincts told him that all of his painstaking preparations today would all be for naught. In other words, Black Sky Temple had been lost in vain, and he had suffered his injuries in vain. Emperor Zhou's eyes were so cold that they could freeze the heavens and earth. The more difficult it was to kill Qin Yu, the thicker the restlessness in his heart became. It was almost telling him that he would suffer great misfortune in the future because of this. The inheritance of the war race within the sealed stone world was something he needed to attack a higher boundary and change his destiny. Originally, Emperor Zhou was filled with confidence. Besides that cowardly coward, no one else would be able to compete with him. But now, most of this confidence had vanished. As if sensing something, Emperor Zhou looked up after dodging the moonlight sword, his eyes falling onto Qinyu. He was going to wake up. He was going to wake up. Within the world of his mind, Qin Yu's black robes fluttered about him, and his long hair flew behind him. His eyes were as bright as suns, able to cause all evil spirits to tremble. His expression was faint and his icy voice echoed through the world. If I can kill you once, then I can kill you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. If you want revenge, then bring it on. The howling corpses revealed fear in their voices. They turned and fled into the black water, turning into smoke that flowed through the ground and vanishing from sight. A deep and low voice echoed out in the world of his mind. This is only the first time. We will meet again in the future. Believe me, it won't be so simple next time. Schwa. Chapter 654. He was completely intact. In fact, by borrowing the tempering of his heart demons, he had undergone some sort of transformation. He gave off an even calmer and calmer feeling. A chill uncontrollably rose up from the depths of his heart. Emperor Zhou's complexion was incomparably ugly. He suddenly felt that he had lost his final chance to kill Qinyu. Ah! Emperor Ing angrily roared. He summoned the great Qin cavalry to stop solitary Westgate and the others without any hesitation. But in the end, this was the result. How could he accept this? And what was most terrifying was that Qinyu had revealed a potential that left one's heart racing. Once he truly rose up in the future and illuminated the highest heavens, he would never allow the Qin Empire to betray him. Purple Moon let out a long breath and nodded towards Qinyu. She didn't say anything, because actions were always more powerful than words. You've all worked hard. Thank you. Qinyu's voice was calm. He didn't express much, but the more he did, the more it showed that he had remembered this in his heart. Purple Moon said in a soft voice, I won't be able to help you anymore. I need to rest for some time. Schwa, taking a step forwards, she vanished along with the blue sun and the moon above her head. Solitary Westgate flew over, a happy expression on his face. Qinyu, are you all right? He looked at the place where Purple Moon vanished and didn't ask any questions. Qinyu nodded. I'm fine, so I fear that some people will be disappointed. He looked up, his eyes as sharp as blades. Everyone, I will engrave today's situation in my heart. After receiving a great gift from others, he naturally had to express his gratitude. Moreover, today was indeed the best chance to deal with the immortal sect. The Nether Domain Master stiffened. A cold chill rose up his spine and rushed into his brain, causing his face to pale. An intense and dangerous aura shrouded his mind. Uncontrollably, a trace of anger appeared in his heart. It had to be known that his true body had arrived. If an accident occurred, everything would be over. Ever since Qinyu woke up, the Buddhist sovereign who had remained strangely silent suddenly said, Demon Sovereign, today we have suffered a crushing defeat, but do not be too arrogant. This is because the immortal sect has a gift for you. No, to be more precise, it is for you and Xin Yuanin. It is to congratulate you on your wedding. Qin Yu's complexion instantly darkened. His voice was icy cold, as if it came from the netherworld. Buddha Lord, I solemnly warn you that if you dare to harm her in the slightest, I swear that I will not hesitate to pay any price to grind your bones to ashes. Ha 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 ha! The Buddhist Lord roared with laughter. Demon Emperor, could it be that there's still room for reconciliation between you and me? Even if we didn't use Xin Yuanin, as long as there was a chance, we wouldn't hesitate to kill each other. He stopped laughing, and his expressionless face exuded a chill that made one's heart palpitate. Since that's the case, do I need to care about your threats? Or, the more you show that you care, the more I want to touch her? Qin Yu's heart violently shrank. Ning Ling was currently in the demonic path's small world, and with the protection of the Holy Emperor Palace, it was impossible for anyone to harm her. But from the Buddha Lord's current actions, it was clear that he had already done something. This unknown caused his heart to turn cold, followed by an even more intense killing intent. Buddha Lord, this seat is warning you one last time, don't touch her. The Buddhist sovereign's lips curled up. He didn't respond to Qin Yu. His eyes fell on the Nether Domain Master. After a moment of silence, the Nether Domain Master nodded. The two of them had reached an agreement. Death God Yuanin. This wasn't purely to retaliate against Qin Yu, nor was it to deliberately provoke him. This was because they realized that this might be the only way to deal with Qin Yu. It was just like how they had dealt with the Tao Arena Master in the past. Although it was a good thing to value relationships and loyalty, it could also be a fatal weakness. For instance, ever since Solitary Westgate's wife and child had died, his cultivation had stagnated and he had fallen into a knot in his heart, unable to make a breakthrough. Qin Yu also valued relationship. This could be judged from his unchanging feelings towards Shen Yuanin for so many years, as well as everything he had done. If he killed Shen Yuanin, then it was likely he would suffer the same fate as the Tao Arena Master, suffering a heavy blow that would make it difficult for him to rise again. There was no absolute certainty in this matter, but the immortal sect had to give it a try. As the Buddhist Lord had said before, there was no difference between them being enemies and not doing anything. But, if they didn't restrict Qin Yu and gave him enough time to grow, then who in this world could stop him in the future? What awaited them, what awaited the immortal sect, was destruction. There was no other possibility. The Buddhist nation's sovereign looked at Qin Yu, a look of pity on his face. Today, the immortal sect, Buddhist kingdom, and netherworld lineage congratulate the demon emperor on his wedding. I hope that you and your wife will like this gift. He gathered his hands together and bowed. Rumble, rumble, high in the skies, an ash-gray altar appeared. This sort of desolate color caused one to instinctively feel fear. Ah! The unconscious great Zhao soldiers in the deep pit suddenly opened their eyes. Their faces fiercely twisted as they emitted shrill howls. Their hands and feet wildly flailed about, as if they felt a great fear. But they had no way to break free. Rumble, rumble, deep underground rumbled, as if a great slumbering beast were awakening. The deep pit rapidly sank and sunk. Dirt tumbled out from both sides, burying the soldiers. In a short breath of time, the 3 million great Zhao soldiers were completely buried alive. They sank deep into the ground, but their pitiful cries continued to echo out from underground. Despair, fear, helplessness. The ash-gray altar in the skies began to gently tremble. Faint traces of an icy white aura rose up, condensing into a massive scale above the altar. The scale sank down. There was a bead on one side. As Qin Yu looked at it, his complexion changed. What flashed within this bead was Ning Ling's figure. In particular, the aura it emitted was completely the same as Ning Ling's. Suddenly, black motes of light appeared on the other side of the scale. The number rapidly increased until they condensed together into a pitch-black sphere. As the sphere constantly condensed, the scale that represented Shen Yuanin's side trembled and slowly rose up. Qin Yu's heart raced. He didn't know what this meant, but his intuition told him that he absolutely could not allow the scale in front of him to reach a balance. Without hesitation, he stepped forwards. He clenched his fist and a wild strength howled out like a flood dragon, smashing into the ash-gray altar in the skies. The Buddhist nation's sovereign lightly said, "It's useless." As he thought, the strength of his fist seemed to smash into a phantom, directly piercing through the altar without causing any damage at all. And at this time, the black sphere had completely condensed and the two sides of the scale had finally reached a balance. The Nether Domain Master took a deep breath. His pale face was solemn and respectful. He bowed towards the altar. "I ask Immortal Source to kill the traitors." The Buddhist nation's sovereign's eyes were like ancient wells. I ask immortal source to kill the traitors. Bang! The ash-gray altar erupted with a monstrous aura. Wild fluctuations of strength rumbled between the heavens and earth. Trillions of rules shook at the same time, howling out in all directions. In the next moment there were two light popping sounds. On the scale, the two black spheres and Ning Ling's figure simultaneously shattered. The scale and the altar disappeared at the same time. Qin Yu's breath caught in his throat. He suddenly felt his heart empty, as if he had lost something that was incomparably important to him. The Buddhist nation's sovereign suddenly said, "Demon Sovereign, let me remind you that there isn't much time left. When the red line reaches your arm, everything will come to an end. After this matter, I know that the Demon Sovereign will stop at nothing to kill me and the Nether Domain Master. Then, we will wait for the Demon Sovereign to descend in the immortal sect." His figure flashed and arrived beside the Nether Domain Master. The surrounding space shattered and the two of them disappeared. Emperor Zhou gave Qin Yu a deep look, then turned and left. Emperor Ing nearly gnashed his teeth. But in the current situation, no matter how angry he was, he could not shed all pretense of cordiality with the immortal sect. Otherwise, the Qin Empire's situation would only worsen. Bang! Space shattered and he stepped into it. Unless he set up a grand scheme ahead of time like he did today, it would be nearly impossible to kill a supreme being of this world. If he wanted to leave, then even if the other party had the advantage, it would be difficult to make him stay. Moreover, Qin Yu's mind was in chaos and he wasn't in the mood to chase after them. As he thought of the altar and the scale that appeared, the restlessness in his heart became increasingly thick. Qin Yu nodded to Solitary Westgate and the others. Then, he tore open space and summoned the strength of the Holy Emperor Palace to open up a temporary channel. Soon, in the small world of the demonic path Holy Land, space suddenly split open. Qin Yu stepped out with a dignified expression and howled into the Holy Emperor Palace. "Greetings, Your Majesty Saint Sovereign." The Holy Nether Guard knelt on the ground, surprise in his eyes. This was the first time they had seen the Saint Sovereign in such a hurry. Had something major happened? As the master of the Holy Emperor Palace, Qin Yu could freely travel through space. With just a few steps, he arrived at a great hall in the harem. Yuqi was under a pavilion. Her eyebrows were furrowed together with worry. As she saw Qin Yu arrive, her eyes brightened. "Your Majesty, you've returned." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "Yuqi, where is Ning Ling?" Yuqi's heart skipped a beat. "What is it?" "I'll explain it to you later. Big sister is a bit tired. She is resting in the inner hall." Before she could finish speaking, Qin Yu turned and left. Just as he stepped into the hall, Ning Ling walked towards him, a happy smile on her face. "Your Majesty." Qin Yu subconsciously let out a long breath. He quickly grabbed her hand. "You're fine. Why do you feel tired? Do you feel any discomfort?" Seeing his nervous appearance, Yuqi blushed red. She glanced at Yuqi and shook her head. "I'm fine. There is no need for Your Majesty to worry about me." Qin Yu smiled and lifted up her hands. His eyes inadvertently swept over her white wrist. His pupils shrank for a moment before he composed himself. "It's good that you're fine. I've already dealt with the matters of the outside world. I will accompany you more from now on." Ning Ling glared at him. How could he say such private words in front of everyone? She didn't discover that there was a bright red dot of blood on her left wrist. After eating a meal and chatting with the two women, Qin Yu excused himself to deal with some matters. After leaving the palace, his complexion darkened. "Your Majesty, the Dao Arena Master is waiting," the demon envoy cautiously said. The feeling that Qin Yu gave him was that of a man-eating beast. Qin Yu took a deep breath and nodded. He stepped forwards and vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared in the hall. He said in a low voice, "Westgate, I saw the change in your complexion just now. Just what is that altar? What did the immortal sect do?" Solitary Westgate frowned. As you heard, that altar is called the Immortal Spring. In the rumors, it is the origin of all strength in the immortal sect, and it possesses an extremely terrifying strength. He looked at Qin Yu and continued to say, in the immortal sect, anyone with a high status will have their aura marked by the immortal spring and obtain the protection of the immortal sect's destiny. This is greatly beneficial to their cultivation. But correspondingly, if they betray the immortal sect, they will suffer the punishment of the immortal spring. Qin Yu's complexion paled. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Solitary Westgate said, first, Xin Yuanin's status is too high. I originally thought that she wouldn't be restricted by the immortal spring. Secondly, such a long time has passed and no accidents have occurred, so I kept my silence. Qin Yu took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I forgot my manners. Westgate, tell me, what is the result of the punishment of the immortal spring? Solitary Westgate was silent for several breaths of time. I don't want to lie to you. If the immortal sect stimulates the immortal spring to send down a punishment, they will need to pay a great price. As you can see, the 3 million Zhao Empire's army is the sacrifice for this punishment. So the result should be very bad. Qin Yu, you must remain calm. The Buddha sovereign's final words were clearly to draw you into the immortal sect. No matter what happens this time, you absolutely cannot be tricked. The immortal spring had already descended. That was more than enough to show the immortal sect's determination. If they entered the immortal sect world once more, no one knew what they would face. What do you mean by very bad? Qin Yu was expressionless. I will not let anything happen to her. I absolutely will not allow it. Westgate, you are the Tao Arena Master and your eyes and ears cover the entire world. You must know how to break through this punishment, right? Tell me, no matter what the price is, I can do it. Solitary Westgate had a heavy expression. Qin Yu, I can understand how you are feeling right now, but I am truly sorry. Sorry? There is no need. Qin Yu turned and left. I will definitely find a solution. That night, he entered the Demonic Path Ancient Records Pavilion and used the highest authority to inquire about all information related to the immortal sect's immortal spring. Only when the night faded did Qin Yu let out a long breath and lay down the ancient records. He rubbed his face and then vanished from sight. Ning Ling and Yu Qi spoke together. Ning Liang lowered her head and smiled as she followed beside them. From time to time she would look up at her gentle big sister and occasionally fall into a daze. Qin Yu appeared outside the hall. He smiled and walked in. I was busy all night yesterday, so I came to accompany you for breakfast. He hugged Ning Ling and Yu Qi and then nodded to Ning Liang. If you're tired, then rest first. We can eat by ourselves. Ning Ling's eyes were soft. Her cultivation was temporarily sealed, so she had to absorb energy from the outside world. 3 meals a day were prepared for her. Qin Yu smiled. After I eat, I will go rest. After breakfast, he smiled and left. His eyes swept over Ning Ling's wrist. That drop of blood was a bit larger than yesterday. Whoosh! After leaving the Holy Emperor Palace, Qin Yu shot into the skies and soon arrived at the Blue Sky Yellow Springs. After finding Yama, he went straight to the point. Yama should know why I have come. Is there a way to resolve the immortal spring punishment? Yama revealed an apologetic expression beneath his dark gold mask. Your Majesty Saint Sovereign, forgive me for being powerless. I understand. Qin Yu turned and walked away. Looking at his departing back, Yama sighed. Immortal spring. That was the immortal spring. Once the punishment came, it was the same as death descending. Darkness covered the world like ink, so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Qin Yu stood outside the darkness. He said in a low voice, Divine Seat, if you can provide a way to resolve the immortal spring punishment, I guarantee I will find a complete divine spark as a reward. The dark night Divine Seat's cold voice echoed out from the darkness. Although I want to obtain a divine spark, I cannot do so. Qin Yu took a deep breath. I will not disturb the divine seat. He howled as he flew away. His fists were tightly clenched within his sleeves and blood seeped out from between his fingers. Last night, he had looked through the ancient texts and gained an understanding of how terrifying the immortal spring was. Even so, he still held onto a tiny sliver of hope. No. I will never give up. Ning Ling will be fine, she will definitely be fine. Qin Yu returned to the Holy Emperor Palace and entered a chamber. His mind stirred and he summoned the distant little blue lamp. At this time, he couldn't care too much about anything else. No matter what, he couldn't watch on helplessly as Ning Ling died. Time slowly passed. The little blue lamp remained silent, not responding to his summons at all. Qin Yu roared, I know you will definitely be able to sense it. Come out for me. His roar echoed through the chamber. His eyes widened and his blood vessels rapidly filled with blood, revealing a deep red color. A fluctuation of aura passed through endless space, arriving in his soul space. Bang! In the dark nothingness formed by the collapsing space, the phantom of a great sun appeared. Qin Yu, I cannot do this. Shua. Chapter 655. The little blue lamp was silent for a long time. Qin Yu, you are the person I have chosen. If possible, I will definitely help you. But regarding Ning Ling's matter, I really am powerless. I'm sorry. Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold. Can't you do it or can't you do it? Answer me honestly. You can't do that. The little blue lamp's thoughts fluctuated. I have already attacked twice in a short period of time, so it is impossible for me to completely conceal my aura. If I attack a third time, it will be extremely dangerous. You should be well aware of the consequences of being locked onto. Qin Yu, I know you are willing to die for Ning Ling, but if we are discovered, do you think Ning Ling will still be able to live? Qin Yu's soul gently shivered. Is it really impossible? With his temperament, his current performance was enough to show that his mind was in chaos. The little blue lamp's thoughts fluctuated, revealing a cold chill. No. Qin Yu's soul took a deep breath and closed its eyes. I understand. You can leave. In the dark void formed by the collapse, the shadow of the sun burst like a bubble, and the space quickly returned to normal. The little blue lamp was Qin Yu's greatest trump card. It was also the last hope he could see right now. But now, this hope had been shattered. The chamber was deathly silent. Qin Yu remained motionless like a withered tree. After an unknown period of time, his eyes slowly opened, the blood-red color in them becoming even deeper. I will not give up, I will never give up. Even the heavens and earth can forget about taking her away from me. On this day, the demonic path publicly issued a bounty to the land of divinity and demons. As long as anyone could resolve the immortal source punishment, they would be able to obtain an unconditional promise from His Majesty, the Saint Sovereign. As this news spread out, the world was shaken. The matter of the Qin Empire had yet to pass, so what did the demonic path mean by this? Who suffered the punishment of the immortal source? Did this have anything to do with the immortals and demons shedding all pretenses? No one knew the answer, but that didn't stop this news from setting off huge waves in the hearts of countless people. The demonic path's holy emperor's unconditional promise. Even though the Qin state had just rebelled, no one would doubt the power contained in this promise. With a flip of his hand, he could change the world with a single thought. Countless people began to move in secret. Regardless of whether it would work or not, as long as there was a sliver of possibility, they would not miss this heaven-sent opportunity. What if he succeeded? Thus, in the following period of time, the demonic path received tens of thousands of methods to break the immortal source punishment. Although they were not complete, it was enough to determine whether or not they were effective. The Holy Emperor Palace was operating at full speed, conducting experiments at the fastest speed possible. However, tens of thousands of deciphering methods would inevitably take up a lot of time. Harem. Qin Yu smiled as he played chess with Ning Ling. She wore a loose dress and her hair was casually pulled back. She looked languid and leisurely, a light smile hanging on her lips. After the game of chess ended, Ning Ling covered her mouth and yawned. She smiled and said, "I don't know why, but I've been feeling so tired recently. I just woke up not long ago, and now I'm feeling sleepy again." Her sleeves fell down, revealing half of her jade-like arm. A thin line of blood appeared from the red dot on her wrist, extending upwards for about 3 fingers. Qin Yu's eyes widened. Then, he smiled and said, "If you're tired, go and rest. A few days ago, a 9-colored golden pheasant was sent over from below. It is said that it has a trace of phoenix bloodline. I had someone slaughter it and make some soup for you. Once you wake up, you can drink some more." Ning Ling blushed red. She nodded and said, "I understand. If your Majesty has something to do, then go and deal with it first." Qin Yu shook his head. "It's nothing. I'll watch you sleep before I leave." He stood up and took Ning Ling into his arms as he walked out of the hall. Her face was filled with exhaustion. She forced herself to say several words before falling into a half-asleep, half-awake state. He placed her on the bed. As he looked at her pale face, Qin Yu felt as if his chest would explode with pain. "Ning Ling, hurry and sleep." She barely glanced at Qin Yu before falling into a deep sleep. After staring at her for a long time, Qin Yu covered her with a blanket. Then, he took a deep breath and left. At the entrance to the hall, a group of maids fell to their knees, their faces filled with panic. "Remember, you cannot let the Saint Empress know anything about her, otherwise I will not forgive her so easily." "Yes, Your Majesty." Qin Yu walked out several steps and met Yu Qi. She had a worried expression on her face. She said in a soft voice, "Your Majesty." After leaving Ning Ling's palace, he no longer had to force himself to stay awake. His face was filled with exhaustion. Qin Yu forced out a smile. "I'm fine, you don't need to worry. If Ning Ling wakes up and I'm not here, help me take good care of her." Yu Qi nodded. Qin Yu stroked her hair. Then, he left the hall. His figure flickered and he instantly vanished. In the next moment, his figure appeared in a giant palace. Countless Holy Emperor Palace cultivators were running around in a hurry. Seeing him arrive, everyone hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty Saint Sovereign." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Continue with what you were doing." The demon envoy had already stepped forwards. He respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty, we have already filtered out several copies. Please take a look." Qin Yu received it and probed it with his divine sense. After a moment, he let out a long breath, his complexion becoming even gloomier. The demon envoy understood everything. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. There are still nearly half of the methods to resolve it that haven't been tested yet. We will definitely find a way." Qin Yu nodded. "Go and busy yourself. I will stay here. If you discover anything, immediately hand it over to me." Sitting on the throne, he looked down at the busy Holy Emperor Palace cultivators. Although he was in the center of the crowd, he still felt a chill in his heart. Emptiness and loneliness swelled up in his heart, causing his eyes to blur. He felt as if he were isolated from the world. In his trance, he didn't notice the passage of time. By the time Qin Yu was awakened by the demon envoy, the illumination array formation in the hall had already lit up. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty," Qin Yu's pupils shrank. "Have you found it?" The demon envoy had a happy expression. "Several copies have been filtered out. This subordinate feels that the last one might work." Qin Yu hurriedly took it and probed it with his divine sense. As he carefully looked over the first few methods to resolve it, he was left disappointed. Although they were indeed extraordinary, it was impossible to resolve the immortal origin punishment. The last one. Qin Yu swept his divine sense through it. He was startled for a moment before he carefully read through it. After a long time, he opened his eyes, his pupils brightening. The foreborn race, the life substitute race, was a race that had a strange bloodline flowing through their bodies. After they signed an ancient inheritance contract, they could exchange anything with the person they signed with, and this everything included all negative threats and injuries. For instance, the immortal origin punishment that Ning Ling was withstanding right now. Once the contract was signed, the strength of the immortal origin punishment would be transferred to the foreborn race member that signed the contract with her. Because of this heaven-defying ability, the foreborn race had long since vanished into the endless river of time. But the South End Mountain lineage actually sent out a jade slip saying that they controlled a tiny foreborn race village. Qin Yu believed that the South End Mountain lineage absolutely wouldn't joke around with him with such a matter. In other words, Ning Ling could be saved, or at least, there was a high chance. Shua, he stood up. I will make a trip to the South End Mountain lineage right now. The demon envoy hurriedly said, Your Majesty, be careful of a trap. Qin Yu frowned. I understand. He stepped forwards and appeared in a side hall. Solitary Westgate looked up. There might be someone from the foreborn race in the South End Mountain lineage. The foreborn race. Solitary Westgate's eyes brightened. He understood everything. Let's go now. Qin Yu nodded. With a flick of his sleeves, he borrowed the strength of the Holy Emperor Palace to open up a channel. The two of them stepped in. When a supreme of the world hurried over with all their strength, their speed was unimaginable. In particular, Qin Yu went all out. In a short 2 hours, the two of them arrived at South End Mountain. Bang! As space collapsed inwards, Qin Yu and Solitary Westgate stepped out. But at this time their complexions changed. South End Mountain was in a complete mess. It was as if a hurricane had struck it everywhere and massive tracts of buildings had been turned into ruins. Something had happened. Qin Yu instantly rushed out. His divine sense erupted, covering the entire South End Mountain. The smell of blood soared into the skies. Countless corpses fell to the ground. There was a deathly silence. There was someone alive? Qin Yu's fist shattered space. After stepping in and reappearing again, he was already outside a grand hall. At the entrance to the hall, a cultivator was lying on the ground, blood gushing out from his nose and mouth. He gasped for breath with difficulty and his eyes were glazed over. Qin Yu instantly arrived at his side. He lifted a hand and placed it on the cultivator's shoulder. A powerful strength howled into the cultivator's body, causing his dim eyes to brighten and his pupils to regain focus. As the cultivator saw who it was, his eyes widened. Demon! Your Majesty, Demon Sovereign! Qin Yu actually recognized this living cultivator. He was the fourth elder who had sincerely invited him to Four Seasons City in the past, Qian Duo. Qin Yu said in a low voice, Elder Qian, you don't have much time left. I promise to take revenge for the South End Mountain lineage, so please tell me where the foreborn race is. Qian Duo tightly grasped onto him. Thank you. Your Majesty, Demon Sovereign, the location of the foreborn race with this jade slip. I can find. The hand holding the jade slip fell down powerlessly. He had already reached the end of his life, but the strength Qin Yu used had stimulated the last of his vitality. Thank you, Elder Qian. I apologize for offending you. Qin Yu took the blood-stained jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. He immediately sensed something and stepped forwards, tearing through space and leaving. The South End Mountain lineage was located at South Qi Mountain. Over the endless years, because the South End Mountain lineage was known by the common people, it became known as South End Mountain. Deep within the rolling mountain range, there was a common-looking mountain valley. In this valley lived a small village that was isolated from the rest of the world. There were a few barren fields scattered around it. The people of the village plowed at sunrise and rested at sunset, living a peaceful life. But today this peace was completely shattered. Terror shrouded the small village. A middle-aged man who was imprisoned in the air stared at his young son lying on the ground in the courtyard. Blood had already dyed the ground beneath him red. Ah! The man crazily struggled, roaring like a wild beast. But his strength was far too weak, and he couldn't break free at all. On the ground, a young monk had a peaceful expression. He looked at the crazed man and revealed a gentle smile. To be able to die in the hands of Buddha is the greatest glory of their lives. Why do they have to take things so hard? Don't worry, I am only borrowing you for a moment. I will soon send you back to reunite with your clansmen. Please wait patiently, there is no need to worry. Just as his voice fell, the young monk's smile brightened. All right, the person this little monk has been waiting for has arrived. You will soon be free. He looked up. Wherever his gaze fell, space shattered in succession. Qin Yu and Solitary Westgate arrived one after the other. In that moment their eyes met. Qin Yu's pupils shrank as he looked at the middle-aged man in the monk's hands. The young monk smiled and nodded. The demon sovereign's guess is correct. This is the last person of the predestined race in this world. But he is currently in my hand. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Buddha Sovereign, there is no need to play tricks between us. State your conditions. The young monk's tone was soft. And if this little monk wants the demon sovereign to die? Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. Buddha Sovereign, I am not in the mood to waste time with you. The young monk nodded. The demon sovereign is a busy man and it is indeed this little monk's fault. Then, let's get straight to the point. This little monk's conditions are. He paused and then clenched his fist. Stop! Qin Yu roared out loud and stepped forwards. But it was already too late. The imprisoned Xianming clan man was crushed into dust in the distorted space. Only then did the young monk finish his sentence. There are no conditions. He smiled gently and gently. He looked at Qin Yu, a hint of joy in his eyes as if saying, Are you satisfied with my actions? Qin Yu shivered and his eyes turned blood red. I will tear you to pieces. Bang! A wild aura shot into the heavens. Winds and clouds surged in the skies. Black clouds wove together, causing the horizon to darken. The young monk shook his head. Today, this little monk only wants to let the demon sovereign experience the despair of seeing hope and then losing hope. I have no intention of fighting your majesty to the death. If the demon sovereign wishes to kill this little monk, then please come to the immortal sect a third time. This little monk will be waiting for you. He took a step backwards. His body was like a stone that fell into water. In the layers of ripples, he vanished without a trace. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Don't think you can leave. Solitary Westgate grabbed him. Qin Yu, don't fall for my trap. Qin Yu punched out a fist without looking back. Solitary Westgate stuffily coughed and was sent flying away. Bang! Space shattered and Qin Yu's figure submerged within. Solitary Westgate's complexion was ugly. He lifted a hand to tear through space and rapidly chased after Qin Yu's aura. 3 auras were separated by a certain distance, howling through the world. When the young monk stopped, he was standing outside a black hole. The inside was pitch black without the least bit of light and there wasn't the least bit of aura coming from it. He turned around, a gentle smile on his face. If the demon sovereign wants to kill this little monk, then come with me. Qin Yu's blood-red eyes fell on the black hole. He suddenly said, Buddha Sovereign, you hope that I will rush in regardless of danger. The monk's smile froze. He frowned. Demon Sovereign, you don't hate me? Hate. I wish I could grind your bones to ashes and send the entire immortal sect into the endless abyss, but I haven't lost my reason. Solitary Westgate had just arrived. As he heard these words, he relaxed. He was really worried that Qin Yu would disregard everything. The Buddha Sovereign had deliberately slaughtered the South End bloodline and killed the last forebear clansman in front of Qin Yu. It was clear that he wanted to thoroughly enrage him. This seemingly ordinary black hole must have some horrifying method hidden within. Once one stepped in, it would be hard to predict whether they would live or die. Qin Yu took a deep breath. I will find other ways to save Ningling. But before that, you can live a little longer. Believe me, you will die, the Nether Domain Master will also die, and the entire immortal sect will be destroyed. This is my promise to you. Schwa, he turned and walked away. Solitary Westgate's icy cold eyes swept over him. Then, he turned and followed. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. Outside the black hole, the young monk watched as the two vanished. The smile on his face vanished, replaced with a gloomy complexion. The lingering throbbing in his heart hadn't faded away. It seemed that Qin Yu's words just now weren't just simple ruthless words, it was like if he said he could do it. The young monk took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He sneered, "Destroy the immortal sect with just you? Wishful thinking." Schwa, he flew into the black hole and vanished. Above the boundless sea, Qin Yu reared back his head and roared. A wild strength swept out, causing the surrounding 10,000 miles of sea to explode. Giant waves surged and terrifying undercurrents wreaked havoc on the seabed, smashing apart the reefs on the seabed. A monstrous momentum surged out like a great calamity, the end of the world. The unlucky sea creatures that were sucked in didn't even feel the least bit of pain before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Most of them desperately fled into the distance, not daring to look back. They only wanted to run as far away as possible. Powerful seafolk lived in the sea region, and they always considered themselves the masters of the world. But the wrath of a supreme being was enough to make them put away all their pride and hide in their lairs, shivering in fear. The seafolk didn't doubt that if they dared to jump out to stop him, they would be torn to pieces by this terrifying demon sovereign. This strength, this aura, it was too terrifying. The space around solitary Westgate faintly twisted. He calmly counteracted all of the incoming strength. As he looked at the rampaging Qin Yu, his eyes were a bit dazed. At this moment it was like he saw himself in the past. After his wife and son were killed, he had fallen into a complete frenzy, wishing he could destroy everything in front of him. However, Qin Yu was still a bit stronger than he was. If he knew that it was the immortal sect that attacked him in the past, he might not have been able to maintain his rationality, perhaps he would have already fought them to the death. After a long time, Qin Yu gasped for breath and stopped roaring. But the roaring waves continued. The strength that crashed into the sea wasn't something that could dissipate in a short period of time. Perhaps because the demon sovereign felt that he had vented a great deal of his anger, he regained some of his rationality. The giant waves broke apart and a terrifying octopus appeared. A seafolk stood on its smooth head. The seafolk braced himself and cupped his hands together. "Your Majesty, Demon Sovereign, I am the Sea Monarch's special envoy. Today, you trespassed into my sea region for no reason and killed a massive number of seafolk life forms. Screw off!" The Sea Monarch's envoy was stunned for a moment before his face flushed red. What he represented right now was the face of His Majesty, the Sea Monarch. He sharply said, "Demon Sovereign, don't be too arrogant. Our seafolk." Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yu punched out a fist. The Sea Monarch's envoy was smashed into the sea like a rubber ball. Even the giant octopus he was riding was smashed into the seabed. Everyone fell silent. Qin Yu let out a light breath. He looked at solitary Westgate and said, "Let's go." "Okay." Schwa, the two of them teleported away. From start to finish, the seafolk had maintained their silence. What nonsense. Against two supreme beings of the world, even if the seafolk were powerful enough, they still wouldn't dare to clash with them. Moreover, the seafolk were split apart, each ruling their own affairs. The so-called His Majesty the Sea Monarch was only the leader of the strongest branch lineage. Chapter 656. South End Mountain. Qin Yu buried all the corpses of the South End lineage cultivators to prevent their corpses from being exposed outside. He looked at the empty and messy mountain gate and revealed a bit of guilt. No matter how it was said, the reason the South End lineage had fallen to its current state was related to him. This was an indisputable fact. Qin Yu took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. Fellow Taoists, I have already promised Elder Qian Duoduo that I will take revenge for the South End lineage. Today, I will seal South End Mountain. When the time is right in the future, I will choose someone to inherit the inheritance of the South End lineage. I ask that you all rest in peace. With a flick of his sleeves, fluctuations visible to the naked eye spread out, twisting space into a powerful imprisonment that covered the entire South End Mountain. After finishing this, Qin Yu turned and left. The silent, solitary Westgate saw all of this, and a slight fluctuation appeared in his eyes. Qin Yu. Solitary Westgate suddenly said. What is it? Solitary Westgate said, If, I am saying if, in the end I cannot save Ningling, I hope that you can maintain your calm. As you can see, my wife and children, even those that have died, have a chance of resurrecting. The vastness of this world far surpasses your imagination. There is infinite hope and possibilities. As long as you live on and become stronger and stronger, you will be able to accomplish anything. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Westgate, I understand what you mean. But, even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance, I will not let go. This is because you and I both know that although the future has infinite possibilities, it is also filled with uncertainties. I can only grasp the present. As he spoke, he stepped forwards, breaking through the void and leaving. Solitary Westgate sighed, worry in his eyes. Although Qin Yu's expression was calm, he couldn't hide the irritation in his heart. He was like a suppressed volcano. Once he erupted, he would release all of his strength. As he destroyed others, he would also destroy himself. He hoped that he could succeed. Holy Emperor Palace, besides the palace where the Saint Empress lived, everything else was shrouded in an oppressive aura. Everyone had dignified expressions. Everyone knew that the matter of saving the Divine Empress was not going smoothly. The Saint Emperor, who had always been kind and amiable, had already flared up several times. At this time, they naturally had to be careful and not make the slightest mistake. But people were like this. The more nervous they were, the easier it was for them to make mistakes. When the Heavenly Emperor, Divine Empress, and Divine Consort were eating, one of the maids in charge of setting up the utensils suddenly trembled and knocked over a plate. The sound was especially ear-piercing, causing the maids behind her to tremble and several of them to drop their trays. After a while, the faces of the few maids who made mistakes instantly turned pale. They kneeled on the ground and kowtowed. We deserve to die. We deserve to die. Inside and outside the main hall, all the palace servants knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. A gloomy light appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. As Ning Ling looked at him, he immediately dispelled it and smiled. These people are too sloppy. I will change them for you. He had wanted to change the topic, but when his words fell into the ears of the people in the palace, it represented an extremely frightening meaning. All the blood drained from their faces. Divine Empress, I beg you to plead with His Majesty to spare us. We don't want to die. A maid cried out, I beg the Divine Empress to show mercy. The main hall was immediately filled with cries. Ning Ling was silent for a moment. Then, she said in a soft voice, Your Majesty. She didn't say it, but Qin Yu already understood what she meant. He forced a smile. When have I ever killed the innocent? They were thinking too much into it. He swept his eyes around and said, Clean up this place and withdraw. Thank you, Your Majesty, for showing mercy. Thank you, Your Majesty, for showing mercy. The palace servants were filled with excitement as if they had just survived a calamity. They quickly packed up everything and left. Qin Yu could sense Ning Ling's probing gaze on his face. He pretended not to notice and smiled. Is there anything dirty on my face? Ning Ling shook her head. She thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, you haven't been in a good state recently. Are you hiding something from me? Qin Yu's heart ached. He hurriedly said, Just what are you thinking? There's nothing wrong at all. Ning Ling lowered her head. Your Majesty, although you and I haven't been together much these past years, I still understand you. Please don't lie to me. Her eyes swept around the hall. These palace servants, although they appear calm as much as possible, they are actually very nervous. I've gone out several times recently and rarely encountered other palace servants. Even if I did, they would retreat far away. No one dares to step forward and bow to me. Also, during this period of time, I often feel tired and I'm sleeping more and more. Not long after I wake up, Your Majesty would rush over. After saying so much, does Your Majesty still want to continue hiding things from me? Qin Yu opened his mouth, bitterness tumbling in his chest. That was right, Ning Ling was an incomparably intelligent woman to begin with. He might be able to hide things from her for a while, but how could she not notice after a long time? But how could he explain this matter? On the other side, Yu Qi had already lowered her head, her eyes rapidly turning red. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became heavy. Ning Ling was originally only guessing, but she couldn't help but feel her heart sink. She forced out a smile and said, Your Majesty, please tell me the truth. Just what is the problem with me? Seeing Qin Yu remain silent, Ning Ling paused for a moment. Is it related to the immortal sect? Qin Yu took a deep breath. He held her hands and earnestly said, It was the immortal sect who played some tricks. They couldn't do anything to me and they didn't dare to come to the demonic path for revenge, so they could only play some crafty tricks. The reason you've been so tired and lethargic recently is because you've been attacked by the immortal sect's curse. But, Ning Ling, you don't need to worry, I am here for you. These are just some trivial immortal sect tricks. I will only need some time to resolve them, and you will be restored to how you were in the beginning. Yu Qi nodded. That's right, that's right. His Majesty will soon resolve this matter. Big sister, you can relax. Ning Ling looked at Qin Yu and Yu Qi, a dazed expression on her face. She seemed to have fallen into a dazed state, as if she had lost her soul. Qin Yu quickly pulled her into his arms. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Now, it seems that was the case. I told you it would be fine, so don't worry. A warm humidity spread through his chest. Qin Yu stiffened. If it really was a simple matter, Your Majesty wouldn't have hidden it from me. Is it because you couldn't find a way to resolve it? Ning Ling looked at Qin Yu with tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, tell me the truth. Pain flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He slowly nodded. It is a bit troublesome, but I guarantee you that nothing will happen, nothing will happen. Ning Ling suddenly collapsed. She hugged him. Qin Yu, you have to save me, you have to save me. I can't die. I can't. Her hand fell to her stomach and her body violently trembled. Yu Qi's eyes widened. She said with a hoarse voice, Big sister, you. Qin Yu's mind buzzed and his consciousness fell into chaos. But, he knew that he was the only one he could rely on in the current situation. He forced himself to regain his clarity of mind and stared at Ning Ling. I am pregnant. I can't die, my child hasn't been born yet, he hasn't been able to see the world. I can't die. I can't, Ning Ling constantly repeated this. Tears fell down her cheeks like rain and she was no longer clear-headed. Qin Yu's heart fiercely shrank. The pain made it hard for him to breathe. In the next moment, he hugged Ning Ling tightly and clenched his teeth. Don't cry, it is not good for the child if your emotions fluctuate too much. I swear to you that I will not hesitate to pay any price to keep you and the child safe. After a long time, Ning Ling cried and cried until she fell asleep in his arms. Qin Yu looked at her pale face, and at her eyes that were filled with pain and fear even as she slept. It was like a fire was burning in his heart, making him wish he could destroy everything. Immortal sect! Immortal sect! He roared in his heart. Yu Qi subconsciously shivered. She hurriedly hugged Qin Yu from behind. Your Majesty, what you should do right now is to protect Big Sister and the child. You cannot lose your reason. Qin Yu gasped for breath. The cruel and ruthless aura around him slowly dissipated, but the feeling he gave off became even more terrifying. Yuqi, take good care of Ningling. Do you understand? His deep and hoarse voice sounded like it had been thirsty for countless years. It was empty without any fluctuations of emotion. Yuqi said, I will not take a single step away. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Qin Yu nodded. He entered the inner hall and placed Ningling on the bed. He gazed deeply at her face and then turned to leave. Ningling was pregnant. This was their child, the union of their bloodlines, but it was likely he would die before he could see this world. No. He would not allow it, he would not allow it. Qin Yu stepped forwards. The ground shattered and space collapsed. His figure submerged within. In the next moment, he arrived in front of the demon envoy. His voice was icy cold. Obtain everything in the shortest time possible, and find a way to save the Divine Empress. The demon envoy's heart fiercely skipped a beat. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. He directly said, This subordinate will immediately do so. Qin Yu's steps were heavy. He walked in front of the throne and sat down. This simple action seemed to exhaust all of his strength. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the chair, his back powerlessly. His chest heaved up and down. Every breath he took was especially difficult. Every breath he took in was like a sharp knife constantly cutting into him, bringing with it a bone-piercing pain. Although he didn't know what had happened, Qin Yu's attitude had already indicated everything. The demon envoy raised his efficiency to the highest level and completed his task as quickly as possible. There were 13 methods, pills and secret techniques, all different. As for which one to start with, that was up to Qin Yu to decide. The demon envoy's tone was extremely respectful. Your Majesty, the Divine Empress has prepared everything she needs. Please take a look. Qin Yu received the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. A moment later, he looked up and said, Start with the first one. Remember, you must be careful. You absolutely cannot harm the Divine Empress. The demon envoy bowed. Yes. He waved his hand. The cultivators in the hall bowed together and left, all of them letting out long breaths of relief. The current His Majesty the Saint Sovereign was far too terrifying. Just approaching him made one feel as if they couldn't breathe. The relevant systems of the Saint Sovereign were operating at full speed. The first method Qin Yu selected to resolve the immortal source punishment was a strange pill called the God-transforming pill. It could extinguish and eliminate all sorts of curse powers. After refining it, Qin Yu took out the pill. With the little blue lamp's strength, he purified and advanced the pill. After Ningling took it, she woke up an hour later. Her mind was much better than before. But as Qin Yu carefully examined her, he couldn't help but feel a heavy feeling in his heart. The God-transforming pill had indeed eliminated some of the strength of the immortal source punishment. The most direct manifestation of this was that the red line that extended 5 inches above her wrist was fainter than before. But the God-transforming pill couldn't resolve the immortal source punishment from the root. At most, it could be considered treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Although Qin Yu appeared calm, Ningling could still feel his true emotions from his subtle expressions. She took a deep breath and said in a soft voice, I feel much better. Don't give yourself too much pressure. As she spoke to hear, she couldn't spit out the following words. This was because she was no longer alone. Even if it was for the child in her stomach, she still had to grasp onto any hope of survival. Qin Yu smiled. This is only an attempt. I still have many methods that will definitely succeed. But less than an hour after he spoke, Qin Yu lost his calm. Without warning, Ningling fell into a comatose state. At the same time, the red line on her wrist grew longer by more than 3 fingers. In a violent rage, Qin Yu directly summoned the cultivators that refined the God-transforming pill. His roar echoed through the hall. What is going on here? All of you give me an explanation. Several alchemy cultivators fell to their knees. Your Majesty, we refined the god-transforming pill according to the pill recipe you gave us. Moreover, we have verified that there is no problem with the pill. Why is it like this? We have no idea. Qin Yu lifted a hand and a terrifying aura rapidly gathered. A struggling look crossed his face. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Get out of here! All of you, get out of here!" Yes, yes. The alchemy cultivators all ran away in fear. Qin Yu paced back and forth in the hall, his entire body filled with a violent and irritable aura. The red line stretched up another 3 fingers and was now within reach of his arm. The Buddhist sovereign had told him that once the red line reached his arm, everything would come to an end. This wasn't a joke. In other words, Ning Ling could die at any moment, and she might never wake up again. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Yu's heart nearly broke. The sound of footsteps echoed in the air. He roared without turning his head, "Leave! No one is to disturb me!" The person who arrived paused for a moment. Then, a voice sounded out, "Your Majesty the Demon Sovereign, it is me." Looking at Qin Yu, who was like a trapped beast in the hall, Yama revealed a look of envy. To be able to obtain such love from the Demon Sovereign, even if Ning Ling were to die here, it would still be enough comfort. Qin Yu turned around. "My apologies, I have been rude. I ask Yama to not blame me." Yama nodded. "I understand. Your Majesty Saint Sovereign does not need to mind. I came here to inform Your Majesty Saint Sovereign of some information regarding the immortal origin punishment." She paused for a moment and said, "If you attempt to resolve the immortal origin punishment and fail, you will suffer a backlash. That is, the strength you resolve will be swallowed up, causing the might of the punishment to become even more terrifying." Qin Yu was stunned. As he thought of the consequences caused by the god-transforming pill just now, he felt his entire body turn cold. No wonder the bloodlines had suddenly grown. Although there were over 10 ways to resolve it, Qin Yu didn't dare to try again. If he failed, Ning Ling would die. Yama revealed an apologetic expression. "I am sorry. I only just found out about this information, so I wasn't able to inform the Demon Sovereign ahead of time." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "It has nothing to do with Yama. I must thank you for your warning. Perhaps this is fate." He was doomed to be separated from his wife and children, separated by life and death. Yama sighed. "Your Majesty Saint Sovereign, I still have some matters to attend to. Farewell." She turned and left, unable to bear looking at Qin Yu's dazed appearance. Qin Yu remained silent. The entire hall was deathly silent, the air so oppressive it seemed as if it would condense. At this time, he was at the end of his rope. In his life of cultivation, he had struggled with great difficulty to reach this day. So what if he had the status and strength to look down on the world? In the end, he wouldn't even be able to protect his wife and child. Qin Yu's body shivered. He didn't know how he could face the fate of Ning Ling and the child in her womb dying together. A trace of fear towards the future rose from the depths of his heart, covering his mind like dark clouds that covered the skies. After an unknown period of time, a weak voice sounded out in his soul space. "Your Majesty Demon Sovereign, perhaps I have a way." Bang! Like a great beast awakening, a wild aura erupted, causing the entire hall to tremble. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He roared out, "Purple Moon, are you sure what you are saying?" Purple Moon's expression was calm. "My method cannot directly resolve the immortal origin punishment. It can only extend Ning Ling's life to the greatest degree. But, to accomplish this is not simple at all." Chapter 657. Purple Moon pondered. "Demon King, have you heard of the witch tribe?" Qin Yu nodded. "I know a little, not much." When he was looking through the books for information about the immortal source punishment, he accidentally read about it. Purple Moon nodded. "The method I mentioned is related to the witch tribe." She paused and continued. "The witch tribe is a strange race. They do not fear the world and do not follow the rules. They only respect the bloodline passed down by their ancestors and focus on self-cultivation. They have great power, but they are not accepted by the world. The stronger they are, the greater the rejection. A long time ago, when the witch tribe was at its peak, there were 12 peerless great witches. Each of them had the power to move mountains and seas. Because they were too powerful, they were called the witch tribe. In order to change the witch tribe situation, the witch tribe decided to carry out a terrible plan. Cut the heavens. They wanted to kill the world's will and make the witch tribe the ruler of the world. The witch tribe's power was terrifying. When they joined hands, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. But in the end, they failed. The witch tribe suffered the backlash of the world and fell from their peak. In order to survive, the witch tribe sacrificed millions of lives and obtained the method to extend their lives from the abyss. They hunted gods and used godhood to exchange for dark power. Under the protection of the dark power, they fell into a deep sleep and waited for the day of recovery. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Purple Moon, you know the method? Are you sure it can resist the power of the immortal source? Purple Moon said, the shaman tribe calls it the continuation of shaman life. It withstands the destructive attacks of heaven and earth. I don't know what the immortal source is, but it also uses the power of heaven and earth to inflict destruction. The continuation of shaman life should be effective. With Purple Moon's cautiousness, since she said this, it should not be wrong. Godhood? Qin Yu took a deep breath. In the world of his mind, on the golden altar, the god suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to see through everything. There was a hint of struggle in his eyes, but he immediately calmed down. Your Majesty, I am willing to offer my godhood to complete the witch life continuation. The main reason for this decision was that Qin Yu knew his real name. It was difficult for him to resist. Secondly, this was a huge gamble. He was gambling that Qin Yu would have enough power to save Ning Ling before his godhood's power ran out. Then, he would be able to free himself. The existence of the little blue lamp caused Qin Yu's status to become even more important in his heart. The ice god believed that as long as he survived, he would be able to obtain sufficient rewards. At that time, it wouldn't just be freedom, but even more. Thank you. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Purple Moon, the frozen god, has already agreed to offer up his godhood. When will he complete the continuation of his witch life? Purple Moon said, besides the godhood, we also need some supplementary items. I will give you the detailed materials, and once everything is ready, we can begin. A piece of information appeared in his mind. It was a long list. Qin Yu looked over it and relaxed a little. Although there were many rare and precious items on the list, the demonic path had a deep background. Even if they couldn't find them in the treasury, they could obtain them from other sources. There shouldn't be any problems. I'll order people to prepare immediately. Purple Moon, you rest first. I'll call you when everything is done. Purple Moon grunted. She continued to say, once the continuation of the witch life is completed, Ning Ling's consciousness will fall into darkness and she will begin a long slumber. I don't know when she will awaken. Before we begin, perhaps you should think of a way to spend some time with her. Qin Yu's eyes darkened. Thank you for the reminder. I will. He summoned the demon envoy and handed him the detailed list. Collect all the items marked on the jade slip as soon as possible. Remember, you must act in secret. The immortal sect's actions of killing off the Precursor clan had left Qin Yu feeling both anger and dread. The continuation of the witch life was already a compromise. There couldn't be any more accidents. The demon envoy received the jade slip with both hands and swept through it with his divine sense. Your Majesty, rest assured that most of the items inside can be found in the demonic path's treasury. In at most 3 days, this subordinate will be able to complete them. He bowed and quickly left. Qin Yu stood up and walked towards the palace garden that Ning Ling remembered. Yuqi was personally standing guard by the bed. As she saw him arrive, she revealed a nervous expression. Qin Yu squeezed out a smile and patted her hand. I've troubled you during this period of time. I have already found another way. Although I can't immediately cure Ningling, I can still extend her life. Then, I can slowly find a solution. Really? Yu Qi's eyes brightened. Qin Yu nodded. Really, I'm not lying to you. He walked over to the bed and looked at the unconscious Ningling. I will protect you and the child. Don't worry. Yu Qi walked over. She asked a few questions, a bit worried. Qin Yu briefly explained the continuation of the witch life to her. Although this matter had to be kept secret, it definitely didn't include Yu Qi. Once the continuation of the witch life is completed, Ningling will fall into a deep slumber. I have no idea how many years it will be before she wakes up. Your Majesty, when will you be able to see her again? Although she was happy thinking about it, Yu Qi couldn't help but feel sad. Qin Yu and Ningling had gone through countless trials and tribulations to get together. Not long after, they would have to separate again. Qin Yu had a calm expression. I will find a way to save Ningling as soon as possible so that she can wake up one day earlier. However, I don't plan on saying goodbye to Ningling right now. Since she is in a deep slumber, I will go and meet her in my dreams. After Yama received Qin Yu's message, he didn't delay at all. He went straight to the Holy Emperor Palace and said, I can use the power of samsara to construct a world for you in your dreams so that you can spend some time together. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. Thank you. He lay down beside Ningling and grabbed her hand. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. A light pulling strength appeared, covering Qin Yu's consciousness. He didn't resist. He allowed his consciousness to fly up and leave with this strength. Putong, after an unknown period of time, there was a light sound in his ears. It was like a stone falling into water, causing ripples to appear. Qin Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He tilted his head to the side to avoid the sudden light. After his eyes adjusted to the light, he found himself in a small town. The town wasn't too large. A short street ran from east to west. On both sides were wooden buildings of different height. The first floor was a shop and the second floor was a residence. Washed clothes were hung on wooden poles, gently swaying in the cool morning wind. The sun hadn't yet risen. The darkness before dawn and the light from the east made the small town seem particularly tranquil. Qin Yu looked around. This strange place actually gave him an incomparably familiar feeling. He looked up at a wooden building not too far away that was painted blue. This was his home in the town. A smile lifted the corners of his lips. Qin Yu's fingers tightened. He picked up the 2 grass carps on the hemp rope and walked towards the wooden building. Just as he arrived downstairs, there was a creaking sound behind him. The door of the opposite wooden building opened. Qin Yu, did you wake up early to catch fish for your wife again? Your family's woman has such a good life. I didn't have such good fortune in the past. The old woman with small feet had an envious expression. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. The bald old man behind her awkwardly smiled. Don't listen to your auntie's nonsense. Hurry up and get back to work. Fish soup has to be fresh for it to taste good. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. All right, then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll be leaving in the morning. I'll hurry back first. As he turned and walked through the door, he could faintly hear the dissatisfied voice of the old woman with small feet. What do you mean by nonsense? Surname Su, you better explain it to me. There were 4 tables and chairs on the first floor of the wooden building. There was also a teapot and tea set. It was clean and tidy. It was clear that the owner loved cleanliness. Qin Yu's eyes swept around and fell onto the stairs leading to the second floor. He took a light breath and walked up. As soon as he entered the second floor, the smell of life suddenly became rich. On a small and exquisite round table, there was a bamboo basket for needlework. There were several pieces of children's clothing that hadn't been finished yet. The stitches were neat and tidy. It was clear that the person who did this was very diligent. The gauze covering the bed was half open. He could clearly see a figure lying on the bed, breathing gently. Qin Yu's breath caught in his throat and his eyes softened. He hung the fish to the side, wiped his hands, and walked over to the bed. He pulled open the gauze covering to see her peacefully sleeping face. Her delicate nose gently moved. It was clear that her master was sleeping soundly. Qin Yu reached out a hand to touch her face. He softly said, "Ning Ling, hurry up and get up. The sun is about to rise." Don't, I haven't slept enough yet." Ning Ling hugged his hand and mumbled with dissatisfaction. Qin Yu smiled. "Hurry up and get up. I'm going to make some fish soup. Once I'm done, you can drink it." Fish soup. Ning Ling opened her eyes in a daze. It was a long time before she regained her focus and reluctantly nodded. He lit the fire, killed the fish, and washed them. When the fish were placed in, the water just happened to be hot. He covered the lid and controlled the heat. Then, Qin Yu sat on a small bamboo chair, his eyes gently sweeping over everything in the room. So, this was Ning Ling's dream? What she liked and yearned for was actually this sort of simple and ordinary life. When the fish soup was placed on the table, Ning Ling, who had cleaned herself up, cheered. She lifted the soup with both hands. Although she sucked in a breath of cold air from the scalding heat, she still didn't want to put it down. She drank 2 bowls in a row and her belly bulged out. Her face flushed red and sweat dripped down her nose. She reluctantly put it down. "Husband, the fish soup you make is too delicious." Across from her, Qin Yu smiled. "As long as you like it, I can make it for you every day." Good, good. The boss's wife was pregnant and there was only the boss. Although it took a bit longer to serve tea, the people that came to the tea house were all frequent customers. They didn't say anything if he waited a bit longer. Instead, they constantly teased him. "You have to treat the boss's wife better. You brat, for you to marry such a beautiful wife, you must have burned incense in your past life." Ning Ling covered her mouth and giggled. She glanced at Qin Yu from time to time, revealing a bit of smug satisfaction. Towards these teasing words, Qin Yu smiled and accepted them all. When he encountered a more enthusiastic customer, he would even take the initiative to say a few words. Several months passed. The boss's wife's belly grew larger and larger and the boss became even busier. Not only did he have to wake up early to catch fish, but he also began to ask the experienced women in town how to properly take care of the child that was about to be born. On a quiet night, there was no phenomenon at all. The child was born in an ordinary manner. The moment Qin Yu heard the loud cry, he smiled from ear to ear. It was a full moon banquet. The newborn was wrapped in a small white mattress. He was already able to grab his mother's hand. His black and white eyes curiously looked at the strange world outside. The tea house closed for the day and invited the neighbors to a banquet. Everyone in the town knew that the young couple in the tea house had no relatives, so they gladly went to the banquet after receiving the invitation. The banquet ended with a lot of congratulations. The child was very healthy. It was a boy. In the blink of an eye, he could run around the yard with his short legs. In order to prevent the child from being bored, Qin Yu had asked someone for a puppy. Now, the puppy's tail was wagging like a windmill as it ran back and forth beside the boy. Ning Ling gave him the name Qin Taiping. She said that the rarest thing in a person's life was to have an ordinary wife. She hoped that the child wouldn't have to go through trials and tribulations, but would live a peaceful and happy life. Qin Yu readily agreed, indicating that he was very satisfied with the name. And Qin Taiping also seemed to confirm his name. Except for the time when he was 3 years old and accidentally hit his head on the ground while playing with De Huang, he had not suffered any illness or disaster. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed. With short legs, he became a handsome, clean, and fair little boy. Because he had inherited his parents' appearance, he enjoyed a very high reputation among the little girls in town. They often called him Brother Qin, saying that he was sweet and lovely. Every time this happened, Ning Ling would always have a smile on her face, as if she was proud of it. Qin Yu privately asked her why she smiled so happily, and the answer he got made him speechless. She said, "In this way, You won't have to worry about not finding a daughter-in-law in the future. The two also joked about who their son would like. The second daughter of the Lee family in the sesame oil shop in the east of town, or the youngest daughter in the tailor shop in the west of town. They had their own preferences and opinions, but the facts proved that the husband and wife's eyesight wasn't too good. This was because the grown-up Qin Taiping had found Wang Fengfeng in the grocery store next door, who wasn't too beautiful. Seeing the two of them holding hands, a shy and happy expression on their faces, no one could say anything to break them up. A month later, the small town began to celebrate before dawn. The bridegroom's and bride's homes were too close, so the wedding procession had to take a detour. Only then was it possible for the wedding procession to be lively and colorful. Qin Yu and Ning Ling sat in the wedding hall. As they looked at their son and bride respectfully kowtowing to them, their faces bloomed with smiles. After bowing, the young couple entered the bridal room. Qin Yu was busy greeting the guests, and Ning Ling sat down with the woman she liked to talk about how to be a qualified mother-in-law. When the festivities ended, most of the children in town ran errands to return the tables and chairs that each family had borrowed. They also gave them wedding candy and money. Only then did everything quiet down. Qin Yu returned to his room. He saw Ning Ling standing in front of the window, looking at the red candlelight shining through the newly built wooden building. He reached out and hugged her. "What is it? You can't bear to part with me?" Ning Ling wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and leaned against him. "I suddenly feel that the son I carried for 10 months and raised with so much difficulty has suddenly become someone else's." Qin Yu comforted her. "When a child grows up, he will have to form his own family and reproduce his bloodline. We will gradually grow old, so we can't accompany Taiping for the rest of our lives." I know." The bride was very filial and skilled in housework. This proved that Qin Taiping's judgment wasn't wrong. Even so, his choice caused many beautiful girls in the town to secretly wipe away their tears. Even though they were married, there were still little handkerchiefs, small brocade pouches, and other feminine things that were carefully thrown into the courtyard. Qin Taiping smiled. He looked at his wife's slightly puffed-up mouth, a smug expression on his face. Ning Ling couldn't help but raise her hand and smack his butt several times, telling him to live a good life. If he dared to be the most disrespectful to Fengfeng, she would make him suffer the consequences. Wang Fengfeng found a backer. She hugged her mother-in-law's arm and brightly smiled. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law suddenly became much closer. Qin Yu patted Qin Taiping's shoulder to comfort him. "In these past years, I haven't been a match for your mother. You have to be obedient in the future, otherwise I won't be able to help you." Qin Taiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A year later, the Qin family gained more children. Moreover, they had 2 at once, a boy and a girl. Ning Ling beamed with joy. She held onto Wang Fengfeng's hand and said that she was a great hero of the Qin family. During the entire month of confinement, Qin Yu and Qin Taiping were ordered around. Ning Ling held a child in each hand. Besides drinking milk, she couldn't bear to let Wang Fengfeng suffer in the slightest. "Son, when you have children in the future, you will have responsibilities and obligations. At the same time, remember to treat your wife better." After a busy day, Qin Yu rubbed his sore waist and smiled. Qin Taiping was drying diapers. He earnestly said, "Father, I know." Fengfeng had suffered greatly from giving birth to 2 children, and she had nearly had a problem. If he didn't treat her well, did he even have a shred of conscience? The tea house continued to operate as usual, but the ones managing it gradually became Qin Taiping and his wife. Qin Yu and Ning Ling enjoyed the joy of raising their grandchildren. Every day they spent most of their time wandering around the 2 little fellows. They watched as they learned to speak, stumbled around, and then ran past them like a gust of wind. Every day they couldn't stop smiling. "Grandfather! Grandmother!" The 2 little fellows were particularly sweet with their mouth. In particular, when they made a mistake, They would run behind the two and grab onto their legs like they had found a backer. Every time they did this, Qin Taiping would gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 658. Qin Yu gestured with his hands. That giant bird spread its wings and was thousands of meters wide. It was like a giant dark cloud that covered the skies. Golden feathers, golden eyes, golden claws, it was like a burning flame. It swooped down from the sky and caught the running beasts on the ground. Its wings stirred up strong winds that blew down trees and sent them howling into the distance. What a fierce bird! Qin Qingqing's eyes widened. She had a look of surprise and admiration, but there was also a trace of fear. Qin Anan stuck out his chest and loudly said, "Big sister, don't be afraid, I will protect you." He had a serious expression on his face. The sun was just right in the sky and the warm sunlight shined on his face. Qin Yu patted the little fellow's shoulder, praising him for his courage. Ning Ling was picking vegetables in preparation for lunch. She looked at the scene with a gentle look in her eyes and smiled from time to time. Children grew up quickly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Qingqing and Qin Anan were about to enter a private school. Their teacher was recognized as the most talented scholar in the town, Scholar Yen. He was a serious and orthodox scholar. He looked at the two little people kneeling in front of him and said, "Since you are my disciple, you must understand that studying is not only for literacy, but also for distinguishing between right and wrong. In the future, when you do things, you must abide by your heart." "Yes, teacher." Qin Yu stood in front of the window, looking at his grandson and granddaughter earnestly attending class. He smiled and turned to leave. He held a hemp rope in one hand and 2 grass carps on the other. Every day, he would make a bowl of fragrant fish soup for Ning Ling. This was Qin Yu's promise to her. From that day until now, he hadn't missed a single day. "Qin Yu, you're going to make fish soup again." The old woman with small feet was lying on a bamboo chair, weakly basking in the sun. She smiled, revealing most of her missing teeth. She subconsciously looked to the side, but there was no one sitting on the other bamboo chair. At the beginning of the year, during a heavy snowfall, the old man had passed away in his sleep. He had a smile on his face and didn't seem to have suffered any pain. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. "Auntie, the 2 grass carps today are very fat. The fish soup will definitely be delicious. I will bring you a bowl later." The old woman with small feet smiled and nodded. Boiling water and killing fish was something that he had become very familiar with over the years. Everything was done smoothly and smoothly. By the time the fish soup was done, only an hour had passed. He took out 2 bowls and placed them down. As usual, he left half for Qin Qingqing and Qin Anan. He picked up one of the bowls and smiled. "I bumped into the auntie over there just now. I'll give her a bowl of fish soup. You can drink it first." Ning Ling said, "All right, then hurry up. The fish soup won't taste good if it gets cold." Qin Yu nodded. He picked up the bowl and walked out, smiling. "Auntie, the fish soup is ready. Hurry up and drink it while it's hot." Looking at the old lady with small feet leaning against the bamboo chair, her eyes closed as if she had fallen asleep, her voice came to an abrupt halt. Her expression was peaceful, but her aura had already scattered. Under the warm sunlight, she passed away just like that. It was all for nothing. The little-footed old woman had been kind to people all her life, so she was very popular in the small town. There were many people on the day of her burial. As Ning Ling watched the coffin sink into the earth, tears gushed out from her eyes once more. She turned and leaned into Qin Yu's chest. "Birth, old age, sickness and death, this is the samsara of the world. This is an ironclad law that no one can change." Auntie left in peace. She has already been reunited with her uncle in the underworld, so she should be happy. Ning Ling said in a low voice, "You have to promise me that when you grow older, you will walk behind me." Qin Yu hugged her. Okay. Time passed year after year. There were many changes in the small town. In some empty areas, new wooden buildings rose up, and some wooden buildings fell apart after losing their owners. This year there was a great snowfall. The vast amount of snow seemed as if it would never stop. Layer after layer of snow fell onto the ground, piling up. Outside, the cold wind howled and the water turned to ice. But inside the wooden house, it was actually very warm. Bright red charcoal quietly burned in the furnace. On the bed, a silver-haired Ning Ling smiled as she spoke to her son and daughter-in-law. Her expression was calm and tranquil. In these past years, she couldn't be considered outstanding. But she believed that she was a qualified mother-in-law. She didn't make her son feel sad, nor did she argue with her daughter-in-law. Two 17 to 18-year-olds, a boy and a girl that looked similar, were lying in front of the bed. Their red eyes were filled with worry. Grandma had fallen ill at the start of winter and had never been able to fully recover. Several days ago, her condition had suddenly worsened and she had been unconscious for a long time. She had only woken up this morning. Fortunately, Grandma seemed to be in good spirits, which made Qin Qingqing and Qin and feel a little relieved. They comforted Grandma, "You're in good spirits. You'll definitely recover in a few days. After a while, when the flowers bloom in spring, we'll go to the wild with you to pick wild vegetables. We've loved eating wild vegetables steamed by you since we were young." Ning Ling smiled and nodded. She looked at her eldest granddaughter and then at her grandson. She nodded with a loving expression. "Great, Grandma will definitely bring you there." Sitting in front of the fire, Qin Yu stood up and coughed. "All right, your mother should rest for a while. You all go back first. I will stay here and keep an eye on her." Qin Taiping was already over 40 years old. He had come into contact with tea leaves all year round and had a refined temperament. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's good. Father, let's go back first. It's snowing hard outside. If there's anything you need, just ring the bell and I will immediately come over." Qin Yu nodded. He found an umbrella to shelter the family from the snow and sent them out. He closed the door and took a deep breath. His wrinkled face revealed a light smile. Qin Yu walked to the bed and held on to Ning Ling's thin and withered hand. "Old woman, you don't need to worry about anything. I am here." On the bed, Ning Ling smiled and nodded. "You haven't forgotten what you promised me. Let me go first." Qin Yu traced her face. "Of course. My promise to you will always be valid." "Old man, in truth, I don't want to leave yet. I always feel that this life is too short. I still hope that I can continue living with you." As she spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Qin Yu gripped her hand and slightly tightened his grip. "Don't be afraid and don't be reluctant to part with me. In our next life, and the life after that, we will be together. I will find you. Don't worry." Ning Ling's ruddy complexion rapidly paled. Her eyes darkened and the scene in front of her blurred. She knew that her time had come. As she wandered between life and death, some scenes suddenly appeared in her mind. In those dream worlds, the temporarily forgotten memories began to recover. Qin Yu sat on the bed. He smiled at her and nodded. "Rest assured and sleep. When you wake up, I will be by your side." Ning Ling smiled. She slowly closed her eyes. Qin Yu lowered his head and gently kissed her between her eyebrows. "Even if you no longer age with the passing of time, you will still be you. You will always be the love of my heart." In the wooden building, the charcoal fire in the furnace quietly extinguished. An icy aura from the outside invaded and the room soon became bone-chilling. Qin Yu sat in front of the bed. A layer of frost gradually appeared on his body. His body was like a statue as he gently gazed at the woman he had spent a lifetime with. Shua, another Qin Yu, stepped out from his body. He still had an incomparably old appearance, but when he landed on the ground, time seemed to reverse around him, and he was restored to his youthful appearance in a single breath. "Let this Qin Yu forever remain in your dreams. He will live with you and die with you." Qin Yu swept his eyes over the wooden building. He took a step forward and his figure appeared in the skies above the small town. He was like a phantom, undisturbed by the wind and snow. He looked down, his eyes piercing through everything. He saw Qin Taiping and his wife hugging each other and whispering something to each other. From time to time, they would look up at the wooden building where their parents were, worry in their eyes. Qin Qingqing and Qin Anan, the two siblings, were discussing how to make their grandmother happy tomorrow. The two of them had prepared many plans. There were many, many people in the town that were familiar with each other, each with their own lives, laughing and quarreling. This was Ning Ling's dream, but wasn't it also his own dream? But there would always come a time when he would wake up from his dreams. Let this dream forever remain in his heart. Chapter 659. Holy Emperor Palace. On the bed, Qin Yu opened his eyes. After a brief daze, he quickly regained his focus. He stood up and looked at the pale-faced Yama. He cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you." Sending his consciousness into Ning Ling's dream wasn't simple at all, much less maintaining it for such a long time. They would spend a lifetime together in the dream, and Yama would be the matchmaker between them. Yama coughed lightly. "Sacred Sovereign, you helped my Yellow Springs lineage retrieve the Samsara treasure. Today's matter is something I should do." Qin Yu nodded, no longer speaking. Some things were best kept in mind. He looked at Yu Qi and asked, "How much time has passed?" Yu Qi said, "Your Majesty, this is already the 4th day. The demon attendant came once and said that everything you need has been prepared." Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Within his soul space, Purple Moon's calm voice sounded out, "Your Majesty, Demon Sovereign, I can attack at any time." "All right." Qin Yu shouted out, "Demon Envoy." The sound was spread by the power of the Holy Emperor Palace and instantly spread to every corner. Soon, the demon attendant rushed over and presented the storage magic treasure with both hands. "Your Majesty, everything is inside. Please take a look." Qin Yu received it and probed it with his divine sense. After carefully sweeping through it, he said, "You've worked hard. I will temporarily seal the Holy Emperor's palace, and no one is to disturb it." Without waiting for him to speak, the King Yenluo said, "Your Majesty, I'll be taking my leave first. I hope Your Majesty will succeed." She turned to leave. The demon servant bowed and retreated, and the Holy Emperor's palace was sealed. A powerful force distorted the space, preventing anyone from spying on them. Yu Qi grasped Qin Yu's hand. "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. We will definitely succeed." Although he appeared calm, one could still sense the nervousness in his heart. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He looked up. The shadow of a crescent moon appeared. In the pure and tranquil moonlight, Purple Moon stepped forwards. He didn't know what she had done in the past few days, but her aura had completely recovered. At least on the surface, she didn't look weak at all. Facing Qin Yu's hesitant gaze, Purple Moon lightly said, "I used some methods to restore myself in a short period of time. Afterwards, I will need to rest for some time." She spoke in a light tone, but Qin Yu was well aware that such a formidable taboo art required a tremendous price. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "I owe you a big favor." Purple Moon's eyes brightened. She didn't decline. Wasn't everything she did to obtain Qin Yu's approval? Obviously, she'd already succeeded halfway now, and so long as the continuation of her shaman fate was completed smoothly, then she would have a guaranteed future. "Give me the supplementary items that you've prepared." Qin Yu handed over the storage magic tool. Purple Moon inspected it and nodded. "There's no problem. Later, I will set up the Witch Clan altar and summon the power of darkness. Remember, the moment the altar is completed, you must send the godhood into it." In the mind world, on the god-imprisoning altar, the frozen god said calmly, "Demon Monarch, don't worry. Since I have made a decision, I will not go back on it." Purple Moon made her move. Under the purple moonlight, the auxiliary materials in the storage magic treasure flew out. They quickly melted and gathered together, turning into a deep black color. It was as thick as ink, and large bubbles kept popping up and bursting like boiling water. But what was strange was that the temperature in the air didn't rise at all. Rather, it fell at an alarming rate. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and Yu Qi was sent out of the hall. Even so, a thin layer of frost covered her body. She was stimulated by the icy cold aura, causing her face to pale. Her hands were tightly clenched together as she nervously looked at the rapidly freezing palace. The interior of the hall had already been covered in ice. Qin Yu didn't make any unnecessary movements. He stood there like a sun, casting away all the cold around him. Purple Moon's finger continued to fall, each finger leaving behind a deep mark in the pitch-black viscous liquid. Then, ripples began to spread outwards. The ripples spread out in different directions. When they collided with each other, they produced even smaller ripples that covered the entire mass of black liquid. And within these ripples, the pitch-black liquid constantly stretched out, gradually forming the appearance of an altar. At first it was only a vague shape, but it soon became clear. When the complete altar appeared in front of them, the pitch-black liquid that made up the altar rapidly solidified, as if it were frozen black water. The Witch Clan altar was complete. Purple Moon's eyes brightened. In the depths of her eyes, countless runes seemed to revolve, as if they were a brilliant nebula. These runes seemed chaotic and disorderly, but when they were connected together, they formed an upside-down altar. It was exactly the same as the Witch Clan altar in front of them. Demon Sovereign. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows. His fingertips erupted with light, sinking into his flesh and blood and slowly pulling outwards. A dazzling rhombus-shaped polyhedron appeared. A noble, dignified, and disdainful aura swept out in all directions. The icy cold aura in the air became thick and the temperature crazily fell once more. In this extreme cold, a white-haired figure appeared. He stepped in front of Qin Yu. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "I hope you won't disappoint me." The figure popped like a bubble and vanished. Whoosh! The divine spark howled out, sinking into the Witch Clan altar. Deep within Purple Moon's eyes, the altar formed from runes gently trembled. Then, all of the runes began to burn. A pained expression appeared on her face. Her aura rapidly weakened, as if her strength were being forcefully extracted. Qin Yu's expression tightened. At this time, Purple Moon shouted out loud, "The sacrifice has arrived. According to the ancient agreement, I ask the power of darkness to descend." A drop of ink suddenly appeared in the hall, rapidly spreading outwards. It was a kind of pure darkness without any extra attribute. Strange syllables echoed out from the darkness. It was impossible to understand, but when it fell into the ears, one could clearly sense the meaning it represented. Moon Palace Attendant, the quality of the sacrifice you have provided is only a 6th-level sacrifice. It is not enough to exchange for my strength. In consideration of the status of the Moon Palace, the power of darkness can descend to protect her for 200 years. But the power of darkness will not grant any additional gift. After 200 years, you must provide a new sacrifice. Otherwise, I will take her soul as compensation. The darkness in front of her flowed out like water, rapidly pouring into Ningling's body. All of her aura instantly vanished, completely isolated from the outside world. Purple Moon paled. "I'm sorry, I didn't know that such a change would occur." Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. "It has nothing to do with you. 200 years was more than enough time. At that time, he would definitely be able to find enough sacrifices and resolve the immortal origin punishment in Ningling's body." Purple Moon nodded. "I must enter a period of deep slumber." As she finished speaking, she vanished along with the moon phantom above her head. Within his soul space, the Purple Moon seemed to experience a lunar eclipse. It began to slowly extinguish. The cold ice in the hall rapidly dissipated. Yu Qi hurried in, her face full of worry. "Your Majesty, how is big sister Ningling?" Qin Yu said, "She will be fine for the next 200 years. Yuchi revealed a happy expression. 200 years of preparation would definitely solve the problem. She had absolute confidence in Qin. As for the consequences of not being able to produce a sacrifice after 200 years, Qin didn't speak of them, because he would never allow such a thing to happen. Looking at Ning Ling, who seemed to be sleeping on the bed, countless thoughts raced through Qin mind. Finally, he revealed a determined expression. He lifted his palm and light surged as a token rapidly condensed. Yuchi, this is a subsidiary token that can control the Holy Emperor Palace. In the future, when I am not here, you will be the supreme ruler of the Holy Emperor Palace. Protect yourself and protect Ning Ling. Yuchi's eyes widened. Your Majesty, Qin handed the token to her. There is no need to worry. This is just in case. Now, there is something I need to do. His eyes were cold like a tide. For so many years, he had accumulated all sorts of grudges with the immortal sect. After Ning Ling's matter, it had completely broken through the limits of Qin tolerance. Between them, they could no longer live under the same skies. Shuar Qin figure flickered and he vanished from sight. A moment later, he appeared in front of the Dao Arena Master and went straight to the point. Westgate, I have a plan to destroy the immortal sect. I need you to cooperate with me. Immortal sect. Because of the release of the immortal origin strength, the immortal sect world had been restored. But as long as Qin didn't die, it was like a fishbone was stuck in their throats, unable to rest easy. The Nether Domain Master's figure was wrapped in dark strength. He clenched his teeth. Once Shen Yuanin dies, I don't believe that he can continue to patiently wait. The Buddhist sovereign had a faint expression. Let's wait. She doesn't have much time left. He couldn't help but think back to when he destroyed Mount Zhongnan and killed the pre-celestial race, and when he met Qin. A throbbing feeling gushed out from the depths of his heart. Even though many days had passed, that feeling still existed. The Buddhist sovereign subconsciously frowned. The killing intent in his chest became even stronger. No matter what the reason was, Qin had to die. But, would he really lose all reason and recklessly rush into the immortal sect? If he chose to patiently wait until he was strong enough in the future, then who could kill him? If that day really came, then the people of the immortal sect might only be able to hole up in their small world, not daring to take a single step into the world. After all, no one could guarantee that killing Shen Yuanin would become a shackle that would limit his future growth. The Nether Domain Master clearly thought of this. He coldly said, "We must enrage him and have him hate us to the bone. We cannot give him any more time." The Buddhist sovereign had no expression. Domain Master, from the perspective of the demon sovereign, once Shen Yuanin dies, what measures will he take to deal with us? Destroy them one by one. The Nether Domain Master said in a low voice, "The immortal sect and the Qin Empire are the leaders of this matter. Although you and I killed Shen Yuanin, the Qin Empire is the trigger." That's right. If the demon sovereign takes action, he will definitely kill Emperor Ing first and weaken our strength. At the same time, he will deter the world and cause my immortal sect to fall into an isolated and helpless situation. But, if we happen to rescue Emperor Ing when he takes action and then think of a way to provoke him, will the demon sovereign be even angrier? The Nether Domain Master's eyes brightened. Qin Yu lightly said, "If I attack Emperor Ing, then the immortal sect will definitely come to his rescue. They will also think of a way to thoroughly enrage me and draw me into the immortal sect." Solitary Westgate frowned. "I admit that what you say is possible. But, the problem is, what can you do after entering the immortal sect?" Chapter 660. Solitary Westgate was silent for a long time. "Qin Yu, let me ask you one last time. Are you sure you can do this?" Qin Yu said, "I haven't lost my reason, and I'm not stupid enough to drag you down with me to commit suicide." "Good." Solitary Westgate clenched his teeth. "Then I will accompany you in your madness." He looked up. "When do we attack?" In terms of hatred towards the immortal sect, Solitary Westgate was in no way beneath Qin Yu's. If there really was a chance he could destroy the immortal sect, he wasn't willing to wait another minute. Qin Yu's expression was ice-cold. Today, at this moment, the two of us will settle all grudges and send the immortal sect to eternal hell. Let's go. He turned and walked away. Wherever his feet landed, space collapsed inward, forming a pitch-black channel. Solitary Westgate took a deep breath and followed behind him, stepping inside. As supreme experts of the demonic path, the Dark Knight Divine Throne and Yama instantly sensed this. Both of them revealed dignified expressions. They were well aware of Ning Ling's condition. Could she have died today? If so, then with the demon sovereign's temperament, he would never give up. Today there would surely be a storm of blood in the world. Although they both guessed this, their thoughts weren't exactly the same. In the endless darkness, the Dark Knight Divine Throne's eyes were gloomy. I hope he doesn't come back. It would be best if he perished together with the immortal sect. Yama sighed, her voice filled with worry. But it was impossible for her to stop him in this matter. In order to break through the void and travel forwards, one had to maintain a formidable enough strength to shatter the stable space while simultaneously withstanding the tearing force of the shattering space. The faster one was, the stronger the tearing force of space would be. At the same time, when one's speed surpassed a certain limit, the resulting vibrations would also affect space itself. It was like a giant fish rapidly swimming underwater, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the water. Today, nearly every cultivator in the entire land of divinity and demons couldn't help but look up, horror on their faces. They could clearly see a straight mark appear in the skies above their heads. It was like a neat stroke of a pen, falling down from above. This mark was 100 miles wide, and it was formed by countless distortions in space itself. Each of these distortions gave off an aura that made one's heart feel despair. Some experienced cultivators instantly came to a conclusion. They cried out in alarm, "There is an almighty being tearing through space." To cause space to shake and form such a clear mark, their strength is unfathomable. At least a calamity transcender. On the long street, a blind man who was having his fortune told suddenly opened his eyes. His grayish-white eyes stared at the sky. The supreme being of the world, a murmur came from his mouth. In the snowfield of the northern borderline, icebergs pierced the sky. The monster race great sage's body was as thin as a skeleton. Strong winds blew against his white robes. His eyes narrowed as he looked towards the distant south. They've finally come. He had already expected that the demonic path would not give up just like that. In particular, how could the powerful demon emperor endure all of this? The great sage had bitterly endured to this day without closing his eyes. He wanted to erase the final hidden danger for the monster race. Only in this way could the race truly be reborn. This old man is leaving. Before he finished speaking, the great sage standing at the peak of the ice mountain took a step forward and instantly disappeared. Great Zhou Luodu. Emperor Zhou's expression was cold. Murderous intent surged around him. Today a supreme will fall. The heavens and earth will mourn. He stood up. 9 dragons appeared in the skies above Luodu. After obtaining half a country, the nearly dissipated national destiny of the great Zhou dynasty was restored. He lifted a hand and the 9 dragons howled down from the skies, submerging into Emperor Zhou's body. A golden emperor's crown and robes appeared on his body. On the emperor's robes, the phantoms of 9 dragons appeared. They swam about like living creatures, as if they could fly out at any moment and soar into the highest heavens. Bang! Space shattered, and Emperor Zhou stepped inside. Within a channel formed by tearing open space, Solitary Westgate looked at Qin Yu with a shaken expression. His actions today were the same as announcing to the world that he would move against the Qin Empire. If so, the situation would change once more and the dangers they faced would inevitably rise. Just what cards did he have that he was so confident that he didn't place the immortal sect or the Qin Empire in his eyes? If it weren't for Qin Yu's clear explanation and the lack of violent fluctuations in his mind, solitary Westgate would have suspected that he had gone insane from grief. I've arrived at the capital of Qin Xianyang. Qin Yu's calm voice echoed out. Solitary Westgate's lips moved. Qin Yu, don't worry. After today, there will no longer be the immortal sect or the great Qin Empire in this world. As his words fell, Qin Yu lifted a hand and punched out. Space loudly shattered as he stepped forwards. Solitary Westgate sucked in a deep breath. Since he had chosen to go crazy, he might as well let go. Bang, bang, the auras of two supreme beings erupted like volcanoes, crashing into the heavens and stirring up the winds and clouds. The Qin Empire was located at the far western border of the land of divinity and demons. The people were valiant and the country was tyrannical. The capital city of Xianyang was built in a cold and harsh style, like a great beast crouching on the earth, as if it could swallow the heavens and chase after the sun. But now the entire Xianyang city was facing a great enemy. The city protecting array formation was activated to its maximum capacity. Layers of light barriers stacked together, so many that it was hard to count. The city walls were filled with great Qin soldiers, and the giant god-slaying crossbows on the 36 high platforms were fully charged. Countless runes flowed on the surface of the arrows that were as thick as ancient wood, releasing a terrifying aura. The phantom of a golden dragon constantly tumbled within the city-protecting array formation. The dragon's eyes locked onto Qin Yu and solitary Westgate as it roared out in anger. But this roar contained a trace of fear that couldn't be erased no matter what. Emperor Ing stepped into the void, standing in the skies above the imperial palace. A powerful aura flowed around him, making him seem like a god that had descended to the world. He looked up ahead, his gaze piercing through space and falling onto Qin Yu and solitary Westgate, a cold chill in his eyes. To be able to stand out from the countless competitors and become the emperor of a country, whether it was in intelligence or shrewdness, they were all top-notch. Ever since his plan at the Red Valley Beach failed, Emperor Ing had already expected this day to come. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried and his heart palpitated. But with things having come to this point, there was no way he could ease things any further. Moreover, Emperor Ing believed that whether it was the immortal sect, Emperor Zhou, or the monster race, it was impossible for them to watch helplessly as the Qin Empire was pushed into the abyss. This was because they were all beneficiaries of the benefits. Emperor Ing took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. He took a step forward. The golden dragon phantom above his head reared back its head and roared, its deep voice echoing through the heavens and earth. The Qin Empire, from top to bottom, fight with me, kill. Since there was no way to retreat, then they would take the initiative to attack. For the Qin Empire to be able to look down on all others and become one of the 7 great empires of the world, they naturally had their own tyrannical aspects. Bang bang, the sound of giant crossbow bolts piercing through space echoed through the air. 36 god-slaying crossbow bolts howled out, causing space to collapse inch by inch. Everything was torn apart, forming straight black lines. The reason why the god-slaying crossbow bolts were so terrifying was that even the power of rules could be easily torn apart. Moreover, their speed was inconceivably fast, and they could pose a great threat to even calamity immortals. Far away, they could pierce through in the blink of an eye. 36 giant crossbows howled towards them. Leave it to me. Solitary Westgate lifted a hand and the roar of a beast echoed through the world. The thunder Kirin leapt into the skies and the skies darkened. Countless black clouds rapidly gathered and trillions of arcs of lightning danced within. Roar! The thunder Kirin roared. Arcs of lightning rose up from the black clouds and 36 bolts of thunder fell down. They were like 36 pillars of lightning that protected the 2 people within. In the next moment, the god-slaying crossbows arrived, shooting towards the 36 pillars of lightning. Terrifying fluctuations instantly erupted, forming visible shockwaves that crashed into Xianying City's Great Array formation. The barrier of light that protected the city instantly twisted. Countless runes appeared, rapidly spinning on the surface of the barrier. Outside of the imperial capital, all of the small cities, farms, fields, mountains, rivers, everything seemed to be wiped out by an invisible hand, instantly turning into a blank space. There were many innocent citizens of the Qin Empire here. From start to finish, they might not have even seen Qin Yu and solitary Westgate before they perished under their hands. But towards this, they wouldn't feel any guilt. This was because the one who abandoned them and brought about today's calamity was the emperor they were loyal to. This was the price that the people of the Qin Empire had to bear. And it wasn't just this. Solitary Westgate's eyes narrowed. He looked towards the direction of Xianying City. He lifted his hand and the thunder Kirin rapidly shrank, submerging into his arm. He clenched his fist and thrust forwards. Black clouds wildly tumbled in the skies. As he punched out, a bolt of purple thunder fell down towards the golden dragon phantom in the skies. Bang! Xianying City shook, as if a meteor had fallen from the heavens. A terrifying strength spread outwards, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. The golden dragon phantom angrily roared. Layers of lightning flowed down its body like a waterfall before being quickly offset and annihilated. But whether it was the Great Array formation that protected the capital or the dragon phantom that counteracted the lightning, all of them consumed a massive amount of strength. But to the supreme existences of this world, where they stood was the center of the world. They could freely mobilize the strength of the world for their own use and erupt with endless might. Thus, solitary Westgate's expression didn't change. After he punched out, he took back his fist and punched out a second time. And more importantly, the strength he erupted with wasn't just his own strength, but also the terrifying might of the Thunder Kirin god beast. If it weren't for this, it would have been impossible for him to so easily pose a threat to Xianying City's Great Array formation and directly weaken the strength of the national fate Golden Dragon. Fight! On the city walls, countless Qin Empire soldiers roared out at the same time. After being tempered through slaughter, a terrifying killing intent broke out from their bodies and gathered in the skies above. An incomparably massive face appeared in the skies, followed by a complete head, neck, torso, and 4 limbs. An incomparably towering figure of a Qin Empire soldier appeared. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. A sword rapidly condensed and appeared. Kill! Bang! The sword slashed forwards. Like a mountain falling into the sea, great waves rose up and the entire world fell into chaos. A terrifying aura left one's heart racing and filled with despair. This was a strike formed from the slaughter energy and killing intent of 1,000,000 Qin soldiers. In terms of pure strength, it surpassed the level of a calamity immortal. Chapter 661. Solitary Westgate had a dignified expression. His falling fist increased in strength and a terrifying power of thunder erupted. On the surface of his fist, the head of a Kirin appeared. It opened its mouth and roared. The sword edge collided with the fist. There was a heaven-shaking explosion and terrifying fluctuations that twisted the skies. Winds and clouds tumbled about, like a raging sea in the darkness. In a pure collision of strength, even though solitary Westgate was at a disadvantage, he was still able to withstand it. But the most terrifying aspect of the combined attack of 1,000,000 Qin soldiers lay in the destructive will contained within. This was formed from the killing intent of 1,000,000 Qin soldiers. The impact of this will was terrifying to the extreme, crashing into solitary Westgate's mind like raging waves. Even with the formidable soul of a supreme being, beneath this impact, it was inevitable that he would suffer grievous wounds. He was like a boulder in the middle of raging waves. Although he was indestructible, he still had his limit. Once the strength of the waves reached him, he would be wounded. Solitary Westgate stuffily coughed. His complexion rapidly paled and blood flowed out from his head. But just as it flowed out, it was evaporated by a formidable strength and dissipated into nothingness. His dignity as a supreme being of this world did not allow him to appear in such a distressed state. A cold light appeared in his dim eyes, like a cold winter wind that pierced into the deepest depths of his heart. They are truly worthy of being the great Qin cavalry, one of the strongest armies in the world. The combined attack of 1,000,000 of them was actually able to injure me. But this alone is not enough to make me bow my head. Solitary Westgate took a deep breath. He lifted his hands as if he were thrusting them into something. His fingers curled and he ruthlessly pulled downwards. Endless thunder purgatory, descend. Bang! The skies suddenly darkened. Within the tumbling black clouds, lightning shined like 1,000 suns, making it hard to look straight at. Countless lightning snakes intertwined together like a densely interwoven net, layer by layer, forming a terrifying world of lightning. Its scope was massive, and it covered the entirety of Xianyang City. As it slowly descended from the heavens, even with the protection of the Great Array Formation, Xianyang City still fell into panicked screams. Those with weaker cultivations and weaker minds had already lost all color in their faces. Although it took time to describe, in just several breaths of time the thunder purgatory covered Xianyang City. The tumbling lightning snakes were like vicious beasts that had awakened, wildly attacking the Great Array Formation. Rumble, rumble, or there was a heaven-shaking explosion, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The entire land of divinity and demons could feel the terrifying fluctuations coming from here. Under the frenzied bombardment of the Thunder Prison, huge depressions appeared one after another on the previously stable Xianyang Grand Formation. Layers of ripples spread out, and the Grand Formation began to crack under the tremors. If not for the fact that the entire formation was made up of countless layers stacked together, it would have been destroyed long ago. Bang, 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 there was a loud rumbling of thunder. 36 bolts of thunder shot out at the same time, superimposing on each other. Even the sound of thunder was suppressed. A channel was torn open in the thunder purgatory, shooting towards Solitary Westgate, who was controlling the thunder purgatory. For an empire to stand proudly in the world, even if they had to bow their heads to the divine and demonic paths, they would still be able to obtain the respect they deserve. If he didn't have the ability to protect himself, how could he do this? Even though the supremes of the world were strong, it was impossible for them to suppress an entire empire by themselves. Even if this person was the Tao Arena Master who was said to have fought with the heavens and possessed unfathomably deep strength. Currently, there was only a single choice placed in front of Solitary Westgate. That was to disperse the Thunder Purgatory to resist the god-slaying crossbows, but today, it wasn't just Solitary Westgate who was dealing with the Qin Empire. Qin Yu lifted a hand and punched out. There was a thunderous roar between the heavens and earth. The towering ancient phantom appeared, punching out together with him. A terrifying strength swept out like a tsunami, sweeping through every inch of space in front of him. As the 36 god-slaying crossbows shot into it, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp. After tearing through the thunder purgatory for some distance, they all stopped. The runes on their surface rapidly lit up and they all self-destructed. After blocking the 36 god-slaying crossbows with a single punch, Qin Yu's body shook. But he didn't draw back at all. Instead, he stepped forward. The ancient were born to support the heavens and earth, and even in death their backs would not fall. They pressed forward with an indomitable will, knowing no fear, and even more, becoming stronger as they met the strong. Qin Yu lifted a hand and clenched it. The ancient phantom above his head reared back and roared. Before this punch even came out, it already caused the heavens and earth to shake. In the skies above the Xianyang Imperial Palace, Emperor Ying's pupils shrank. Once again, he regretted his decision. But in an instant, this regret was completely erased. He lifted a hand and pressed forward. The phantom of a golden dragon above him roared. As the emperor of the Qin Empire, he was within the imperial palace. He could mobilize the destiny of the entire empire to boost his own strength. With a press, a dark golden seal appeared. At the bottom were the words, "Receive the mandate of the heavens, live forever and prosper." These 8 words had the aura of swallowing the heavens and chasing the sun. Now that they were gathered together, it was a supreme force that could suppress the world. The dark golden seal emerged from the Xianyang Great Array. When Qin Yu's fist collided, the heavens and earth seemed to fall into a deathly stillness. Then there was an endless roar. Qin Yu frowned. His cold gaze fell on Emperor Ing. As one of the supreme beings of the world, although Emperor Ing had borrowed the power of the nation's destiny, he had still broken through the great limit of life and death. The strength that he could mobilize the nation's destiny was actually no weaker than Qin Yu's. It had to be known that what Qin Yu was using now was a great mystic ability inherited from the ancient race. It summoned a trace of the ancient ancestors' undying will from the world. Demon Emperor, the Qin Empire is me, and I am the Qin Empire. As long as I am here, you can forget about taking one step into Xianyang. Emperor Ying's calm voice rang through the heavens and earth. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! On the city walls, the million Qin soldiers roared in unison. The condensed Qin soldiers once again solidified. At the same time, the 36 god-slaying crossbows were rapidly recharging. Even though this kind of continuous use would greatly shorten the lifespan of the god-slaying crossbows, it was clear that the Qin kingdom could not be bothered with this in the current situation. Qin Yu's brows relaxed. His face was expressionless. Is that so? I would like to see how hard this Xianyang tortoise shell is. He lifted his hand and pointed forward. Whoosh, a strong wind blew between the heavens and earth. Between the black clouds in the sky, countless dense clouds quickly appeared, causing the sky to darken even further. An illusory finger appeared, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. It rapidly grew and solidified, and the fingerprints on the finger appeared. It came from the heavens and pointed towards Xianyang City. Emperor Ying's eyes flashed. He flicked his sleeves and space twisted. Like a great mouth, the giant finger was instantly swallowed up. It was extremely easy and effortless. But there was no joy on his face. Rather, there was an instinctive feeling of unease. With Qin Yu's cultivation and in today's situation, how could he use such a weak supernatural ability? Or was there some other secret behind this? Without waiting for Emperor Ing to think any further, Qin Yu pointed out a second finger. Another finger phantom appeared. The moment it appeared, the dark world turned cold and gloomy. Woo woo woo, phantoms appeared one after another, standing in front of the heavens and earth. There were men and women, young and old, their numbers incalculable. They seemed to be weeping and complaining about something. Then, their cries turned into complaints against the world, their voices becoming increasingly sharp and shrill. Bang, bang, these phantoms exploded one after another, turning into gray streams of energy that howled into the finger phantom as if they were being sucked into a black hole. The translucent finger rapidly solidified, turning a grayish-white color, as if it were a rotting corpse from the ground. This finger was summoning the departed souls of the world. Or, it was more accurate to say that it was summoning the unwillingness of these departed souls to scatter. Although it was strange, in the eyes of the supreme beings of this world, it was still far too weak. Emperor Ing didn't need to use his full strength to easily annihilate it. It was the same as the finger just now. Was it really just a coincidence that there were 2 consecutive weak finger divine abilities? The third finger arrived. Countless scrolls appeared between the heavens and earth. Tall mountains rose up from the ground and collapsed after countless years, filled with the rain that fell from the heavens. The passage of time changed the world. The third finger, Blue Sea Finger. For some unknown reason, as Emperor Ing saw these changing scrolls, The doubts and uneasiness in his heart suddenly turned into a throbbing feeling. He fiercely looked up, a sharp light rising in his eyes as he stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. At this time, Qin Yu lifted his hand once more and pointed out a fourth finger. He finally spoke. His voice was calm and grand, like the voice of a god. This finger, the blue heaven. One finger, the boundless blue. The second finger, the blue spirit. The third finger, the blue sea. The fourth finger, the blue heaven. This was the finger that Qin Yu had a premonition of. It represented the limit of this supernatural ability. This was a finger, and it was also 4 fingers, and it was the fusion of the strength of the 4 fingers. Bang, the vanished blue sea finger appeared. Bang, the blue spirit finger appeared. Bang, the blue sea finger appeared. With the final blue heaven finger, the 4 fingers formed a line. Like 4 great waves, they came crashing down, covering the heavens and earth. The power of the fusion of supernatural abilities was definitely greater than 1 + 1, not to mention the fusion of 4 supernatural abilities. This was definitely the strongest attack that Qin Yu had ever unleashed. The black clouds in the sky instantly split apart. Bright sunlight sprinkled down, shining upon Xianyang City. But now, including Emperor Ing, no one in Xianyang City felt the slightest bit of warmth. There was only endless cold. Ah! Emperor Ing roared. The golden dragon phantom swooped down, sinking directly into the earth. Even with his status as a supreme being, he didn't dare to face this attack head-on. He exploded with all his strength and fused it into the Xianyang Great Array. Block it, I must block it! Emperor Ing roared madly in his heart. Bang! A loud sound shook the heavens and earth. Everyone's consciousness went blank for a moment. In the nothingness, 4 figures stood silently. Although they didn't reveal themselves, they could clearly sense the changes occurring in the outside world. At this moment, the 4 of them were visibly moved. Their eyes widened, showing just how shaken their hearts were. If any one of them were facing the might of the Blue Sea 4 fingers, their fates would be even more miserable than Emperor Ying's. The Buddhist sovereign sucked in a deep breath. You too, we must change our plans. Only by luring the demon sovereign into the immortal sect can we kill him. Otherwise, even if you and I join forces, we won't be able to stop him. The Nether Domain Master roared. If the 4 of us join forces with Emperor Ing, we will die without a doubt. No matter how strong the demon sovereign is, he will die. He swept his eyes over Emperor Zhou and the monster race great sage. I swear on my life that I will not harm you in the slightest. The Buddhist sovereign also made a vow. The chance is fleeting. You too, make a decision quickly. Good. Emperor Zhou roared, I agree. The monster race great sage nodded. I am willing to join forces to lay down a killing trap. His eyes darkened. But, with the demon sovereign's intelligence, he might not be fooled. He didn't dare to underestimate this demonic path, holy sovereign, that had suddenly risen. Chapter 662. It was as if Xianyang City had been ravaged by a hurricane. The towering city walls collapsed and countless buildings were razed to the ground. Occasionally, one could see corpses protruding from the ground. The atmosphere was filled with a tragic atmosphere. Less than 10% of the Qin army survived. Most of them were struggling with broken limbs, howling in pain. But compared to the number of Qin soldiers who had been annihilated in Xianyang, their casualties were not worth mentioning. The majestic, magnificent, and solemn imperial palace of the Qin kingdom had been completely destroyed. A deep pit sat in the deepest part of the ruins. Emperor Ing was bathed in blood, and his imperial robes were in tatters. He was half kneeling on the ground. With him at the center, the surface of the ground cracked inch by inch, covering the entire imperial palace. Xianyang City had been breached, and Great Qin's fate had been suppressed. As the Emperor of Great Qin, the person who wielded supreme authority, Emperor Ing, had suffered a terrifying backlash. He used his strength to slowly stand up straight. This simple movement had already caused a layer of fine sweat to appear on his forehead. He moved his feet and walked out step by step. Standing at the edge of the deep pit, looking at the destroyed imperial palace and the hellish Xianying, a sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of his heart, which turned into endless hatred. The dignity that Great Qin's 4 generations of emperors had maintained for tens of millions of years had been completely torn apart and trampled on. Emperor Ing lifted his head to look at the sky, his eyes bloodshot. "Demon Emperor! Demon Emperor!" The roar was incomparably mournful. Even further away, solitary Westgate was shaken. He suddenly discovered that he could never see through Qinyu. The might of the 4 fingers of the heavens had already completely surpassed that of the calamity immortal realm. It was even more terrifying than those at the great Tao realm. However, he was very confused. Since he had such a terrifying divine ability, why didn't he use it before? Solitary Westgate didn't know that Qin Yu had comprehended the firmament finger in Ning Ling's dream. He hadn't revealed the slightest bit of his cultivation or divine abilities in the past few decades, but it was precisely because of this that he was able to settle down and complete his breakthrough. Qin Yu stepped through the void, his eyes indifferent and his expression icy cold. "Emperor Ing, when you decided to betray my demonic path, you should have expected this day to come. It's not my fault that the Qin kingdom died in the catastrophe. It's the emperor they were loyal to who sent them to hell." He raised his hand and lit up the sky. The shadow of the palace appeared, and the projection of the Holy Emperor's palace released a powerful imprisonment that sealed the world. "I will end your eternal life. Let the entire Qin kingdom atone for today's mistakes in the future generations." Qin Yu's aura erupted. Thunderous booms resounded through the world. At this moment, the Holy Emperor's palace's confinement of heaven and earth was suddenly broken. The Buddha Lord walked out with his Vajra scepter in his hand. The warm Buddha's light with compassion was like a slowly flowing river, illuminating the capital of Xianying, which had fallen into purgatory. "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, do you know that it isn't easy for supreme beings to appear in this world? There are only a handful of them in this world right now, so how could they commit such a massacre?" Qin Yu roared out loud. "Buddhist Lord!" His aura rose up once more and the phantom of a towering ancient demon appeared. It lifted a hand and pressed down. Suppressing sea. The silhouette of a mountain suddenly appeared, emitting a vast and ancient aura. It brought with it a destructive force that blasted towards the heavily injured Emperor Ing, intending to kill him on the spot. The Buddhist Lord smiled. "It seems that I will have to disappoint the demon sovereign." He moved and stood in front of Emperor Ing. He did not resist the sea-suppressing holy mountain. He raised his hand and a bead appeared in the palm of his hand. Inside the bead there was an unconscious phantom. It was Ning Ling. This bead is called Soul Lock. It was formed by the immortal source absorbing the soul aura of Shen Yuanin. If there are no accidents, this should be the last hope for her resurrection. Does the demon sovereign want to shatter it with your own hands? Qin Yu's pupils shrank. Although he had guessed that the immortal sect would try to provoke him, he did not expect it to be this way. There was no need to pretend. Anger surged from the bottom of his heart, almost igniting his entire being. It could burn the heavens and boil the seas. Boom! The phantom of the sea-suppressing holy mountain suddenly dissipated, stirring up strong winds that ruffled the long white robes of the Buddha Lord. He narrowed his eyes and his smile grew warmer. The demon sovereign is indeed a man who values relationship. In that case, I will take Emperor Ing with me. He raised his Vajra scepter and tapped the void to break the seal. He stepped out with Emperor Ing in tow, then turned to look at the demon sovereign. "There is something I forgot to remind the demon sovereign. The immortal sect has always dealt with traitors by ruthlessly exterminating them, leaving no room for mercy. So today, I will gather all the cultivators of the immortal sect and destroy this bead in front of everyone." From now on, Shun Yuanin will vanish from the world forever, without a single trace left behind. There will be no chance for her to revive. The Buddha Lord bowed and continued to say, I hope that my gift will satisfy your majesty, the demon sovereign. The space around Qin Yu instantly collapsed. The phantom of the Holy Emperor Palace emitted a heaven-shaking roar, its icy voice seeming as if it came from the 9 nether hells. I will kill you! The Buddha Lord smiled. I fear that your majesty the demon sovereign will not be able to accomplish this. Farewell. Don't think you can leave. Whoosh! Qin Yu howled out, his face filled with cruelty and madness. Solitary Westgate's mind raced. He instinctively roared out, Qin Yu, don't fall for my trap. Just like Qin Yu, although the two of them had already discussed this, there was no need to pretend at all. It was natural, so there were no flaws. The Buddha Lord stood in the shattered space, looking at the rapidly approaching Qin Yu. He had a warm smile on his face, but his heart was roaring out. Come, come, don't stop. In the void, the Nether Domain Master, Emperor Zhou, and the great sage all had nervous expressions. In the Battle of Xianyang, Qin Yu had relied on a single strike to destroy the great Qin Empire. This sort of strength already surpassed the norm. If he continued to grow, he would surely be unstoppable throughout the world. And today might be the best and last chance to kill him. Otherwise, next time, Qin Yu might not fall for his trap. Come in. Hurry and come in. The 3 Supremes were filled with anticipation. Schwa! Finally, Qin Yu shot forwards like a comet. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the shattered space with a resolute and destructive aura. He lifted a hand and smashed it at the Buddha Lord. Die. The Buddha Lord laughed. You indeed deserve to die, but the one to die today will not be me. He took a step backwards, submerging into the darkness together with Emperor Ing. The hole formed by the shattered space vanished from sight. The entire world fell into absolute darkness. In the skies above Xianyang, solitary Westgate's complexion darkened. Although he had some confidence in Qin Yu, he still couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. There was definitely a killing trap in the immortal sect. Could he really be safe and sound? Would the power of annihilation descend upon him? Solitary Westgate clenched his teeth and punched out a fist. Space instantly shattered. He stepped in and followed the fluctuations of aura to chase after Qin Yu. In the world of the immortal sect, the skies rumbled and space shattered like a mirror. With the Buddha Lord and the Nether Domain Master at the lead, the 5 Supremes stepped out one after another. In front of them, a deep darkness floated in the air, as if the night of the world had gathered and condensed. There were thunderous roars coming from within. The Buddha Lord's eyes brightened, surging with confidence. You 3, let us join forces to summon the power of the immortal source. After today, there will no longer be a demon sovereign in this world. The Nether Domain Master sneered. There is no time to lose. Let us begin immediately. Good. Emperor Zhou, the great sage, and Emperor Ing all spoke together. In particular, the great sage. His hatred towards Qin Yu was something that not even the waters of the ocean could wash away. With the destruction of Xianyang Imperial City, the strength of the entire Qin Empire would be weakened by at least half. All the hard work they had accumulated over tens of millions of years would be burned to the ground. The Buddha Lord and Nether Domain Master glanced at each other and took out a jade pendant. Both sides approached and instantly fused together. But one could clearly see that even after fusing together, the jade pendant was still missing a piece. 9 Heaven Mirrormoon Palace. A haggard old woman sat in a hall with a dazed expression. She looked at the broken jade pendant placed on a wooden shelf. This was the token of the Mirrormoon Palace Master and represented a third of the highest authority in the immortal sect. She thought back to the first time she saw Ning Ling many years ago. With just a glance, she had determined that this was the future master of 9 Heaven Mirrormoon Palace. The facts proved that her guess wasn't wrong. But how did things turn out like this? It shouldn't have been like this. Suddenly, the broken jade pendant on the wooden shelf trembled without warning. It floated up on its own and howled through the skies. After a moment of shock, the old woman's pupils shrank. She finally realized what this meant. The Buddha Lord and Nether Domain Master's plan had succeeded. The demon sovereign had entered the immortal sect and was about to welcome the annihilation of the immortal source. The old woman suddenly laughed. Her voice was sad and joyful, like a wailing ghost from hell, filled with endless hatred. Qin Yu, you deserve to die. You should have died a long time ago. If it weren't for you, how could my disciple have fallen to such a state? How could my 9-heaven mirror moon palace have withered away like this? Immortal Source, please cast him into the abyss of destruction so that he can never reincarnate for all eternity. Her pale white hair parted, revealing a face covered with wrinkles. Who would have thought that this old woman was once the great elder of 9-heaven mirror moon palace, who was famed for her beauty? She was still alive, but she had also died. All that was left over was an empty shell. The third jade pendant fragment broke through the skies. The jade pendant was now complete. The entire immortal sect world trembled, and a boundless aura erupted from deep within the earth. The immortal source had awakened. Between the heavens and earth, a phantom appeared. This was a middle-aged Taoist with long hair and a white face. He wore loose robes and held a jade scepter in his hands. His thin lips were cold and arrogant, as if he were looking down on the world. Even though this was only a phantom, the moment they saw it, the 5 supreme beings couldn't help but feel a trace of fear rise in their hearts. It was like if this phantom opened its eyes, it could easily take away their lives. The immortal sect's immortal source was known as the origin of the entire immortal sect. It possessed endless power. Who would have thought that it was a person? Or, to be more accurate, it was only a projection left behind by some transcendent supreme being. Emperor Zhou's pupils violently shrank. The great sage's eyes were filled with shock and helplessness. This world was so wonderful. Perhaps they were nothing more than loaches rolling around in a pond. If they couldn't personally witness it, that would be the greatest regret of their lives. The Buddhist sovereign roared out, "Everyone, the immortal source has appeared. I will fuse it into the head, the Nether Domain Master will enter the left arm, and the 3 of you can choose the other parts. I will follow behind. Everyone, please go first." The Nether Domain Master was the first to move. He stepped into the immortal source's left arm. Emperor Zhou's right arm. Emperor Zhou and the great sage each chose a leg. The Buddhist sovereign glanced at the dark strength that was about to be broken apart. He stepped forwards and submerged himself into the immortal source's head. Shua, the middle-aged Taoist phantom, opened its eyes. His indifferent and distant eyes reflected the world in front of him, as if he controlled the entire world in his hands, as if he could destroy it with a single thought. Bang! The darkness shattered to pieces, tumbling in the air as it rapidly dissipated. Qin Yu stepped out. The first thing he saw was the Taoist's phantom. His mind shrank, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Fear surged out from the depths of his soul, unable to be suppressed at all. Immortal Source. He was the immortal source. There was no need for a reason. This thought directly leapt into his mind, like a burning hot iron, leaving a mark in his mind forever. Even if tens of millions of years passed, he wouldn't be able to forget it. Within the Taoist phantom, one could see the Buddhist sovereign and the others sitting cross-legged. They were the mediums for mobilizing the power of the immortal source. With the strength of a supreme being in the world, the 5 of them had to join forces to fully activate the power of the immortal source. From this, one could imagine just how terrifying it was. Demon Sovereign, enter my immortal sect. Today is the day you die. As the voice entered his ears, his entire consciousness fell into a thunderous roar. This was a powerful impact from the outside world, crushing down on Qin Yu's will. Even though his will had completely materialized, Qin Yu could still feel an incomparably horrifying fear. He was well aware that with his own strength, It was impossible for him to contend with the power of the immortal source. No wonder the Buddhist sovereign had racked his brains to lure him into the immortal sect. It was because he had full confidence he could kill him. Qin Yu fiercely bit down on his tongue. He lifted his arm and spread his fingers outward. A pitch-black bead appeared. Within the immortal source, the Buddhist sovereign who controlled everything revealed a mocking smile. You still haven't given up after seeing the power of the immortal source? Let's end this. The middle-aged Taoist phantom lifted a hand. In his left arm, the Nether Domain Master opened his eyes, his expression cold. Die. Kacha, there was a light sound. At this time, no one should have been able to hear it, but when the middle-aged Taoist phantom attacked, the might behind it was far too terrifying. Although it hadn't been released yet, it had already suppressed the entire world, calming down all fluctuations. It was like time and space had come to a standstill. Thus, this faint sound was highlighted and became particularly clear. No one imagined that after this common-looking black bead shattered, it would erupt with such a terrifying strength, because it was an object from the outside world, once the supreme inherited treasure of a powerful family clan. It was something that Undying had left behind for Qin Yu in a life-or-death situation, something that could save his life. This was Qin Yu's greatest trump card. It could even be said that it could save him from death in any perilous situation. But today, Qin Yu broke it without hesitation, because the immortal sect had to be destroyed. All those that harmed Ning Ling would receive the punishment they deserved. Spectral Scourge arrived. Although this was only its projection, its pure might was comparable to its all-out attack. This was because sealed within this bead was a portion of Spectral Scourge's source strength. The skies darkened. A cold Yin aura surged between the heavens and earth. Corpses broke through the ground and crawled out, their mouths emitting mournful howls. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. In the blink of an eye, the immortal sect world had become a land of the dead. Bang bang, the ground broke apart one after another. 12 metal giants walked out, each one supporting the heavens and earth. They carried with them a horrifying aura that could roll over everything. In that moment, without needing Qin Yu to do anything, the 12 metal giants locked their eyes onto the middle-aged Taoist phantom and roared out in unison. An unimaginable confinement force descended like thousands of mountains, instantly suppressing the Taoist's shadow. Then, the 12 alchemy giants pounced on the Taoist with a speed that did not match their size. Their 24 big hands grabbed the Taoist's shadow and tore it apart. ######.